Chapter 617. Female Literature. If things had developed according to the original plan, then everything would not have been so chaotic. But now, everything had changed. The premature appearance of the divine sword had forced the ghost-killing hall into an extremely awkward situation. As a result, the ghost-killing hall was now under great pressure. If they were not careful, the ghost-killing hall would be annihilated. What was worse was that the divine sword's power was beyond their imagination. The divine sword had already transformed into a human form. Even the divine sword of the Taihang sword faction had not reached this level. If they could obtain this sword, then the ghost-killing hall would definitely be able to take advantage of the situation. But to obtain this sword was easier said than done. But Gang Gue was not someone who would give up so easily. For this, the first elder had woken up from his deep sleep. He knew very well that the ghost-killing hall had no way out this time. At this moment, he had focused all of his attention on what was in front of him. Gang Gue had an illustrious reputation and had killed countless people in his life. No matter what kind of enemy he faced, he would not panic in the slightest. However, at this moment, his eyes were filled with solemnity, because at this moment he saw how powerful this enemy was. This person's body was emitting an absolutely terrifying aura. She clearly had the appearance of a beautiful girl, but he felt that the person standing in front of him right now was an ancient giant beast, or a terrifying demon god. "Divine sword, enter my hand," Gang Gue said softly, and then he directly displayed his power. The huge ghost figure appeared again, and the ghost claw that had been shattered by the sword chi was restored to its original state. His gaze was so calm as he looked straight at the woman that the divine sword had transformed into. At this moment, the woman gently opened her mouth and said, "You, sword slave." The divine sword was clearly not used to speaking, but these few words had already revealed her inner thoughts. She wanted to make Gang Gue her sword slave. This divine sword had enslaved many souls that had survived since ancient times. Then, it had turned its attention to Su Yen. At this moment, it was even more interested in him. Gang Gue was not angry after hearing this. He only said, "I want to control you, and you want to enslave me. Then let's fight. I'm really looking forward to it. I really haven't fought with the divine sword before, so I don't know how strong you are." Under normal circumstances, Gang Gue would not have been so rash when facing such an enemy. At the very least, he would have probed and estimated his opponent's strength. However, it was different now. The sword chi of the divine sword had already soared into the sky. Experts from all over the world would definitely flock over after noticing it, even though the existence of the laws of the world of ice and snow would bring them trouble. However, with so many venerables attacking at the same time, the world of ice and snow would probably collapse. At that time, he would become even more passive. Therefore, the most important thing for him to do now was to shatter all obstacles in this place and take control of the divine sword. If one wanted to control the divine sword, the most direct way was to defeat it and then completely control it. His body suddenly moved forward, and his entire person turned into a black shadow. Along with his movement, the phantom behind him also made its move. A terrifying whirlwind blew up, and a violent and terrifying power suddenly erupted, pressing down on the woman formed by the divine sword. Monstrous ghost claw. His aura was like a monstrous wave that reached the sky. The violent power became even more terrifying at this moment. Gang Gue's fame was all because of him. The number of people he had killed was more than Cui Tianling. The frenzied blade venerable was a two-origin expert, but the power that Gang Gue displayed was absolutely superior. The frenzied blade venerable was already an expert, but Gang Gue was clearly stronger. Faced with Gang Gue's violent aura, the woman formed by the divine sword remained calm and indifferent. The moment he arrived in front of her, she stretched out a finger and gently tapped it. At the tip of her finger, an extremely terrifying power was directly displayed at this moment. A terrifying radiance enveloped the entire world. Under the cover of this power, everything began to tremble. Such a radiance was almost enough to destroy the world. Such a terrifying power simply made one's heart tremble. Gang Gue became even more serious. In the next moment, the two powers collided. Gang Gue's ghostly figure was like a mountain, But when the sword chi fell, the mountain began to collapse. Suppress! Gongui suddenly roared, and the two words turned into a thunderous sound. A power flew out from his palm, and the terrifying power constantly rotated until it finally turned into a terrifying vortex. The vortex pressed down and then appeared above the divine sword's head. The vortex continued to rotate as if it wanted to destroy everything. However, just as it descended a little, it was immediately blocked by a ray of light. The powerful silver radiance blocked everything. Bloodthirsty ghost kill. Gonggui's eyes began to glow with scarlet light as he used the ghost killing hall's most powerful technique, the bloodthirsty ghost kill. It was also the bloodthirsty ghost kill, but in his hands, the power was simply terrifying. When this terrifying power was displayed, his aura skyrocketed again, as if his aura had increased several times out of nowhere. The appearance of this violent power immediately suppressed the silver light. In an instant, Gongui had advanced triumphantly. Divine sword choose to submit. Gongui opened his palm, and a pattern was drawn between his palms. If one looked carefully, they would find that it was actually an eyeball. However, this eyeball was a little too terrifying. The light emitted by the seemingly ordinary eyeball was simply terrifying. It was as if the eyeball could destroy a world. Ghost Emperor's Eye of Destruction, annihilate everything. He roared furiously, and that beam of light pierced forward like a long nail. The boundless and violent power wanted to annihilate everything. The moment the eyeball exploded with power, the divine sword finally trembled. Although it was very slight, it was the first time it had trembled since it appeared. At this moment, the powerful light completely bloomed at this time, and the terrifying power began to sublimate. The powerful aura was so oppressive that it made people unable to speak. It was also at this moment that Su Yan's whole body trembled. Yes, the power of this sword intent has weakened. This is a good opportunity. Su Yan took the initiative to bring the sword intent into his sea of consciousness. The domineering sword intent immediately spread out, wanting to take control of his sea of consciousness. Su Yan relied on the soul-suppressing seal and the square seal to hold on. He had indeed won the gamble of the sword of life and death. After the divine sword confirmed that his sword intent had invaded his sea of consciousness, it had treated him as a sword slave, so it had protected him. However, this was only the beginning. The strength of this sword intent was very painful for Su Yan. Even with the soul-suppressing seal and the square seal, he could barely defend himself, but his sea of consciousness was still falling bit by bit. If the entire sea of consciousness was taken over by the silver light, Su Yan would not have the power to turn the tables. However, an opportunity had now presented itself. Although he could not see what was happening outside, he could guess that the second elder must have begun to make his move. That guy was truly a terrifying figure. A casual attack from him was probably more powerful than the bald venerable one from back then. Perhaps only such a terrifying person could cause the divine sword to waver. He had found a glimmer of hope. At this moment, a strong radiance flashed in his eyes, and a powerful force burst out directly at this moment. It's time to counterattack. Such an opportunity could be said to be rare. Although the second elder called Gongui was very powerful, Su Yan knew that the power of the divine sword was even more terrifying. Although he could restrain it now, in the end, this force could not be resisted. Therefore, if he did not take advantage of this time to get rid of it, he would not have another chance. Regal Sword Soul. Su Yan summoned the Regal Sword Soul directly. The Regal Sword Soul was his foundation and his main force. When the silver light had just invaded, the Regal Sword Soul was already ready to make a move. However, Su Yan suppressed it. This was because he knew very well that although the Regal Sword Soul was powerful, it was not the right time. If the divine sword's intelligence was really brilliant, then the appearance of the Regal Sword Soul would only attract more of its attention. Su Yan could not forget the pair of cold eyes when it first devoured the sword essence. Therefore, he hid the revered sword soul deep within his own soul. However, it was different now. At this time, the divine sword was obviously restrained by the second elder called Gongui. It was the best time for him to make a move. Therefore, his sword soul directly burst out at this time, and a violent power appeared directly, almost destroying everything. This terrifying light was constantly sublimating at this time. The entire sea of consciousness suddenly became quiet. Su Yen understood that this was only a temporary calm. He was afraid that after this, the berserk power would immediately erupt. As expected, in the next moment, a terrifying power appeared directly. The violent power was like the roar of a devil. This kind of power was almost trembling. The silver light became even more dazzling. At this time, Su Yan's soul-suppressing seal and four-sided seal began to exert power at the same time. The regal sword scripture was frantically operating to support the regal sword soul. The Buddha's infinite technique was also constantly vibrating at this time. The terrifying light vibrated and began to fight with the silver light. At this time, Su Yan's entire sea of consciousness began to roll. The violent power had become so strong that it could not be supplemented. Chapter 6:18. Female Literature. The divine sword itself was fighting with Gongui. After Gonggui's ghost Emperor Eye of Destruction appeared, it began to suppress her. And at this moment her body actually trembled slightly once more. Her cold eyes flashed with a trace of confusion and disbelief. Of course, it was accompanied by anger. As her opponent, Gongui naturally caught on to this point. Although he did not know what was going on, it was definitely a good thing for him. Ghost Emperor Eye of Destruction, Annihilation. The divine sword trembled, and its power became chaotic. That was a rare opportunity. Once again, he activated his power and triggered a second wave of raging power. At that moment, the terrifying power trembled, causing changes to occur in the entire world. Everything around him began to be annihilated under that raging power. Huge rocks shattered and turned into dust, and the ground began to crack continuously. "Subdue!" He shouted again, and those two words reverberated throughout the entire world. That terrifying power seemed to want to destroy everything. The silver light shrank intensely under that power again. "Subdue!" The echo reverberated like the sound of the heavens. At that moment, Su Yen heard those two words in his sea of consciousness. What terrifying power! Looks like that guy is starting to use his power. That's good. I'll break free of his control in one go. At that moment, the Buddha's infinite technique and the regal sword cannon were activated at the same time. The golden light began to counterattack, and the regal sword's soul suddenly expanded. Countless lights began to move toward the regal sword soul. Be it the silver light or the golden light, they all began to enter the regal sword soul. A hint of viciousness flashed in Su Yan's eyes, and then he shouted, "Heaven and earth are immeasurable, infinite light, gather." His voice drifted like thunder. Within the silver light, the silver sword will finally appeared. Su Yen faced the sword will directly, and he could feel anger from it. That guy was just a human, and yet he dared to resist his power at that moment. That was simply courting death. His power trembled at that moment, and a powerful light suddenly burst out. The silver sword will pierce straight at Su Yen. Su Yen knew that the time for the final battle had come. He immediately activated fright on his soul. The regal sword mantra transformed into mysterious characters. These words revolved around the sword intent, wrapping it up. At the same time, it was the same for the Buddha's boundless technique. The simultaneous eruption of the two scriptures was already Su Yan's strongest trump card. Under the circulation of the scripture, the sword intent began to tremble. In the end, the sword intent began to thin, as if it was about to dissipate. It was at this moment that the shape of the sword intent changed. In the end, it turned into that woman. Su Yen didn't know why, but the moment he met the woman's cold eyes, he became nervous. Regal sword soul, suppress with all your might. Su Yen knew that this was a matter of life and death. He absolutely could not hold back anymore. All of his powers surged madly. Under the pressure of the huge power, the woman was directly shattered. The silver power was directly devoured by the regal sword soul. The moment the sword intent disappeared, Su Yen immediately knew that he had finally resolved the crisis and regained control of his body. At this moment, his consciousness returned. It felt so good to be in control of his own body. This experience was too dangerous. If possible, he definitely did not want to go through it a second time. At this moment, his eyes moved and immediately fell on the battlefield. The battle between Gung and the divine sword had shaken him to the core. So strong. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that someone was looking at him. It was the woman that the divine sword had transformed into. Su Yen had just broken free from the other party's control. He did not want to continue facing this existence. It was impossible for him to retreat outside, because at this moment his back was filled with terrifying power. Unless he wanted to experience how strong the power generated by the battle between the two of them was with his own body. Therefore, there was only one way for him to go now, and that was to continue moving forward. Su Yan's body swayed and then suddenly moved forward. If he remembered correctly, the divine sword had come out from this place. Su Yan had no idea what was in front of him, but he could only move forward. He directly stepped into this place. At this moment, he could feel a chill rushing towards him from behind. Oh no! A strong sense of danger came. Su Yan knew that the woman wanted to kill him. However, now that he was like an arrow on the bow, he had no choice but to release it. His entire body shook, and he disappeared from where he was. Then, he turned into a stream of light and moved forward. Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of the air being torn apart was heard. A bright sword aura directly appeared. The moment this sword aura appeared, Su Yen was immediately frightened. He knew that this sword aura could threaten his life. Supreme sun-shattering slash. At this moment he suddenly shouted. Then a powerful force was directly released. When this force appeared, it directly turned into a stream of light and moved into the distance. Then, it directly collided with this sword aura. The terrifying recoil directly exploded and blew Su Yen backward. However, at this moment, Su Yen could no longer care about his injuries. He directly used this force and suddenly retreated backwards. Finally, he completely entered the cave. At this moment, the scene that happened was naturally seen by Gung. It's that kid. Gung's heart moved. He obviously didn't expect that Su Yen, who was supposed to be a sword slave puppet, could actually break free from the control. This was something that no one had expected. After all, the power of the true God sword made even him feel apprehensive. Although he had the initiative from the beginning of the battle until now, if one looked carefully, one could see that this divine sword didn't seem to have used its true power at all. Such an existence must be extremely powerful, but at this moment, Su Yen actually broke free from the control. No wonder Ghost Fork is so afraid of this kid. At this moment, he finally understood why Ghost Fork wanted him to directly kill Su Yen. Such a person was indeed very terrifying. If he was allowed to grow, he would probably be a huge hidden danger in the future. However, he couldn't care less about Su Yen now because he knew very well that subduing the divine sword was the most important thing at this moment. Ghost Emperor's seal, subdue. A sharp ghost howl directly burst out. The thick roar of evil ghosts had already filled the entire world. In an instant, countless dead souls appeared. The ghost-killing howl was most proficient in ghost-type spells. At this time, when it was used in this underground world, it directly achieved the effect of twice the result with half the effort. Because the gate of real void had become loose, the boundary between the ghost world and the real world had become no longer solid. His move was to summon endless dead souls and evil ghosts, and then form an indestructible seal. The stronger and more evil ghosts that could be summoned, the better the seal's effect. I can actually summon so many evil ghosts. The heavens are really helping me. Although he didn't know why this was happening, the appearance of 10,000 ghosts at this moment was definitely a good thing for him. The endless evil ghosts roared and gradually condensed into a dark mark, which directly suppressed the divine sword. The dazzling and resplendent silver radiance had already been compressed bit by bit, and the powerful force was directly suppressed at this time. Seal, seal, seal. Even someone like Gung was close to madness at this time. Sealing the divine sword and then bringing it back to the ghost-killing hall would truly be a success. Wasn't the ghost-killing hall paying a huge price for this item? At this time, seeing that he was about to succeed, he naturally had no reason to not be excited and happy. Everything had been settled. In the end, they were the final victors. However, at this moment, an extremely bright light bloomed directly, and the intense light rushed into the sky. Humph! A cold snort was heard. It was a clear and crisp sound, but when it fell into Gungue's ears, it was like a thunderbolt had struck his sea of consciousness. At this moment, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. F***ck off. As soon as the words were spoken, an extremely powerful force was emitted. It was the voice of the woman transformed from the divine sword. Gungue would never be mistaken. At this time, an extremely powerful force directly burst out from the silver radiance. This kind of power made his heart tremble. He had never thought that there could be such a powerful force in this world. Boom! At this moment, the seal that was about to close was directly cut off. The violent force was like a crazy python, and the seal formed by countless evil ghosts was directly destroyed just like that. At this moment, Gungue's face was ashen. How could this be? He kept muttering to himself. Even now, he still couldn't understand why such an unforeseen event had happened. The seal of 10,000 ghosts was finally swept clean. At this moment, he saw a beautiful and angry face. The woman transformed from the divine sword gently raised her hand at this time. Her hand was very beautiful, as smooth as jade, and it was very moving. He couldn't think of a better adjective to describe this beautiful hand. It was at this moment that her hand descended. A huge sword shadow directly appeared in the air. The sword shadow fell, and the terrifying power of the sword made Gungue feel despair. There was no way he could take it. He knew very well in his heart that there was no way he could take such a power. If he really wanted to take such a power, he was afraid that the next moment would be waiting for him to die. Therefore, he could only choose to escape and retreat. At this moment, his eyes flashed with an even more intense look of despair. He had failed. Chapter 619. Female Literature. However, under his survival instinct, his body still reacted. He dodged to the side and immediately left the place. At this moment, Su Yen was constantly increasing his speed. In this cave, he saw countless swords. It was just like the scene he had seen in the sword well in the burial sword tomb. Countless swords were lying on the ground. Su Yen glanced over, but his heart was a little more alarmed. This was because he could see that these swords were all dead. Many of the swords had been broken. Even the swords that were not broken had lost their luster. They were like bodies that had lost their souls and could only become scrap metal. Of course, the sword chi here was also very heavy. However, this sword chi was more of resentment and was filled with an aura of endless resentment. Such a terrifying power caused Su Yen to feel a burst of fear in his heart. And so, the deeper he walked, the more desolate he felt in his heart. No, this was not just desolation, but also a kind of sadness. At this moment, his gaze was even more focused on the front. Judging from the attitude of the divine sword earlier, it seemed that the divine sword was very concerned about this place. At this moment, Su Yen realized that there had been a change in his surroundings. The long swords in this place had actually begun to tremble. Countless long swords trembled as if the end of the world was about to come. In the next moment, these swords had already leaped up and directly surrounded Su Yen. Being surrounded by countless swords was definitely not a fun thing to do. If he was not careful, he would directly become a hornet's nest. These swords were originally dead swords, but at this moment, they actually leaped up. This was obviously the control of the divine sword's mind. The divine sword did not want Su Yen to go inside. However, the more it did not want Su Yen to go inside, the stronger the thought in Su Yen's mind became. He directly increased his speed to the extreme. At the same time, he channeled his sword chi and broke through with all his strength. The terrifying power continued to collide, and a gap was directly created in the dense sword net. Boundless sword light flashed, and a terrifying power descended, immediately shattering hundreds of broken swords. A sword without a soul is just a pair of scrap metal. You want to use this to stop me? You're dreaming. In an instant, Su Yan's aura had reached its peak. A huge aura spread out and then broke through. You are courting death. At this moment, a cold shout was heard. A terrifying sword chi chased after Su Yen. The speed of this sword chi was so fast that even Su Yen was frightened. In the face of such a terrifying sword, he had no choice but to stop his body. However, at this moment, the terrifying sword essence in front of Su Yen suddenly disappeared. Su Yen turned around and saw that Gung Gue had attacked again. This was the first time that the second elder of the ghost-killing hall had failed. This was a huge blow to him, but he was definitely not willing to lose just like that. At this moment, the divine sword directly focused its attention on Su Yen. It was a good opportunity for him to attack. Gung Gue condensed his own power. Outside his body, drops of blood began to flow out. The blood floated into the air, and the crimson blood flashed with an extremely shocking color. The drops of blood began to squirm, and it was extremely strange. Blood soul-burning spell. He shouted in a deep voice. Countless blood droplets rushed directly toward the divine sword. It was these blood droplets that instantly surrounded the divine sword, and then released an extremely terrifying light. This light continued to riot, and finally formed scarlet lightning. When Su Yen saw this scene, his first reaction was to be pleasantly surprised. Although the second elder was his enemy, he had helped him a lot at this time. For him, this was a heaven-sent opportunity, so he absolutely could not let go of it. The demonic dragon wings on his back stretched out, forming an extremely terrifying gale. Taking advantage of this gap, he instantly entered. Seeing that Su Yen had already entered, the divine sword finally became angry. At that moment, she simply ignored him and turned her gaze to Gung Gue. "You, sword slave." It was still a calm voice, but this calmness contained a terrifying coldness. This coldness made Gung Gue's whole body tremble. At this time, Gung Gue realized that they had underestimated the divine sword. Although the divine sword had only recently begun to break out of its seal, it already had supreme power. Even among the 10 great divine swords of the 9 states, there was probably not a single one that could take human form. Therefore, this sword was very likely to be the head of the divine swords. At the beginning of the battle, Gung Gue thought that he could subdue it. However, as the battle continued, he realized that the divine sword's power was almost endless. For some unknown reason, the divine sword was unwilling to use all of its power. However, as its power increased, the divine sword's power also became more terrifying. The powerful power became more and more violent. He used the blood soul-burning curse, but it was actually unable to trap the other party. As soon as her voice fell, sword chi rose one after another. At this time, the sword intent that appeared became even more terrifying. The blood soul-burning curse that he used was directly cut apart bit by bit. As the blood soul-burning curse was cut apart, cracks appeared on the surface of his skin. He was a 3-origin venerable, but at this time, he was actually unable to control his own body. He was even shocked to find that countless sword chi seemed to have appeared in his body. The sword chi continued to expand, wanting to directly cut his body apart. The powerful Gung Gue had a great reputation in the demonic sect, and even in the cultivation world of the 9 states. However, at this time, he was like a doll. Countless rays of light attacked and directly surrounded him. Under the terrifying rays of light, his consciousness dissipated bit by bit until finally he lost his last bit of consciousness. The divine sword incarnation lightly floated in front of him. At this time, Gung Gue was lying on the ground, completely silent. The divine sword incarnation gently pointed, and Gung Gue's body directly floated up. "Sword slave." Her voice sounded again, and then her feverish hair danced. A short thread turned into a small sword, and then directly drilled into his body. Not long after, Gung Gue directly stood up. At the beginning, his body was still somewhat shaky. It was obvious that he was not used to this kind of power. But in the end, his gaze finally became firm. "Great God, your servant is at your service." At this time, the incomparably arrogant Gung Gue actually became so respectful. The divine sword incarnation gently smiled and then said, "Capture." Gung Gue had already become her servant. Although it was only a few words, he understood the divine sword incarnation's meaning. He directly said, "Don't worry, I will definitely capture that kid." Gung Gue's entire body turned into a stream of light, and then rushed in the direction of Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan had already heard two things. He stared blankly in front of him, and even his body began to tremble slightly. This was because at this time, he saw an extremely terrifying existence. To be more precise, it was a light shadow. It had a pair of huge bat-like wings, and at the same time, it seemed to have a tail that was swaying. A demon. Moreover, this was definitely an extremely terrifying demon. Its strength was definitely above the Demon King that Su Yan saw last time. This was because although it was only a shadow, Su Yan's heart was already somewhat fearful. What was even more terrifying was that at this time, the Buddha's heart, the demon dragon's heart, and the demon lord's finger bone in his body were all trembling. Of course, this trembling was not out of fear, but of resonance. To be able to make these existences resonate, the identity of the existence in front of him was already obvious. A demon god. This was the most terrifying demon god. Su Yan did not know where this light shadow came from, but he was already filled with deep fear of this light shadow. Of course, at this time, his pupils contracted. Previously, his gaze was attracted by this terrifying light shadow, so much so that he did not notice that there was another person under this light shadow. This was a middle-aged man. At this time, he was shrouded in this dark shadow and was so inconspicuous. It was also because of this that Su Yan did not notice him at first. When he saw this man, Su Yan immediately confirmed his identity, Xue Xingchuan. He and Xue Dong were 80% similar, but of course, there were also differences. It was impossible for Xue Dong's face to have such vicissitudes of life, and it was also impossible for him to have such tranquility. Xue Xingchuan, he actually saw Xue Xingchuan here. At this moment, Su Yan did not know what to think, but Xue Xingchuan still existed here. He was not dead yet. This was definitely good news. Su Yan took a step forward and walked directly towards Xue Xingchuan. However, just as he took a step forward, he was immediately blocked by a black aura. The moment this aura appeared, it almost bombarded him with internal injuries. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. What a terrifying power! At this moment, he calmed down and observed this dark light screen. Finally, he made a judgment. He's still alive. This was his first judgment. Xue Xingchuan was still alive. Although he was swallowed by this terrifying demonic shadow, if he looked carefully, Su Yan could still see that there was a faint light screen around his body, as if it was blocking this shadow from swallowing him. No, I have to break this barrier, or I won't be able to enter. Su Yan's expression was somewhat serious. It was not easy to break this black screen. Chapter 620. Female Literature. Just as Su Yan was deep in thought, a terrifying explosion sounded out. The berserk powers set off terrifying ripples one after another. These ripples spread out, causing one's heart to tremble in fear. Gang Gue. He immediately recognized this person. It was actually Gang Gue. But this Gang Gue should be fighting against the divine sword. Why would he appear here? Could it be that he had already subdued the divine sword? Impossible. Although this Gang Gue is powerful, that divine sword is clearly even more mysterious and unfathomable. Her power is simply terrifying, and it is very likely that she has already surpassed the 5 Essence Venerable. It is absolutely impossible for her to be subdued by Gang Gue. At this moment he suddenly thought of a word. Sword slave. If Gang Gue did not subdue the divine sword, then the other possibility was that the divine sword had already subdued Gang Gue, and this second elder of the ghost-killing hall had already become a sword slave. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat when he thought of the divine sword's cold eyes. This divine sword would definitely kill him. There was no doubt about this, and he had never doubted this point. Right now, I am facing Gang Gue. I am simply courting death. This won't do. The only way out is to rely on this senior Xue Xingchuan. Su Yan forced himself to calm down, and then began to analyze the situation. His strength was not bad, but it was impossible for him to contend against a powerful venerable like Gang Gue. No, it should be said that if Gang Gue wanted to kill him, it would be extremely easy. However, this place was already sealed off. It was clearly impossible for him to leave this place. Furthermore, even if there was a way out, it was impossible for him to escape from this guy's hands. Therefore, if he wanted to live, he could only try to awaken Xue Xingchuan. Sword Dragon. He directly summoned the Sword Dragon. The Sword Dragon was a flying magic treasure he obtained from the Sword Well, but as his cultivation grew stronger, the Sword Dragon's second ability gradually awakened, which was to break through space. The current situation was already very obvious. If he wanted to live, he could only rely on the Sword Dragon's power and directly break through this black light screen. Only then would he have a chance to come into contact with Xue Xingchuan's body. At this moment, the scorching sun sword shone brightly and condensed into a crimson sword shadow. The sword shadow blasted forward, and at the same time, the dark light screen also released an extremely powerful force, intending to destroy everything. Such a powerful force continued to churn, and the power of the backlash directly rushed into Su Yan's body. The force was so powerful that it actually injured Su Yan in an instant. However, even so, Su Yan did not retreat at all because he knew very well that once he did, it would mean that he had failed. He did not think that he would have a good ending if he fell into Gung Gui's hands. Sword Dragon, break this spatial barrier for me. He roared, not caring about his own injuries. At this moment, blood splattered out. His blood directly fused with the Sword Dragon. The Sword Dragon, which had already begun to wail, actually released a brilliant light at this moment. Then, it began to tremble continuously. Terrifying power flickered at this moment. In the end, everything was destroyed. Almost at the same time, Gung Gui appeared behind Su Yan. Stop and listen to the will of our God. When Gung Gui's voice fell into Su Yan's ears, Su Yan knew that Gung Gui had indeed been controlled and had become the sword slave of the divine sword. His gaze once again fell on the terrifying demonic shadow. He had already speculated that this divine sword was probably related to this existence that might be a demon god. No wonder it was so evil. Fortunately, he had already broken through the black light screen. Before Gung Gui arrived, he directly rushed toward Xue Xingchuan. Gung Gui's speed was indeed incomparably fast. In just a moment, he had already arrived in front of Su Yan. His eyes coldly looked at Su Yan, and then he directly attacked. A huge ghost claw suddenly rushed toward Su Yan. Feeling this terrifying ghost claw, Su Yan only felt that the air around him seemed to have been suppressed. This kind of violent power was not something he could withstand at the moment. Now, Su Yan could only place his hopes on Xue Xingchuan. He took out a token in his hand. This token was given to him by the Xue clan's ancestor. This was the ancestral token of the Xue clan, and it contained the unique bloodline power of the Xue clan. The reason Su Yan placed his hopes on Xue Xingchuan was because the Xue clan's ancestor had once said that if Xue Xingchuan was still alive, then this token would be able to help him. Senior of the Xue clan, Ancestor Xue told me to come. Hurry up and wake up. He directly channeled his power and forced his body toward Xue Xingchuan. Unfortunately, Xue Xingchuan was completely indifferent. At this moment, Gung Gui's power had already arrived. A terrifying palm slammed into Su Yan's back, causing him to suddenly fall forward. Gung Gui's palm was definitely not light, and it even contained a trace of killing intent. When he had attacked the black barrier, Su Yan had already been injured. Now, his injuries were even more serious. The token in his hand flew out of his hand. Oh no! It must be known that the power of this token needed to be activated, but before he could use the secret method to activate the token's power, Gung Gui's attack had already arrived. You still want to leave now? You'll become a sword slave. Gung Gui's other hand lightly shook, and then a faint silver light appeared in his hand. This was also a sword intent. As expected, this divine sword still wanted to enslave him. But at this time, how could Su Yan dare to let this sword intent enter his knowledge sea again? Last time, if Gung Gui had not fought with the divine sword and restrained its power, he would have been able to seize the opportunity and use all his means to break free from this power. Although this sword intent was not as bright as before, the power it contained was even more terrifying than before. If he was hit by this sword intent at this time, he would not have any more chances and would become a sword slave from then on. Su Yan leaned on the scorching sun sword and then half-squatted. He stared fiercely at Gung Gui. At this time, Gung was almost the same as the soul sword slave before, expressionless and just executing the divine sword's power. Huff huff huff. Su Yan struggled to breathe, at the same time adjusting his body to make his power flow more smoothly. He deeply understood that this guy in front of him was definitely not someone he could defeat, but even if he could not defeat him, he was not willing to sit still and wait for death. You want to enslave me? That's absolutely impossible. Even if he died, he would not choose to become a sword slave. What was even stranger was that as Gung approached, the powerful pressure became more and more terrifying. Su Yan struggled to stand up, and then activated the Scorching Sun Sword again. After being attacked twice in a row, his spirit chi was almost exhausted, and it was very difficult for him to stand up at this time. However, he would never admit defeat. In this predicament, he had no other choice, so he finally began to communicate with the great demonic dragon's heart. The heart of the great demonic dragon's heart throbbed, and the powerful force once again spread out. Su Yan's expression changed strangely, and the demonic dragon's wings and demonic dragon's scales appeared. At this time, Su Yan was in a complete state, because he knew that if he did not use all his power, he would immediately die forever. In the face of death, no matter what it was, he could not care less. His sword became even sharper, and a terrifying sword chi was activated at this time. This was the strength of his life. Gradually, his eyes began to change, and at the same time, the power in his left hand began to be released. A dark golden light floated, and turned into a mysterious rune. At this time, Gung laughed coldly, and then his whole body pounced on Su Yan. As the second elder of the ghost-killing hall, his fighting strength was really terrifying. Just this move alone brought about an extremely terrifying pressure on Su Yan. He pressed down with his palm, and an extremely powerful force directly appeared. The moment this force appeared, it immediately turned into a pitch-black ghost claw, as if it wanted to tear Su Yan apart. Deity Vanquishing Sword. Su Yan shouted in a low voice. The feeling of fighting the Deity Vanquishing Sword in this state was really terrifying. An incomparably powerful force directly swept out, as if a terrifying tornado was constantly gathering. At this time, his consciousness was on the verge of collapse, because under the stimulation of death, the demonic dragon's blood boiled even more, and the Buddha's heart began to jump. The two completely different forces awakened at the same time, turning into two voices that constantly shook in Su Yan's mind. The Deity Vanquishing Sword finally rose against the heavens, and then directly collided with the terrifying ghost claw. Countless gales even began to tear apart the world. This kind of power was really terrifying, and under the Deity Vanquishing Sword, the ghost claw actually shattered. It had to be said that Su Yan's true realm was only at the pinnacle of the Triple Dragon realm, but Gung had already reached the Three Origin realm. The difference between the two of them was indescribable, but even so, Su Yan had actually blocked this attack. This result was simply shocking. Of course, that was all there was to it. Although Su Yan had managed to block the attack, he had also paid a huge price. The demonic dragon's scales on his body shattered, and the demonic dragon's wings immediately turned into nothingness. Countless wounds had appeared on the surface of his body at this time. Blood flowed out from these wounds, and he was dyed in blood in an instant. Even though he had a heaven-defying battle skill and the demonic dragon's blood, the difference in strength could not be ignored. In the end, Su Yan continued to rely on physical strength to withstand. If it had been the original Gung, he would have definitely been surprised because this kind of battle strength was really rare. Even the geniuses of the demonic sect would not be able to achieve this. Unfortunately, he was now just a sword slave without any feelings. Chapter 621. Female Literature. After taking that hit, Su Yan couldn't even stand up. His injuries were too severe, and that terrifying attack was far beyond what he could have imagined. Strength, this was all because of strength. If his realm was high enough and he was strong enough, he wouldn't be in such a bad situation. If he had the same realm as Gung, no, he didn't need to. As long as his realm was above the 6 dragons, he would be able to better utilize the power of the demon dragon's heart and the Buddha's heart. When that time came, he would have nothing to fear. However, he was merely at the 3 dragons realm. Therefore, no matter what he did, he could only stop one attack from his opponent. That was all. At that moment, Su Yan's mind was completely blank. He didn't feel sorry for himself, and he didn't have any other thoughts. He just tried his best to struggle. Su Yan was not willing to become a slave, even if he had to die. He was using the cloud mist technique. Even though the effect of the cloud mist technique on him would be greatly reduced, he was still making his final effort. No matter what, he had to try. He couldn't give up hope. Gungue was getting closer, and at that moment, Su Yan felt a strange movement come from the Crimson Fire Sword case. The God-Slayer sword. Since Gungue had become a sword slave, his body must be filled with the aura of the God-Slayer sword. At such a close distance, the God-Slayer sword in the Crimson Fire Sword case once again felt the aura of the God-Slayer sword and began to go berserk. Su Yan changed his mind. Although he didn't want to provoke the God-Slayer sword or even come into contact with it, he was in a life-and-death situation, so there was nothing to worry about. Perhaps the appearance of the God-Slayer sword would give him a chance of survival. Gungue was already in front of Su Yan. His sword intent flowed, and he was already closing in on Su Yan. Just as he was about to release the God-Slayer sword from the Crimson Fire Sword case, a rough voice suddenly sounded. "Get out of my way, you filthy thing." As soon as the voice finished speaking, a beam of sword chi shot out. This was the most stunning and powerful sword chi Su Yan had ever seen. This person's sword cultivation had reached the pinnacle. The powerful sword will moved and directly repelled Gungue. Gungue was a three-origin venerable. His battle prowess was even more terrifying, but he was forced back in a very sorry state. Xue Xingchuan. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Xue Xingchuan had woken up? He turned his head with great effort and saw that the middle-aged man who had his eyes closed had already woken up. Originally, his surroundings were ordinary, but at this time, there was actually a huge aura condensing around him. That was an endless amount of sword chi. Such a terrifying sword chi was comparable to the divine swords outside. Xue Xingchuan, the #1 genius of the Xue clan, was also the sword head of the Sublime Flow Sword School. In Su Yan's most dangerous moment, this terrifying figure had finally woken up. He directly told Su Yan, "Brat, you are not a disciple of the Xue family." Su Yan bitterly smiled and said, "Junior Su Yan was entrusted by the Xue family ancestor to come here to find Senior." At this time, Su Yan noticed that the ancestral medallion was in Xue Xingchuan's hand. It must have been the medallion that had awakened Xue Xingchuan. This was truly dangerous. If Xue Xingchuan couldn't wake up, he could use the God-Slayer sword as a last resort. However, this was truly too dangerous. Xue Xingchuan looked at Su Yan and smiled. "Junior, you are truly amazing to be able to come here. Don't worry, you used the ancestral medallion to wake me up. To me, this is a life-saving grace." His gaze then fell on Gungue. "Gungue of the Ghost-Killing Hall? I really didn't expect that even someone like you would be reduced to a sword slave. It seems that the power of the evil sword has reached a certain level." Xue Xingchuan stood up and walked towards Su Yan. Su Yan noticed that when Xue Xingchuan stood up, everything around him started to change. Bolts of black lightning shot out from the black shadow. These bolts of black lightning seemed to want to kill him. However, Xue Xingchuan said, "You are just the shadow of a dead demon god. You want to imprison me here forever? Since I have woken up, it is time for your shadow to break." At this time, he raised his hand. In his palm, countless cyclones started to condense. A violent power crazily rose. Then, a long sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. Condensing chi into a sword. Just this move alone was enough to make Su Yan admire him. This kind of method of creating something out of nothing was truly amazing. If he could be like Xue Xingchuan today, then he wouldn't need to be afraid of anything. Of course, he also understood that it was impossible to reach for what was beyond one's grasp and achieve it overnight. However, this didn't matter at all. As long as he persevered in his cultivation, there would be a way. However, the most important thing now was to survive. At this time, he had witnessed Xue Xingchuan's power with his own eyes. Xue Xingchuan's power was truly terrifying. It was no wonder that he was praised by the Shui family's ancestor. This kind of power was truly terrifying. The demonic shadow began to disperse under his sword. In the end, it completely disappeared. At this time, he shifted his gaze to Gongui. Someone as powerful as you can only be a sword slave. I'm sure you must be very unwilling to accept this. Since that's the case, let me send you on a journey and help you break free. As his voice fell, he directly slashed out with his sword. That terrifying sword light flashed again, and at this time, it actually displayed an extremely violent aura. At this time, a trace of uneasiness flashed in Gungue's eyes. Then, the terrifying ghost shadow pounced from behind him and guarded him tightly. The terrifying sword chi fell on the ghost shadow, erupting with an earth-shattering aura. Such a powerful force spread out and swept through the surrounding rocks and mountain walls. Countless broken swords were shattered by such an attack. At this moment, the light in the sky was constantly swaying. This kind of power was truly terrifying. At this time, the ghost shadow had become extremely dim, as if it would dissipate at any time. From this, it could be seen how powerful Shui Xingchuan's sword was. Nonetheless, Gongui was indeed terrifying. After forcefully withstanding the sword attack, his complexion only dimmed a lot, but there was no other abnormality that really appeared. However, at this time, he finally turned around and left, as if he was no longer willing to face Shui Xingchuan. This greatly surprised Su Yan. Su Yan could see that Gongui clearly still had the strength to fight. Moreover, he had already become a sword slave, so he probably didn't know what fear was. Perhaps he would die in the next moment, but at this time, he would still charge forward without any regard for his life. But now, he decisively retreated. You still want to leave? At this time, Shui Xingchuan had no intention of letting him go. At this moment, he attacked again. With a slight movement, he immediately triggered Endless Sword Chi. This sword chi directly turned into a sword cage, trapping Gongui inside. However, at this time, Gungui's eyes burst out with a cold light. It was a scarlet light, like the light of destruction. This light flickered, and immediately, countless cold lights appeared. The cold lights twisted and immediately tore through everything. This kind of violent power was truly awe-inspiring. In the darkness, a pair of mysterious eyes seemed to have begun to descend. These were the mysterious eyes of the Ghost Emperor. Su Yan carefully observed. Like Shura's power, this was definitely not a power that belonged to this world. It came from the netherworld. It was very likely that the owner of this pair of eyes was a super expert from the mysterious world. At this time, Su Yan suddenly noticed something strange. At this moment, Gungui's entire body began to sway, as if he was having a seizure. When the Ghost Emperor's eyes appeared, it didn't attack Shui Xingchuan. Instead, it directly pierced the scarlet light into Gungui's body. Even Suya was dumbfounded by this. At this time, Shui Xingchuan said, "Ghost Emperor's eyes. Gongui, you've actually raised your cultivation to this level. I don't know if you can break free this time." As if he had seen through Su Yan, Shui Xingchuan directly said to Su Yan, "This Ghost Emperor's eyes is a great secret of the Ghost Killing Hall. He can summon the mysterious Ghost Emperor and then communicate with his own power. In other words, he can sacrifice himself to the Ghost Emperor. Now that the will of the Ghost Emperor's eyes has descended, it's obvious that it has discovered the power of the evil sword in his body, which is why it reacted this way." Hearing Shui Xingchuan's words, Su Yan also understood some of the reasoning behind it. In short, Gongui originally cultivated the secret of the Ghost Killing Hall and was a follower of the Ghost Emperor. But now, the evil sword had forcefully pierced his sword intent and twisted his faith. Previously, under the stimulation of Shui Xingchuan's power, he instinctively wanted to summon the Ghost Emperor to protect himself. Whether he can break free or not will depend on his own fate. Shui Xingchuan stopped attacking. This prodigy of the Shui clan seemed to have some friendship with the person in front of him, which was why he wanted to help him. The light of the Ghost Emperor's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Gongui was in extreme pain. In his eyes, the silver light and scarlet light were constantly alternating. However, it was at this moment that a powerful sword intent suddenly descended from afar, piercing towards the Ghost Emperor. The Ghost Emperor's shadow was directly hit by the sword intent and began to dissipate. Chapter 622. Female Literature. The Divine Sword's true body had arrived. That woman had appeared not far away. She was the one who had released the sword intent earlier. This divine sword was truly terrifying. Her sword intent was even more terrifying than Xue Xingquan's. The Ghost Emperor had been destroyed by her attack, turning into green smoke and dissipating. At the same time, the red light on Geng Gui's body had also disappeared. Silver light had completely taken over his body. The divine sword's gaze fell on Xue Xingquan and finally stopped. Xue Xingquan only smiled coldly. It was obvious that he did not care about the Ghost Emperor. Evil sword, back then you sealed me here, but you were unable to kill me. Instead, you allowed me to break out of the seal. Today, it seems that it's time for us to settle this. Xue Xingquan walked out, the light in his eyes frowning. At this moment, he had already raised his aura to the extreme. Su Yan did not know what had happened back then, but Su Yan could roughly guess what had happened. At this moment, both sides were preparing for battle. At this moment, anyone would feel immense pressure. Su Yan had originally thought that it would be an extremely terrifying battle, but he did not expect the divine sword to turn around and leave. Even Geng Gui did not stop and left with her. As she left, her gaze fell on Su Yan. That gaze, other than being cold, had an indescribable meaning. Xue Xingquan was not surprised. He only said to Su Yan, "It seems that the evil sword has a deep grudge against you. What did you do to her?" Su Yan, it was clear that the evil sword wanted to do something to him from the beginning. But before Su Yan could answer, Xue Xingquan continued, "No matter what, you must be careful. The evil sword's formation is related to the demon god during the ancient war. Her power is extremely terrifying. What she is showing now is not her full power, so her retreat is actually a good thing for me." Seeing Xue Xingquan's current appearance, Su Yan finally understood. It turned out that this senior was just putting on an act. However, this senior was truly amazing. Even his act was so convincing. Xue Xingquan no longer paid any attention to Su Yan and directly walked out. "Alright, brat, we should leave. If I'm not wrong, there will be many experts coming soon. At that time, it will be troublesome." Although Xue Xingquan had just woken up, he was still able to determine the situation. If the divine sword had not encountered something special, it would not have retreated so easily. Back then, he had a deep grudge with Xie Jian. Xie Jian had sealed him here, but his body was also injured. If conditions permitted, Xie Jian would have already attacked him. However, the strange thing was that Xie Jian actually let him go at this moment. Moreover, Xue Xingquan had already sensed a few signs. The world of ice and snow outside had already begun to fall into chaos. This was a sign that many experts had descended and were beginning to directly attack. "We have to leave this place. If we continue to stay here, I'm afraid you'll die here." Su Yan nodded silently, then said, "I'll have to trouble you, senior." At this time, he was already heavily injured. He could not even get up. If he wanted to leave this place, he could only rely on Xue Xingquan. Xue Xingquan did not waste any time. He directly carried him and said, "As expected, after sensing the divine sword's aura, these fellows swarmed over like a swarm of bees." "The divine sword? I'm afraid these fellows are all here to die." Xue Xingquan's words shocked Su Yan. He knew that these fellows that Xue Xingquan mentioned were most likely venerables. But now, according to what Xue Xingquan said, these venerables were all here to die. This was simply unimaginable. "Senior, do you know something?" Su Yan asked directly. "Know what? I don't know anything." After he finished speaking, he directly leaped up. As expected of a senior expert. Above their heads was clearly a thick rock wall, but he did not care at all. He directly exerted his strength and broke it layer by layer. That valiant strength made Su Yan feel incomparably ashamed. Xue Xingquan was right. The world of ice and snow outside was completely chaotic. Powerful and terrifying forces were fiercely oppressing this world. Because of the gate of true void, this world was actually very fragile. If the power of a venerable forcefully barged in, it would cause an impact. Therefore, venerables were generally unwilling to set foot here. Because once the world of ice and snow was attacked, it would definitely counterattack. Even venerables would not be able to withstand such a counterattack. But now, the aura of the divine sword had attracted all of their cultivations. The power of the counterattack was naturally strong. But at this moment, there were so many of them that they didn't care about this aura at all. Powerful and violent forces continued to attack, turning this place into a land of disaster. The sky was constantly twisting, as if the gravel was about to collapse. Countless glaciers began to shatter like glass shards. They could not withstand such a terrifying force at all. Everything between heaven and earth was heading toward destruction. These venerables were all first-class experts. At this moment, almost all of them had arrived here. The Devil Sect, the Taihang Sword Faction, the Blazing Flame Sect. Each of the venerables displayed their own methods. It was simply terrifying. Such a violent force caused the world to begin to tremble. At this moment, Su Yan looked at this doomsday-like scene and was shocked. Powerful, this was really too powerful. Perhaps this terrifying power would cause this world to collapse in the next moment. There's actually an underground world. The divine sword's light is emitted from here. Immediately, a venerable discovered the huge cave created by the devil's soul destruction. At this moment, all the venerables were shocked and directly rushed down. The Shui family's ancestor had already sensed the divine sword's aura. Among everyone, he needed the divine sword the most. This was because the others only obtained the divine sword to become more powerful, but he wanted it to survive. The powerful aura directly rushed towards the cave. In the sky, the experts of the three major sects had already begun to attack. The venerables of the Devil Sect were jointly suppressed by the Blazing Flame Sect and the Taihang Sword Faction. After the previous incident, the Taihang Sword Faction and the Blazing Flame Sect had already joined forces to fight against the Devil Sect. In addition, the Devil Sect was already very powerful. Naturally, both sides would join forces to eliminate them directly. At this moment, the entire world was trembling non-stop. Everything was heading toward destruction. This terrifying force made one's heart tremble. It even gave one an extremely surreal feeling. Su Yan had already left the cave under Shui Xingchuan's protection. At this moment, he finally could not help but ask, "Senior Shui Xingchuan, since this sword is an evil sword and is even related to the devil god, why don't you let the experts join forces to destroy it directly?" No matter how powerful this evil sword was, with so many experts joining forces, they should be able to destroy it. However, at this moment, Shui Xingchuan shook his head. Then he looked at Su Yan and said, "You're too naive. Do you think that they would believe me if I told them this? All right, you'd better not meddle in other people's business. First, you should quietly recover from your injuries. I can't take you out of here now, and no one knows what's going to happen next." Su Yan knew that Senior Shui Xingchuan was right. Right now, he could not even take care of himself. After all, his cultivation was too low. There was no way he could care about these things. "All right, I understand." After he finished speaking, he immediately began to circulate the power in his body. At this moment, even Shui Xingchuan was surprised when he started to circulate his enormous power. What an interesting kid, to be able to explode with such power. He's only in the 3 Dragons realm, but he doesn't lose to an ordinary person in the 7 Dragons realm, or even the 8 Dragons realm. What a freak. And the special state he used just now was able to withstand Gung Gui's attack. What a surprise. He was well aware of how powerful Gung Gui was. Back then, before he disappeared, he had exchanged blows with Gung Gui. The two of them were almost evenly matched. Now, his strength had increased. Although he was confident that he could defeat Gung Gui, he still had to admit that this guy was terrifying. However, Su Yan had actually blocked his attack. Moreover, after blocking the attack, he did not die. He only lay down on the ground. In his opinion, this was already an extremely rare thing. Such strength could only be described with one word: terrifying. At this moment, the clouds in the sky became heavier and heavier. This heavy pressure made it hard for people to breathe. While the many venerables were fighting, the world changed again. At this moment, An incomparably bright light rushed directly into the sky. Sword rays directly stood in the sky. These swords were incomparably huge, connecting the sky and the earth. It was simply daunting. Su Yan's heart was filled with love. He didn't know how he should describe this scene. Sure enough, this evil sword is scheming. No wonder the strength he displayed before was so weak. It turns out that he wanted to accumulate strength and explode at this moment. Su Yan did not understand, but Xue Xingchuan had already spoken. Look, after these swords are all connected, doesn't this place look like a birdcage? Xue Xingchuan asked calmly. However, at this moment, Su Yan was so stunned that he almost forgot to circulate his cultivation method. A birdcage? It was not just similar, it was practically a birdcage. This place had actually become a huge birdcage. What was this guy trying to do? Chapter 623. Girls' Literature. A large number of venerables were gathered here. A venerable one's strength was formidable, and his combat strength was terrifying. Even a venerable one could easily destroy mountains and cut off rivers. Moreover, there were so many experts gathered here. With so many experts gathered here, how terrifying would the power be if they all burst out at the same time? It was unimaginable to trap so many experts here at the same time. However, he had already started to do so. Xue Xingchuan said that this sword was an evil sword. Now that he thought about it, that was indeed the case. If it wasn't an evil sword, how could it be so crazy? At this moment, even Su Yan could see the current situation, so these experts naturally did as well. They lifted their heads and stared at the sky. They discovered that this underground world had been sealed off, and they were trapped in a cage like birds in a cage. However, none of the venerables showed any signs of panic. Their strength was not to be underestimated. They didn't even put this situation in their eyes. Many of them even smiled at the situation in front of them. How interesting. Have we become turtles in a jar? Although they didn't care, the crisis was still imminent and the battle between them had to stop. The experts from the demonic sect, the Taihang sword faction, and the blazing flame sect were separated into two groups. Okay, I feel like it's not a good time for us to fight. Someone has clearly set up a trap to keep us here. An expert from the Sunluo temple said. Old man Zhou, do we need you to say that? We're not blind. Can't we see the situation clearly? However, this isn't the most important thing right now. The most important thing is to find the person who set this up. To be honest, I'm looking forward to seeing how bold this person is to set up so many of us. I really want to know how powerful he is. This was an expert from the Fiery Flame sect. His cultivation was so terrifying that he was only slightly weaker than the sect leader and a few others. At this time, the Taihang sword faction, the Wang family's ancestor suddenly said, "The devil sect has always been cunning. Old Devil Zhou, I have received news that your ghost-killing hall's people have already made arrangements in advance, and seem to have used a secret technique to enter the underground world ahead of time. Could it be that the current method was set up by your devil sect?" As soon as the Wang family's patriarch spoke, the expressions of the other supremacies also changed. Everyone knew how powerful the devil sect was. If this was really the devil sect's plan, then what exactly did the devil sect want to do? Could it be that their ambitions had swelled to the point where they wanted to annihilate everyone at the same time? When old man Zhou from Dark Azura Hall saw everyone's gazes land on him, his face couldn't help but darken. There was no need to say much about his own strength, but the people around him were all powerhouses, and almost all of them were on par with him. It wasn't just the Fiery Flame sect, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction, and the other supremacies outside of the three major sects also had their eyes on him. These powerhouses who came from afar all wanted the divine sword. Now that they suddenly heard that the devil sect had made arrangements in advance, they were naturally on high alert. They were afraid that the devil sect had already taken the initiative. The fight for the divine sword would definitely be very fierce. Even if they only took the initiative, they were already very far ahead. Moreover, although these sects that came from afar were far away from the devil sect, the strength of the devil sect and their ambitions were well known. After all, the devil sect had once stirred up a huge war in the ancient times. Although almost 10,000 years had passed, these powerful sects would still pass down the terrifying information of the past to their descendants. The Devil sect was truly ambitious, causing people to be wary and on high alert. At this moment, countless clear and bright lights began to appear between heaven and earth. The appearance of these lights was like the light of the heavens, directly falling down, causing people's hearts to be filled with horror. Even these powerful supremacies were already terrified when faced with such an unforeseen event. Previously they were still indifferent, but now, they could no longer be so calm. At this moment, they were already feeling extremely powerful pressure. This pressure was simply indescribable, as if something was shackling above their heads. What is this? How dare you play tricks in front of me? You're courting death. At this moment, a hot-tempered supremacy finally couldn't take it anymore and directly chose to attack. An ethereal wind suddenly appeared and then directly condensed into a huge wind blade. The wind blade flickered and directly flew towards the sky. That berserk power displayed the enormous strength of that exalted. A two-origin supremacy. The higher the cultivation realm, the more difficult it was. But now, this supremacy's strength had already reached such a level. He wasn't an expert from the three major sects, but the Divine Wind sect that came from afar. This sect's most powerful ability was to circulate the wind. At this moment, as soon as he attacked, it immediately condensed into an extremely terrifying wind blade. The seemingly ordinary wind blade contained great power that could almost cut through the wind. Such a terrifying method made many people very wary. If it wasn't a last resort, they absolutely didn't want to fight with this person. When he attacked, everyone's attention was focused on it. This was an extremely rare opportunity to see the real situation. At this moment, the aurora and the terrifying power had directly collided. The attack of the Venerable from the Divine Wind sect was already powerful enough. However, what made everyone surprised was that when the attack collided with the berserk power, it was instantly eliminated into nothingness. In other words, the power of a two-origin supremacy was actually so weak in front of this aurora. What a powerful light! What's going on? Why is there such power? Could it be that the ancient demon god has awakened? That Venerable of the Divine Wind sect who had attacked immediately retreated backwards and narrowly avoided this attack. However, his face had become very ugly. Obviously, the previous close combat had made him pay a certain price. At this time, there were tigers and wolves around, and he was injured. Not to mention, there was the existence of the mysterious aurora. Naturally, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. In addition to him, everyone's face was also very ugly. Friend, why don't you just come out? Since you've set up this situation, it means that you have enough confidence to deal with us. Since that's the case, why are you still hiding? The old ancestor of the Shui family stood in the sky and said loudly. The sky was very quiet, and his voice kept echoing. At this time, a light flashed in Su Yan's eyes. The Shui family's great ancestor had also come here. He looked at Shui Xingchuan, wanting to know how Shui Xingchuan would react. However, to his surprise, Shui Xingchuan was so calm at this time, as if he didn't see the Shui family's great ancestor here. He didn't speak, and Su Yan also didn't speak. He just looked at the sky. The Shui family's great ancestor frowned, because until now, no one had come. What was this guy trying to do? At this time, the aurora was constantly swaying, as if it would suppress from the sky at any time. Everyone had already seen the power of this aurora, and no one was willing to challenge it again. And if this aurora directly suppressed them, then they could only admit that they were unlucky. At this time, Shui Xingchuan suddenly whispered, Su Yan, once you have the chance, leave here. This place is no longer a place where you can stay. Shui Xingchuan said very solemnly, but he didn't explain the reason to Su Yan. Su Yan didn't answer and just looked forward. At this time, the huge birdcage began to become more oppressive, and then a shadow suddenly appeared. Su Yan looked in the direction of the shadow and saw an extremely beautiful person standing there quietly. Her gaze was so calm, and her entire person was filled with an extremely serene aura. Su Yan naturally wouldn't forget this person who suddenly appeared, because it was her who almost made Su Yan lose his life. Divine sword. No, it should be the evil sword. Her power seems to have become even stronger. Su Yan said softly. At this time, Xue Xingchuan continued. Her name is Cold Jade, and it was originally a saint's sword. However, this sword later backfired on its owner and directly killed the saint. When Xue Xingchuan said this, Su Yan felt as if the sky before him was about to collapse. This sword killed the saint. Su Yan didn't know how powerful the saint was, because in his opinion, whether it was Xue Xingchuan or the saints in front of him, they were all extremely powerful and terrifying figures. To them, destroying mountains and severing rivers was as easy as flipping their palms. However, Su Yan knew that even such figures were extremely weak in front of the saint. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. However, this sword actually backfired on its owner and then killed the saint. You will be very surprised. In fact, I was the same when I first heard this news. That's why the power and terror of this sword is beyond your imagination. Even though there are 13 venerables here, you should understand that in front of an evil sword capable of killing heavenly sovereigns, I'm afraid. Gulp. Su Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. His entire person had become extremely sluggish. Then what is the evil sword trying to do? Su Yan finally asked. He felt that Xue Xingchuan must know something. No, he must know a lot of things, and Su Yan wanted to know everything, so asking this person in front of him was the best way. Chapter 624. Female Literature. What does she want to do? Maybe she wants to become a god. Xue Xingchuan said indifferently. Then, his gaze fell on Su Yan. Kid, how's your recovery? Su Yan said, I've recovered a little, but I'll need 3 more days to fully recover. 3 days, this was already Su Yan's conservative estimate. The injuries he suffered this time were too severe. Even with his abnormal recovery ability, it would still take him several days to fully recover. The 3 days he mentioned was not to fully recover his combat strength, but to not hinder his movements. However, Xue Xingchuan smiled and said, No wonder that old man sent you here. You're really a monster. It's a pity that you're not a disciple of the Xue clan. Otherwise, wouldn't the Taihang sword faction belong to the Xue clan? You'll only need 3 days to fully recover from such severe injuries. Xue Xingchuan took out a crimson pill and said, Here, swallow it. This is really a bargain for you. You should know that this is the Blazing Bodhi, a treasure of the Blazing Flame sect. I haven't even had the chance to eat it myself. As he spoke, he flicked his finger. The Blazing Bodhi turned into a ray of light and entered Su Yan's mouth. The moment the Blazing Bodhi entered his mouth, Su Yan felt as if there was a ball of fire burning in his abdomen. The power of the fire was about to incinerate him. However, after the initial pain, it turned into a sweet and refreshing feeling that dissipated into Su Yan's limbs and bones. For a moment, Su Yan felt that his entire body was filled with energy. The refreshing feeling was unbelievable. At this moment, the injuries in his body began to recover. Isn't it magical? The effect of this thing is even better than the pills of my Xue clan. Back then, in order to obtain this thing, I specially made a trip to the Blazing Flame sect. Xue Xingchuan spoke very calmly, but Su Yan was extremely shocked. How arrogant was this person back then? The Blazing Flame sect is as famous as the Taihang sword faction, so it must be very powerful. However, this person said that it was as easy as visiting a house. He knew that this person was very powerful and arrogant back then, but he did not expect him to have reached such a level. The effect is even better than I had imagined. Although this Blazing Bodhi is indeed powerful, only someone like you would be able to do something like this. Kid, since you've saved me, I'll definitely let you live. While the two of them were talking, all the venerables noticed the woman's appearance. Many venerable ones had strange looks on their faces. Who exactly is this lady? She looked like a fragile porcelain doll that couldn't even stand a gust of wind. However, no one dared to act rashly at this moment. Those who could become venerables were naturally not reckless kids. They could all see the strangeness of the woman in front of them. She was surrounded by whirlwinds. These whirlwinds were not ordinary whirlwinds, but sword qi. The powerful sword qi continued to vibrate at this moment. It had actually cut the surrounding space apart. How powerful and domineering was this? Su Yen found it hard to imagine that there could be such a terrifying aura in this world. In this place, his knowledge was refreshed again and again. However, this was not a bad thing for him. After all, when he saw the sky higher, he knew that he had to work harder to flap his wings. Su Yen already knew that there was such a powerful person in this world. Moreover, this kind of power was beyond his imagination. This did not make him afraid at all. Instead, it made him more motivated. His personality had always been to face difficulties head-on and challenge the pinnacle. In his previous life, his swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle. Although the Taishang sword technique itself played an important role, his tenacity and indomitable character was more important. No, you are a divine sword. The Shui family's ancestor was indeed an ancient figure. Other than the mysterious and unfathomable elder of the ghost-killing palace who was said to have survived from the ancient times, no one else could compare to him in terms of knowledge and experience. At this moment, he had already recognized the existence in front of him. Hearing his words, everyone was incomparably shocked. Divine sword, how is this possible? Even if the divine sword is powerful, how can it transform? At this moment, the peerless expert from the Divine Wind sect who had attacked earlier said in shock. One had to know that in the current 9 regions, one of the 10 great divine swords was in the Divine Wind sect. As an elder of the Divine Wind sect, he was naturally fortunate enough to witness the Divine Wind Skysplitter sword of the Divine Wind sect. The divine sword was indeed very terrifying. Moreover, it had an unimaginable charm and even incomparable spirituality. Even so, it couldn't transform into a human form. At this time, the elder from the Fierce Flame School solemnly said, "That's right, the divine sword is too mystical. In the end, it's only a sword. How can it transform into a human form?" All the venerables frowned as they stared at the little girl. The Shui ancestor's words were too shocking. However, they felt that he was right because there was too much sword energy on this little girl. At this time, an expert from the Devil School suddenly said, "Are you from the Ghost-Killing Hall? Where is Gung Gui?" Another elder from the Sunluo Temple had already sent news that they had failed to stop Gung Gui and allowed him to enter the teleportation formation. Could this guy be the one Gung Gui was talking about? Right after he asked this question, a shadow slowly appeared and stood next to the girl. The elder immediately recognized the person who had suddenly appeared. Gung Gui, he was Gung Gui. After seeing Gung Gui, he became even more certain of his judgment. Damn it, this guy really did set up a trap. Could it be that they had already succeeded? At this time, Gung Gui suddenly reached out. A ghastly claw suddenly appeared and rushed towards him. This time, Yi Shiwen's attack was really out of his expectations. After all, there were many experts here. However, Yi Shiwen didn't care at all and directly attacked. Could it be that Yi Shiwen really wanted to die? If this strange little girl had made a move, he would have been a lot more fearful. After all, the means she had displayed were too strange. However, since the person who had made a move was Gung Gui, he didn't care at all. Gung Gui was indeed powerful, but he wasn't afraid at all. This was because they were both at the 3-origin realm. Myriad phenomena technique. He struck out with his palm, and an endless universe immediately brewed in his palm. The terrifying chi of wind and cloud was constantly circulating. That kind of powerful and invincible power filled their hearts with awe and fear. At this moment, Su Yan's injuries were rapidly recovering, and at this moment, his attention was directed towards the 2 people who were fighting. He was lucky because he was able to directly witness the battle between these 2 experts. Although he couldn't understand a battle between venerables, he forcibly engraved the changes in his mind. As long as his cultivation level increased one day, or if he obtained something from these memories, his strength would immediately increase. The 2 sides only fought for a moment. In just a moment, a miserable scream pierced through the sky. What made the hearts of the venerables heavy was that this scream came from an elder of the Sunluo Temple. Was Gung Gui really that powerful? To be able to instantly injure an elder at the same level? Everyone present was an expert. Naturally, their eyes were very sharp. They had all seen the previous battle with their own eyes. At this time, they finally knew what was wrong. It was Gung Gui's move. No, to be more precise, it was the move he used to injure this elder. Gung Gui's bloodthirsty ghost-killing technique was naturally very powerful, but at the last moment, he didn't use it. Instead, he used a silver light, which was an extremely powerful sword chi. This sword energy was very similar to the woman next to him. The elder screamed, "Gung Gui, does your ghost-slaying hull really want to betray the demonic school? Do you really dare to kill me?" His entire body was trembling. He was furious, but even more so, he was terrified. At this time, a demonic elder appeared next to him. He took out a pill and fed it to him before saying, "No, he's not Gung Gui. In other words, he's not Gung Gui's true body." This elder's eyes were truly sinister, and his actions were also very calm. He knew that despite Gung Gui's arrogance and the ghost-slaying hall wanting to rise, they definitely didn't want to be independent. Thus, they wouldn't kill unless it was absolutely necessary. However, Gung Gui didn't show any mercy. No, it should be said that Gung Gui didn't have any emotions at all. His eyes were empty as if there was nothing else in them except for a very weak sword. Therefore, he was certain that the person in front of him was not Gung Gui at all. Not Gung Gui. No, it should be Gung Gui has been turned into a puppet and is being controlled. Everyone gasped after hearing this. If it was the first case, then it was fine. However, the second possibility was the one that truly shocked them. Gung Gui's reputation had been earned through his own slaughter. To put it bluntly, no more than half of the people present could fight him and not lose. Chapter 625. Female Literature. Everyone was extremely fearful of Gung Gui, especially the ghost-killing hall. They had very strange secret techniques. Once they were used, they would give people a headache. However, such an existence was actually enslaved. Then, how terrifying was the existence that enslaved him? What level had he reached? If Gung Gui could be enslaved by him, then wouldn't everyone present be enslaved by this mysterious and terrifying existence? Venerables were absolute existences that could summon the wind and rain in their respective sections. They stood proudly at the peak of the 9 provinces. No one could bear such consequences. At this time, everyone's gaze once again fell on the little girl next to him. Because at this moment, the little girl had already spoken. Everyone heard it clearly. These 2 words were, impressively, "Submit." Although it was just 2 simple words, it had already caused everyone's expression to change. She actually wanted everyone present to submit to her. At this time, the words of the Shui family's ancestor echoed in their minds again. She was the divine sword. A divine sword that had already taken form. Everyone's breathing had already become heavy. Even if they were venerables at this time, they still felt anxious and uneasy. The person standing in front of them, no, the divine sword, actually wanted to subdue all of them and make them her slaves. The world was about to turn upside down. The faces of the people from the devil sect were especially ugly at this time. No matter what, the ghost-killing hall was one of the devil sect's branches and an extremely important part of it. And Gung Gui was almost the strongest person in the ghost-killing hall. After all, everyone knew that the legendary First Elder was only a legend. Even if he woke up at this time, he couldn't really make a move. However, such an expert, such an important combat force, had actually been refined into a slave. Moreover, they could see that Gung Gui's attention was almost completely focused on him. The previous exchange had already made him understand that it was almost impossible for him to defeat Gung Gui. On the contrary, if Gung Gui wanted to kill him, it would be easy. Gung Gui's original technique was still acceptable. After all, he still had a way to deal with it. However, the silver sword light that Gung Gui used at the last moment terrified him. At this moment, the Shui family's ancestors suddenly spoke. "Everyone, the situation is not good. Although we all have conflicts, I think that these conflicts can't be compared to life and death, right?" Everyone immediately understood what the Shui family's ancestor meant. Wasn't this a matter of life and death? No, it should be more important than life and death. After all, the worst that could happen was that he would vanish into thin air. However, It would be terrible if he became a slave. Muddle-headed and reduced to a tool, such an experience was truly tragic. Shui family's old ghost is right. At this time, we should let go of the internal strife. Divine sword? This is clearly an evil sword. But no matter what, we are not pushovers. Since he dares to attack us, we will let him know how powerful we are and beat him back to his original form. As for how to distribute it, we will see when the time comes. Does anyone have any objections? Another powerhouse said. Everyone nodded. At this moment, the dozen or so venerables had finally decided on the agenda. They had to defeat the divine sword first. Only then could they control everything in their hands. When Su Yan saw this, his heart finally calmed down a little. These venerables finally realized the seriousness of the matter, which was much better. If they continued to fight among themselves, they would only die faster. At this moment, everyone was united. There was still some hope. Shui Xingchuan sneered, at least they have some brains. However, they still want to subdue this sword. I really don't know if they are brave or stupid. Shui Xingchuan was obviously very afraid of this sword. However, Su Yan's imagination was very reasonable. After all, the evil sword had killed a saint venerable back then. An existence with such a record should not be underestimated no matter what. At this moment, all the clouds in the world had gathered toward the west. The moment the endless power was hit, all the venerables understood that it was time to fight for their lives. Such power had already exceeded their expectations. If this power was allowed to increase further, they were afraid that all of them would die. Attack, attack! At this moment, they could no longer sit still and attacked decisively. At this moment, the powerful power boiled directly into the sky, and an extremely dazzling light descended. That kind of dazzling radiance simply made people unable to speak. The violent power continued to blow, and the entire world began to tremble. At this moment, the venerables also attacked. Facing the suppression of the powerful power, they did not hesitate. Everyone attacked at the same time, and the powerful power exploded directly. It was like a landslide or a tsunami. The venerables' goal was very clear, which was to subdue the divine sword directly. At this moment, the woman that the evil sword had transformed into still had a blank expression, as if she did not see everything around her. However, at this moment, Gengge, who was beside her, moved. His body began to flicker with alternating silver and black radiance. These two powers flickered in and out of existence, which was simply terrifying to behold. It was as if the entire world had been condensed to the extreme. The eerie ghost cry and the strong sword aura combined at this moment, and an extremely terrifying power erupted. Seeing the two powers get closer and closer, Su Yan only felt his soul begin to tremble. This kind of power had reached an indescribable level. So strong, so strong. He was referring to Gengge. For him, Genggue's power was already very strong from the beginning. At that time, even if he used the demonic dragon transformation, he could only barely block one of Genggue's attacks. However, Genggue was now even stronger than before. This kind of power had even reached an indescribable level. At this moment, he was actually brazenly resisting the combined attack of more than a dozen venerables. Normally, he would not have dared to imagine such a scene, but now it had appeared in front of him. His soul was constantly trembling, and blood was flowing out of his mouth. Every minute and every second, this kind of power trembled in his heart, as if it was directly beginning to lead him to his death. Between heaven and earth, countless rays of light were constantly flickering. These were the terrifying light of destruction that was constantly devouring everything. As the power of both sides continued to expand, Su Yan's perception was completely blocked. At this moment, Shui Xingchuan suddenly said, "Su Yan, I will send you away now." Although Genggue was a powerful venerable, he definitely did not have the power to contend with more than a dozen venerables. Therefore, at this time, the evil sword Cold Jade must have made a move. In the most ancient of times, the Cold Jade's power was so great that even Shui Xingchuan did not dare to imagine it. However, after that terrifying battle, the evil sword Cold Jade's power was definitely not comparable to that of the past. Therefore, at this moment, All of his energy was probably focused on this point. This was the best time to leave this place. Of course, Xue Xingchuan would not choose to leave because he had other things to do here. However, Su Yan should leave. A battle of this level was simply not something Su Yan could interfere in. In front of experts of this level, even the outermost power was enough to cause fatal injuries to him. Therefore at this time he should leave. Xue Xingchuan directly carried Su Yan. Su Yan's whole body was in pain, but he did not care about it. Break for me! At this moment, the world of ice and snow outside was already in chaos. Terrifying turbulence was everywhere. If not for Xue Xingchuan's lead, it would be extremely difficult for Su Yan to leave this place. Xue Xingchuan's terror was on display once more. He directly punched out, and the terrifying wind from his fist pushed everything aside. Such a terrifying and violent power, in the face of such a blow, was simply frighteningly weak. Everything was as fragile as a piece of paper. He directly walked forward and then said to Su Yan, "Su Yan boy, after I send you out of here, don't come back. Remember, if you can, immediately return to the Taihang sword faction. This Taihang sword faction is not a safe place. This is my advice to you." Xue Xingchuan's sudden words to Su Yan surprised Su Yan. However, he believed that Xue Xingchuan would not return it to him. There was no reason, he just believed without any reason. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly said, "Senior Xue Dong is just outside the ruins. Do you want to see him?" Previously, he had asked Xue Dong to return to the Taihang sword faction. However, from Xue Dong's gaze, this guy probably did not want to go back just like that. After all, he still wanted to see his father. Xue Dong. Hearing these two words, even a hero like Xue Xingchuan was stunned. After all, that was his son, his only son. For so many years, he had been sealed in this underground world. It had been too long since he had seen Xue Dong. Now, of course, he missed his own child. However, in the end he still said, "Forget it, let him grow up on his own. Su Yan, I am not a good father. However, this is something that can't be helped. I am burdened with many things. These things are not something that you can understand. Help me give this to that child. If possible, help me protect him." A jade pendant appeared in Xue Xingchuan's hand. The jade pendant fell into Su Yan's hand, and a mysterious power appeared. Su Yan immediately knew that this was definitely a precious treasure. Xue Xingchuan was actually willing to give such a thing to him directly. It was clear that he trusted him completely. Chapter 626. Female Literature. Senior, don't worry. I'll definitely give this to Xue Dong, Su Yan said solemnly. Xue Xingchuan shook his head and said, "All right, I believe you. But if he can't take it, you can take it." Xue Xingchuan didn't seem to care about such a precious item. At this moment, the wind and clouds gathered in the sky again. A sword intent suddenly shot out from the terrifying roar and chased after Xue Xingchuan and Su Yan. "Senior Xue, be careful." Su Yan turned his head to look and was stunned. Who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would happen at such a time? The evil sword Cold Jade had locked onto the two of them. Facing so many experts, it still wanted to deal with the two of them. What was this Cold Jade thinking? Xue Xingchuan suddenly said, "Damn it, what did you do to make the evil sword so crazy? Its target is you." Xue Xingchuan was very sure that the evil sword Cold Jade had locked onto Su Yan. He had been sealed here for dozens of years and knew a little about the evil sword Cold Jade. He was confident that he could avoid the evil sword Cold Jade. He thought that he could avoid the evil sword Cold Jade's perception at this juncture. But he didn't expect that the evil sword Cold Jade had locked onto Su Yan. "Tell me, what did you do?" Xue Xingchuan wanted to know what Su Yan had that made the evil sword so concerned. Su Yan said, "It's nothing. The evil sword wanted to enslave me and make me a sword slave. But the sword intent that it stabbed into my sea of consciousness was destroyed by me." Su Yan didn't dare to say that the revered sword soul had devoured his sword intent. After all, this was his core secret. But even so, Xue Xingchuan was very surprised. "You're saying that its sword intent had already entered your sea of consciousness, but you're still safe and sound. You brat, you really have a precious treasure. It must be that treasure that attracted her." No, you must leave this world. Since your treasure has attracted her attention, it must be of great use to her. Once she obtains it, she will become even more powerful. With Xue Xingchuan's words, Su Yan immediately understood that this evil sword Cold Jade was probably greedy for his revered supreme sword soul. Of course, it was not just the revered sword soul. He had too many treasures on him. Whether it was the soul-suppressing seal or the four-direction seal, they were both coveted treasures. He didn't know what evil sword Cold Jade wanted, but this made Su Yan feel alert. These almighty experts were too powerful and terrifying. Their abilities were simply beyond Su Yan's imagination. He was afraid that if he was not careful, he would be targeted by them. After all, he was a typical child with many treasures. Senior, I understand. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan directly threw Su Yan into the air, and Su Yan flew through the air like a shot put. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan directly turned around. In the next moment, he began to condense sword qi. In the end, this sword qi appeared. The dense sword qi floated and directly exploded with an extremely terrifying power. This terrifying power exploded and immediately formed a second ring of light in the air. Xue Xingchuan suddenly retreated. He had used all his strength in this attack and finally blocked the sword qi. Damn it, after so many years, he has accumulated such a powerful strength. Damn it, damn it. He kept roaring in anger, and the light in his eyes flickered. But at this moment he was finally relieved. After all, although it was difficult, he still blocked the sword qi. However, at this moment, a light suddenly appeared. It was actually another sword qi. Damn it. He was suddenly alarmed. He never expected that evil sword Cold Jade would value Su Yan to this extent. It had no intention of giving up at all. This sword qi was also very powerful. And because he relaxed his mind earlier, this sword qi had already escaped his control. At this moment, he attacked again, but it was already a little too late. But in the end, he still attacked again. A powerful sword qi appeared again. If Su Yan looked back at this moment, he would see that this power was shining with a golden light, and it was somewhat similar to his Buddha's infinite technique. The force directly pierced the sword. Although it could not stop the sword, it still weakened the power of the sword by a bit. Kid, I can only help you this much. The rest is up to your luck, he said silently in his heart. At this moment, he directly rushed into the terrifying explosion. In the explosion, more than 10 venerables were struggling to hold on. In just a short while, these venerables were already in a very difficult situation. Everyone's face was very gloomy. Countless sword qi were scattered around them, and these sword qi had turned into demons, which was extremely terrifying. Sword slave. The evil sword Cold Jade was standing in the middle of the crowd. Her body was emitting rays of light, which were firmly suppressing everyone. At this moment, her eyes flickered, and the light kept suppressing them. At this moment, she actually wanted to refine everyone into her sword slaves. Her ambition was truly terrifying. Everyone who can think of a way to break out of this situation. If not, I'm afraid we'll all die here. At this moment, a venerables roared. At this moment, they were at the end of their rope, and it seemed like they would be destroyed in the next moment. Just as he said, if no one could break out of this situation at this moment, everyone would probably die here. However, at this point, no one had enough means to break out of this situation. Of course, there might be someone who had enough means, but at this moment, they were still hoping for a fluke, and they kept thinking that someone would make a move. These old things were extremely cunning, and they would definitely not give up hope until the very end. They always thought that at this moment of life and death, someone would show their trump card and turn the situation around. They could also use this opportunity to make a last stand. However, at this moment, the terrifying oppressive force was getting stronger and stronger. To put it bluntly, if this continued, they would definitely be annihilated. At this moment, they were like a flock of caged birds. They were still unaware that they had a way out and wanted to turn the situation around, but they did not know that the net was getting tighter and tighter. The cooperation between Gung Gue and the evil sword Cold Jade was simply flawless. Under such power, all of them felt a deep pressure. At this moment, they were shocked to find that the sword qi had begun to enter their limbs and bones. At this moment, even if they wanted to exert their strength, they could no longer remain calm. Am I really going to die here like this? Forget it, even if I die here, it's still better than dying of old age and being depressed in the end. His eyes flickered with light, and in the end he had forgotten everything. It was at this moment that an extremely powerful sword light appeared. As soon as the sword light appeared, it directly tore everything apart. The terrifying power swept through like a gale, and the violent power was simply boundless. The powerful force was constantly rioting at this moment, and it seemed to want to directly break the terrifying sword chi released by the evil sword Cold Jade. "It's you, lowly servant." At this moment, the Cold Jade's mouth let out a sharp and cold roar. The sound turned into sound waves that directly rushed toward the sword chi like a wave. At this moment, Gung Gui directly made his move. At this moment, a roar was heard. "You old things, take this opportunity to quickly use your trump cards, if you don't mind living too long." His voice was like thunder, so much so that everyone felt the vibration. At this moment, many venerables realized that the power that was originally imprisoning their bodies had weakened a lot. At this moment, they all rushed into the sky without any hesitation. After all, this was an extremely rare opportunity. If they did not take advantage of this to get rid of the crisis, they would probably die immediately. However, they were even more surprised that someone would actually make a move at this moment. Could it be that the follow-up reinforcements of the sect had arrived? At this moment, the Shui family's ancestor trembled all over because he recognized the voice. "It's you!" The Shui family's ancestor was extremely shocked. He originally thought that this person should be dead. The reason why he let Su Yan come here was to try his luck at the last moment. However, he did not expect Shui Xingchuan to actually appear in front of him at this moment. "Cut the crap, old thing. Quickly use your trump card and let's all escape." As his power rioted, everything was overturned. The violent power was constantly vibrating at this moment, and finally, it began to turn into rays of light and dissipated into nothingness. As soon as the restraining force dispersed, the exalts immediately became lively again. One of the saints roared, "We were caught off guard earlier, and that's why we were restrained by this bastard. But now we've recovered our strength. Everyone, attack with your full strength. We have over 10 exalts here." With his roar, the people who were about to escape trembled. It was obvious that they were also tempted. Indeed, to a large extent, they fell into the enemy's hands because they underestimated the enemy and did not know the enemy's true strength. At this moment, they were more or less clear about the enemy's strength, so they immediately knew that as long as they did not hold back, defeating the enemy would not be a dream at all. However, at this moment, Shui Xingchuan sneered, "Humph, what a bunch of reckless fools. Since you want to die so much, then stay here." Chapter 627. Female Literature. Then he looked at the old ancestor of the Shui family and said, "Old man, I'm glad you're still alive. I know you don't have much time left and you want to make a last stand. But trust me, the power of this evil sword is beyond your imagination. Leave with me." Shui Xingchuan showed no respect for the Shui ancestor at all. When he said this, he was already flying towards the sky. A look of unwillingness flashed in the eyes of the Shui family's ancestor. After all, he was different from others. If others gave up, so be it. He didn't lose anything, but he lost the hope of living. He longed for the divine sword and hoped to obtain it. Then, he could comprehend the method to break through to the next realm and prolong his life. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and followed Shui Xingchuan. If it was a long time ago, he wouldn't have done this. But as he got closer and closer to death, he became more and more afraid of death. Although he had made up his mind, he still chose to trust Shui Xingchuan after seeing how fearful Shui Xingchuan was of the evil sword. He then thought of the sword's terrifying performance and chose to follow Shui Xingchuan. After all, as long as he was alive, it was worth it even if it was just a second. Many venerables were unwilling. No, all of them were. But seeing Shui Xingchuan and the Shui ancestor leave so quickly, their hearts were shaken. A few venerables also left, including the experts from the Taihang sword faction, the Wang family, and the Feng family. After all, they knew how much the Shui ancestor valued this divine sword. He wouldn't give it up even if there was only a glimmer of hope. But now he just turned around and left. It was clear that this hope was close to zero. Of course, there were also those who didn't want to leave. Among them were the experts from the Devil sect and the Scorching Flame sect. At this moment, these experts had already unleashed their powers and charged towards the evil sword Cold Jade. The first was the expert from the Devil sect's Sunluo temple. He directly took out a terrifying white skeleton. This white skeleton was the skeleton of a senior from the Devil sect thousands of years ago. With the passage of time, not only did the skeleton not corrode, it became even stronger. It was to the extent that this kind of strength had already surpassed everyone's imagination. After the efforts of the Sunluo temple for generations, he was finally refined into a Sunluo bone god. Such terrifying power was simply unimaginable. This time, in order to obtain the divine sword, he directly took the skeleton. The moment the Sunluo bone god appeared, an unimaginable force rushed over. This kind of terrifying feeling was truly incomparably frightening. The boundless sword chi was like a layer of the sky, but this Sunluo bone god was like a super existence that could tear apart the sky. Such a terrifying and mighty power was simply shocking. Everything in this world was sinking. This was the terrifying destructive power of the Sunluo bone god. This kind of extremely terrifying destructive power made everyone see hope. There were even a few venerables who were ready to leave. After seeing the scene, they felt relieved and felt that there was hope. Thus, they began to re-engage in the battle. Xue Xingchuan didn't care about this. He only sneered and said, "Venerables? Ha, they're just a bunch of short-sighted idiots." He didn't shy away from ridiculing. His words were naturally heard by the Xue ancestor. He directly asked, "Xingchuan, do you know something?" Although Xue Xingchuan had been missing for almost 20 years, the scholar ancestor clearly remembered how arrogant and battle-hungry Xue Xingchuan was as the most outstanding genius of the Xue clan and even the Taihang sword faction. He had watched Xue Xingchuan grow up, but he had never seen Xue Xingchuan show any fear. But now, Xue Xingchuan wasn't afraid. He had completely given up and didn't even have a sliver of hope. The power of the Sunluo bone god was truly terrifying. Even he had to admit this. Just a moment ago, he had even wanted to turn around and fight. But Xue Xingchuan's words made him stop. Xue Xingchuan looked at the Xue clan ancestor and said, "Old thing, I know you're anxious to prolong your life, but I don't mind telling you that if you go there now, you'll just be thinking about the Sunluo bone god. That thing is just child's play. This evil sword killed a saint venerable back then." Xue Xingchuan's last words almost made the Xue clan ancestor unable to stand. Killed a saint venerable. How powerful was a saint venerable? In the current Jojo continent, the words saint venerable had never been heard of. The founder of the Taihang sword faction, Taihang Venerable, was only a peak emperor back then. Everyone knew how powerful the divine sword was, but among the current 10 great divine swords, no one had heard of such a glorious battle record. Not to mention killing a saint venerable, even killing an emperor venerable was a terrifying thing. Xue Xingchuan's words completely dispelled the Xue clan ancestors' thoughts. It was simply unimaginable how powerful the blood of a saint venerable was. Legend had it that a drop of a saint venerable's blood was enough to kill a venerable. And a 5 essences venerable at that. Since this sword was stained with the blood of a saint venerable, what were these people in front of it? However, at this point he was still unwilling to believe it. He then asked in a trembling voice, "Is what you said true?" Xue Xingchuan smiled and said, "Believe it or not, it's up to you." While they were talking, the entire world changed again. At this moment, the cage changed again, and finally turned into an extremely terrifying long sword. This long sword was indomitable, and many existences could only see its hilt. The moment this powerful force appeared, the entire sky began to tremble, and even produced a series of noises, as if a sorrowful bird was crying out continuously. The many existences who had been clamoring for a counterattack were completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The appearance of such a power had completely exceeded their imagination. Such a sword could easily crush everything. Sunluo Bone God was extremely arrogant before, as if he could tear everything apart. However, in an instant, Sunluo Bone God was shaking nonstop, and the mysterious white bone radiance outside his body began to tremble, as if it would dissipate at any time. Other than Sunluo Bone God, the other venerables who rushed over were pulled in by the powerful force and could not escape at all. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan's expression kept changing. He originally stayed here to prevent the evil sword Cold Jade from enslaving all these venerables. However, he later realized that he had no way to deal with such a powerful and terrifying existence. If he tried to force a change, he would probably lose his life. Therefore, he immediately retreated after disrupting the evil sword Cold Jade's plan. However, he did not expect the evil sword Cold Jade to be so powerful that it was far beyond his expectations. This terrifying power had begun to shake the entire world. Although he and old ancestor Xue were far enough from the evil sword Cold Jade, they were still enveloped by this power. At this moment, old ancestor Xue suddenly narrowed his eyes and said, "This is really amazing. This ice world is the inner world of the evil sword Cold Jade. We thought we were smart and thought it was a small world formed by the instability of space after the battle, but we did not expect that this is a small world, a cage." Old ancestor Xue's words made Xue Xingchuan suddenly realize that he had not thought of this point after so many years. Actually, this was not his fault. After all, although his battle strength was strong, his realm was not as high as old ancestor Xue's, and his vision was not as good. The so-called small world was a mysterious space opened up in the body of a true powerhouse after they had succeeded in their cultivation. Inside this space was the accumulation of endless spirit qi, and also the manifestation of the laws. Legend has it that when this small world was cultivated to the extreme, it could replace the entire world. Of course, it was extremely difficult to form a small world. At the end of the path of cultivation, one would be a venerable. Venerables were divided from 1 to 5, and above that was the Tao Sovereign. Above the Tao Sovereign was the Sovereign, who controlled endless laws, and above that was the Holy Sovereign. Only the Holy Sovereign could open up a small world. This was why the Holy Sovereign was known as the ruler of the world. However, from ancient times until now, even after going through all the Taoist scriptures, there was no mention of a divine sword that could open up a small world. However, with old ancestor Xue's knowledge, there was no way he would be wrong. This was probably a small world. No, this is not the evil sword Cold Jade's small world, but the demon god Ice Extinctions. Xue Xingchuan suddenly said, as if he had thought of something. Old ancestor Xue's gaze fell on him and then asked, "Xingchuan, what do you know? Tell me quickly, or we will also die here." Old ancestor Xue was panicking. Although his death was approaching, he really did not want to die. "I only know some incomplete information. You should know that when the demon race invaded, the 7 saints of the 9 states continent led many sovereigns to meet the attack in the departed soul world and finally defeated the demon race, right?" Old ancestor Xue's expression became even more serious. Although this matter had been forgotten by many, as long as one knew about it, they would not forget it. 7 saints. That was the era in the history of the human world where the most saints gathered. How strong was the power of the saint? They were almost godlike existences, but so many experts still died in this battle. Moreover, it was a complete annihilation. Chapter 628. Female Literature, What does this have to do with what's happening now? Ancestor Xue was shocked, but it was not the right time to talk about this. "I don't know, but I feel like there's a connection. Also, if I'm not wrong, evil sword Han Yu wants to become a god," Xue Xingchuan said. While the two were talking, the pressure from the sword aura became even stronger. The small world was also changing constantly. Sword slave, demon god extreme ice, to become a god. The Xue clan's ancestor was in a complete mess. He couldn't find a single clue. And at this moment, the dark berserk and even terrifying power had already suppressed them. "Damn it, this time I'm going to die here." His heart was filled with sorrow. At this moment, snowflakes started to fall in this small world. These snowflakes were not ordinary snowflakes, they were the condensation of terrifying demonic power. The appearance of such power was like adding fuel to the fire for many supremacies. At this moment, they suddenly felt their life force drain away. Damn it, my life force, there's a powerful and terrifying existence that wants to devour my life force. At this moment, the supremacies were wailing. Ancestor Shui was the one who felt it the most. His life force was already weak, and now that it was being sucked away, it was even more terrifying. I understand now. This evil sword Cold Jade actually wants to sacrifice us directly. Damn it, it wants to sacrifice us to awaken this small world and become a god. It wants to become a god. Ancestor Shui began to roar. At this moment he finally guessed the evil sword's intention. Evil sword Cold Jade was a divine sword, and it was above all other divine swords. For some unknown reason, after he killed the saint, he had his own ambitions. Gods were an illusory legend. When a saint's power broke through to the limit, his small world could replace the big world, and he became a god. What Han Yu was doing now was to awaken the world of extreme ice. If I'm not wrong, this evil sword wants to sacrifice this small world and make it hers, then use it as a foundation to walk on the path to becoming a god. Damn it. Old Ancestor Shui's wisdom was indeed extraordinary. In an instant he had already guessed everything. But what was the use of guessing it? Now he had become a turtle in a jar. In the eyes of ordinary people, his methods were exceedingly powerful. But in front of this person, he was like a weak child. At this moment, the small world of extreme ice had become their cage. No, to be more precise, it was their coffin, their burial ground. At this time, the Sanluo Hall expert at the very front had been directly killed, along with everything connected to the Sanluo bone god. Behind him, 2 other venerables followed in his footsteps. The fall of the 3 venerables was so sudden. There was no earth-shattering roar, nor was there any terrifying resistance. They just silently fell like this. At this point, all of the surviving venerable ones no longer had any thoughts of being lucky. Leave this damned place as soon as possible. Only then will there be hope for survival. That was all they could think of at the moment. Alas, it was too late for them to run now. The terrifying glacier directly went against the sky and turned into a gigantic and ferocious devil's claw. Such a terrifying devil's claw contained an extremely domineering aura that could crush everything. This terrifying power crushed the hope in the venerables' hearts. Under the power of this devil's claw, these venerables who were already in conflict began to be attracted over. Their magic power was clearly exceedingly high, but at this time, they were like fish on the chopping block, without any strength at all. At this time, a strong gale began to dance in the sky. This terrifying whistling sound seemed to be the final song of life. Fear, terror, trembling, despair. These emotions filled the hearts of all the venerables. Even Shui Xingchuan couldn't resist this pessimism. Though he had never underestimated this evil sword Cold Jade, he still underestimated its terrifying power. Dead, everyone will die here. Fortunately, he sent Su Yan out at the last moment. Firstly, he exchanged that favor. Secondly, Su Yan would probably take good care of Shui Dong for his sake. He could barely die without regrets. Just as he was laughing bitterly, Ancestor Shui appeared in front of him. At this moment, Ancestor Shui's white hair was dancing wildly. His face had become extremely haggard. Although he had never been that young due to the passage of time, the current him was simply old and clumsy. Shui Xingchuan, listen to this old man. Right now, this old man is going to activate his secret technique and focus all of his power on you. With this old man's power, your cultivation will instantly soar. Take advantage of this moment and try to leave this place. No matter what, you have to try. Ancestor Shui's roar stunned Shui Xingchuan. He didn't expect Shui Xingchuan to make such a decision. Back then, the reason he left the Shui family was related to this Ancestor Shui. In fact, many people didn't know that the Ancestor Shui had made a decision back then. Possession. More than 20 years ago, the Ancestor Shui had started to worry about his lifespan. In order to prolong his life, he had asked the sect master to let him comprehend the Taixing sword. Unfortunately, he had failed. At that time, his pursuit of life could be considered crazy. Therefore, in his madness, he had made a crazy decision, and that was to possess. Xue Xingchuan, who rose like a star, had given him hope. His body had started to wither, and his soul had also started to weaken. However, if he could possess Xue Xingchuan, he would be reborn in another way. Moreover, because of Xue Xingchuan's body, his power would become even stronger. He might even break through his limits and break through to become a Dao sovereign. It was because of this that Xue Xingchuan had left the Taihang sword faction and escaped into these ruins. It was because of this that the upper echelons of the Taihang sword faction had been so secretive about this matter. It was because of the ancestor Xue's greed. It was also because of this that Xue Xingchuan didn't have a good impression of the Xue clan. He even hated this ancestor Xue. In the past, the ancestor Xue was willing to do anything to kill Xue Xingchuan. But now, he was willing to give up his life to find a way out for Xue Xingchuan. The ancestor Xue directly said, "What are you waiting for? There's not much time left. This devouring power is getting stronger and stronger." Just as he had said, the suction force of the small world had become even stronger with the death of that Dark Azura Hall elder. Moreover, as time passed, the suction force would probably become even more terrifying. If they didn't make a decision now, they would all die here. Xue Xingchuan directly shouted, "No, old geezer, if you use this secret art, your soul will perish for eternity. You won't even have a chance to reincarnate." This secret art of the Xue clan required burning one's soul to forcibly inject one's own power into the opponent's body. However, the price of this secret art was extremely high. The soul would disappear for eternity. Generally speaking, the souls of powerful venerables could be reincarnated even if they died, or they could be preserved through other means. Just like Venerable Ghost Flame, Venerable White Bone, and the others had preserved their souls. Although their bodies were dead, they still had their consciousness and there was still hope for resurrection one day. However, when the soul was burned, it would completely turn into ashes. Everything would dissipate. This was an extremely serious, no, a terrible price to pay. Moreover, even if the person who used this secret art obtained all the power, it would still dissipate with the passage of time. Therefore, almost no one would use such a secret technique because the losses would outweigh the gains. The ancestor Xue who used to do anything to obtain his own life, including killing his own descendant, now had to give up everything including his soul to help Xue Xingchuan. "Cut the crap. Take it." After roaring, the Xue clan ancestor began to circulate his own power. A thick radiance soared into the sky. This blazing flame was perhaps the most dazzling radiance of the Xue clan ancestor's life. "Xue Xingchuan, this old man truly did something wrong to you back then. This matter was also the worst decision this old man has made in this life. However, seeing that this old man has spent his entire life for the Xue clan, if you can safely leave this place, then you must properly protect the Xue clan, properly protect the Taihang sword faction." In the blink of an eye, the Xue clan ancestor's voice had become extremely thin, and in the end, it had completely vanished. Such an expert of a generation had died just like that. Not even his final mark had been left behind. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan suddenly felt an indescribable pressure. Damn it, you old thing, you schemed against this old man when you were alive, and now you're doing this in death. This old man is truly unwilling." Xue Xingchuan looked up at the black hole in the sky. That was the final exit of this small world. If he couldn't leave this small world before the black hole closed, he would remain here for all eternity. Since old geezer Xue had fought for one last chance for him, he had to try no matter what. An unprecedented power erupted. Although the Xue clan ancestor's cultivation was not obvious due to his old age, he was still a true 5 essences expert. Chapter 629. Female Literature. Xue Xingchuan's power was already very strong. Now that he had received a direct infusion of power from a non-origin realm expert, his power was even more terrifying. At this moment, he even felt that he had begun to break through the realm of Dao Master. With the support of such a powerful aura, he immediately broke free of control and began to fly towards the last black spot in the sky. That black spot was his last chance. If he could not leave before the black spot disappeared, he would probably end up like the venerables here. He would be killed directly and his spiritual energy would be sucked dry. Therefore, no matter what, he had to leave. The distance between this place and the black spot wasn't too far. In fact, it even felt like it was right in front of them. However, such a close distance was like the distance between heaven and earth. No matter how hard he tried, he could not touch it. Damn it, damn it! Xue Xingchuan roared angrily in his heart. He had already used up all his strength, but at this moment his body was still being pulled by this huge force. He moved at the speed of a turtle. The evil sword Cold Jade's own strength was naturally not so strong, but Xue Xingchuan now understood that the evil sword Cold Jade had started to set up a trap from a long time ago. It continued to gather all its strength and then exploded in one day. Even he could not break this terrifying accumulation of power. What was worse was that the black hole was about to close. His hope was getting slimmer and slimmer. When the black hole truly closed, it would be the time to sentence him to death. However, at this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared. Supreme sun-shattering slash. An incomparably bright and blazing light appeared directly. The dazzling light shone out and forcibly stopped the shrinking of the black hole. Seeing this scene, Xue Xingchuan could not help but be stunned for a moment. At this moment, Su Yan's voice directly entered his ears. "Senior, hurry up. I can't hold on for long." Xue Xingchuan immediately woke up. It was actually Su Yan. This kid who had already left had actually come back to get involved in this mess. Now it seemed that he owed him even more. However, he understood that this was definitely not the time to be in a daze. He directly urged his strength and then suddenly accelerated. The traction force became more and more terrifying, and his speed became slower and slower, but he still worked hard. If he stopped, he would die. Only by moving forward could he find a way to survive. In front of such power, he was absolutely clear about his priorities. Su Yan's eyes shone brightly. There seemed to be flames burning in his pupils. Right now, he was risking his life to support the black hole. If it wasn't for a terrifying sword move like the supreme sun-shattering slash, he wouldn't have been able to do it at all. Unfortunately, although he had tried his best, as time passed, the power supporting him gradually decreased. If this continued, he would immediately be killed by the black hole. It was time for him to leave. This was what Su Yan's rationality told him. However, at this time, Su Yan had no intention of giving up at all. No matter how difficult it was, he did not want to give up so easily at this time. Endless light flickered in his eyes. This was the flame formed by his resolute will. As he urged his strength, the two dragon souls in his pupils directly rushed out. The dragon souls circled around his body, causing his strength to become slightly stronger. It was also because of this that he was finally able to persist in supporting the black hole. Finally, when Su Yan's strength was about to be exhausted, Xue Xingchuan had already arrived in front of him. The two of them were only 3 meters apart, but it was this 3 meters distance that seemed to have become a natural moat. The power of the small world had erupted to its peak, and 2 more venerables were directly killed. One of them was an expert from the Wang family of the Taihang sword faction. The great ancestor of the Wang family and the great ancestor of the Feng family did not come personally this time. After all, at that time, the sect master had already said that this trip was likely to be very risky. If they were not careful, they would directly die. Naturally, the 2 great ancestors would not personally take the risk, so this time, it was the other experts from the family who followed. After all, they still wanted to have a share of the loot. However, at this time, the venerable one from the Wang family died just like that. "Senior, hurry up." Su Yan gritted his teeth. He was already at his limit from withstanding such a huge pressure. If this continued, his body would probably be directly crushed. After all, he was currently only in the dragon realm. He was able to reach this stage because of his terrifying combat strength, his strong body, and the regal sword codex. At this time, Xue Xingchuan suddenly sighed. The power that the great ancestor of the Xue family had instilled into him had begun to fade. He could no longer take half a step forward, and even had the tendency to retreat. "Su Yan, you brat, I'm already very happy that you can do this. Now, get lost." He knew that at this time he was most likely going to die, But he did not want Su Yan to die here, so he just angrily scolded him. At this time, a voice was heard. "Don't panic." These two words calmly sounded, but they gave people endless confidence. Almost at the same time that the voice sounded, Su Yan felt that his entire body was indescribably relaxed. The berserk power no longer posed any pressure to him. Not only him, but Xue Xingchuan also felt the same. Moreover, this voice sounded very familiar. It seemed that he had not heard this voice for almost 20 years. Faction Master. Xue Xingchuan finally saw the face of this person in his mind. At this very moment, the only one who could possess such power and make him so familiar with it was the mysterious sect leader of the Taixing Sword sect. It was at this moment that the black hole was directly torn apart. This feeling was like a piece of black cloth being directly torn apart. Su Yan's eyes shone brightly, and then he looked up. He did not know when this person was standing there. He had seen this person before. Back when he and Wang Baichuan fought, when both of them were almost exhausted, this person made a move. In just a few moves, he and Wang Baichuan fell into a deep sleep at the same time, and then lost consciousness. At that time, he only felt that this person was a god. Later on, of course, he found out the identity of this person. He was the faction master of the Taihang Sword faction, mysterious and powerful. Around him, the violent space directly stabilized. The wind was calm, and there was not the slightest fluctuation. At this time, the expert of the Divine Wind sect finally couldn't resist anymore. He was directly pulled over and landed on the giant glacial claw. The giant glacial claw grabbed him and directly crushed him. After that, his flesh and divine soul power dissipated and was swallowed by the small world. Next was a venerable from the Feng clan. After this venerable bitterly held on, he was finally out of strength. Just as he was about to be caught by the giant glacier claw, the glacier claw actually shattered in an instant. And there was one more person in front of him. Seeing this person, the light of hope was released from his desperate eyes. Faction Master, it's actually the Faction Master. He did not expect that the Faction Master would directly come and save him at this time. Faction Master, save me. A dignified venerable actually directly shouted such words. However, under such circumstances, it was considered normal. Even venerables were so fragile at the juncture of life and death. The faction master of the Divine Sword sect nodded directly, and then said, "Don't worry, everything is up to me." He waved his hand, and an endless amount of sword chi directly burst out. The terrifying sword chi seemed to have begun to fight with the fierce wind, with the glacier, and with the entire world. In an instant, the roar of the fierce wind had stopped, and the terrifying whistling sound had disappeared. Everything was as if it had never happened at all. At this time, Evil Sword Hanyu's gaze fell directly on the faction master of the Taihang Sword faction. Unlike other times, there was coldness and seriousness in her eyes. The faction master of the Taihang Sword faction was really good. Even Evil Sword Hanyu, who had once killed a Saint Venerable, was very afraid of her. At this time, Gong Gray, who was beside her, directly rushed up. Under the stimulation of the sword chi, his potential was forced out without any regard for his own life. The powerful force directly formed a terrifying ghost shadow. This ghost shadow was larger than ever before, and the pressure it emitted was even more terrifying. His attack suddenly fell, and he wanted to directly tear the faction master of the Taihang Sword faction apart. Wherever the huge ghost claw passed, a fierce wind would suddenly burst forth. Between heaven and earth, everything began to tremble continuously. The faction master of the Taihang Sword faction seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious light. His surroundings were peaceful, as if the space he was in was no longer the mysterious small world of extreme ice. When Ghost Claw arrived in front of him, he smiled lightly and then said, "The dignified second elder of the ghost-killing hall has actually become a sword slave. How sad. Seeing that you're not bad, I'll help you." As his voice fell, he directly stretched out a finger, and the shadow of a sword appeared at the tip of his finger. The light sword intent became an existence that crossed heaven and earth in the next moment. The powerful sword intent turned and directly cut the terrifying ghost claw in half. After the sword intent cut the ghost claw, it did not stop at all. Instead, it directly rushed toward Gung Gui, and then suddenly rushed into his body. At this time, Gung Gui directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression changed, and in the end he fell from the sky, unconscious. Gung Gui, who had used his strongest attack after stimulating all of his potential, was directly defeated just like that. The faction master of the Taihang sword faction once again displayed his terrifying means. At this time, the 7 venerables who were lucky enough to survive all began to shout, "Senior Taihang, please save our lives." Chapter 630. Female Literature. If this was before, these venerables would have been proud and arrogant. How could they possibly lower their heads like this? But now, in the face of the threat of death, they understood how weak they were. The appearance of the Taihang sword faction's faction leader was a powerful backer. If they didn't hold on tight now, they might be the next ones to die. The Taihang sword faction's faction leader nodded and said, "You can all leave now. This is not something you can participate in. Your faction leader and the others will be here soon." The Taihang sword faction's faction leader's words made these people feel as if they had been pardoned. They went from being ambitious to begging for their lives like dogs in a matter of seconds. But they had to be strong. Now they only felt grateful. At this moment, the evil sword Cold Jade flew up. When the venerables saw this, they couldn't care less and headed straight for the black hole in the sky. Xue Xingchuan and Su Yan stood outside the black hole, their eyes fixed on the Taihang sword faction's faction leader. They wanted to know how their faction leader was going to deal with the terrifying evil sword Cold Jade. Die! The evil sword Cold Jade's incarnation, the cold little girl, only uttered one word. At this moment, the entire small world of extreme ice shook. The glacier turned into a sword, the wind turned into a sword, and even the earth turned into a sword. Everything had transformed into the purest form of sword chi, and the sword chi was unstoppable. This was the power of a small world. Moreover, this was because this small world didn't belong to Cold Jade. If it was his own small world, the power would be many times stronger. She has already started to refine the small world and is going to become a god? Xue Xingchuan knew that Ancestor Xue's guess was right. At this moment, the venerables calmed down and looked at the battle. Such a terrifying attack filled them with despair. They wanted to see how this senior would deal with it. At this moment, this senior had already begun to wave his arm. Then an extremely powerful sword chi burst out. Compared to evil sword Cold Jade's endless sword chi, his sword was much more direct and simple. However, all of this made people feel an extremely terrifying power. A massive aura descended and slammed onto the ground. The violent energy vibrated continuously as the entire world started to change. This time, the radiance between heaven and earth began to surge, and the two forces began to directly confront each other. The small world of ice extinction began to shake violently. Glaciers shattered, gales died out, and the earth sank. This kind of power was actually terrifying to such an extent. Su Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. Within the Taihang sword faction, the faction leader's will was a godlike existence. Now that Su Yan had witnessed his true strength, he realized that this was indeed the case. Who would be able to withstand this kind of power? Xue Xingchuan's complexion was even more solemn than Su Yan's. His cultivation level far surpassed Su Yan's, so the things he saw were naturally much clearer than Su Yan's, and also much further in the future. Even he was shocked by the faction leader's power. Back then, this faction leader rose from nothing and defeated the experts of the 3 great clans with an unstoppable momentum. He took the position of faction leader in his hands, and no one could do anything about it. Even the deep-rooted 3 great clans were afraid of him. Now, they were even more in awe of him. Countless radiances were constantly condensing, and the powerful energy was constantly changing. The confrontation between the two was becoming more and more blurry. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan said to Su Yan, "Su Yan brat, you have great talent and unparalleled potential, so you must see this kind of battle clearly. Let me lend you a hand." Xue Xingchuan pointed with his palm, and then forced a stream of energy into Su Yan's mind. Su Yan knew that this was not his true power, but the comprehension he had seen in this battle. Su Yan was very grateful. At this moment, the battle between the two experts had become very clear in his mind. He knew very well that if not for this senior's help, he would not have been able to see it clearly. This kind of battle was really too profound. However, Xue Xingchuan was right. This kind of battle had already reached the level of law. If he could see it clearly and clearly, it would be immensely beneficial to him in the future. Thus, he suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his mind and began to carefully observe this terrifying battle. At this moment, he obviously could not understand it, but he had to forcibly remember this battle in his mind, and then he began to circulate his energy. At this moment, the entire small world began to tremble, as if it was about to collapse. Xue Xingchuan shouted, "Taixing sword." The leader of the Taihang sword faction began to use the Taixing sword. Such a terrifying sword aura rose, and the entire world began to change. Even the venerables felt their faces hurting. This kind of power was constantly changing. The violent light flickered continuously, and this kind of power was so strong that it was hard to open one's eyes. These venerables had always been high and mighty in their own sections. As time passed, they had already developed an invincible heart. At this moment, this kind of power had already exceeded their expectations. In the sky, all the light began to sink. This was originally just a small world of nothingness, but at this moment, stars appeared in the sky. The light of the stars flickered, and no one could open their eyes. Even Xue Xingchuan himself could not see this battle clearly. This small world was completely in chaos. After all, this kind of power was too terrifying. When this kind of light burst out, the small world began to shake. At this moment, a horrifying sword shadow appeared. The light began to dissipate bit by bit, and in the end, only a divine sword was left in the world. The divine sword was proud, and the world was clear. Due to the appearance of this sword, the entire world became silent. The mysterious and unfathomable power caused everyone to feel extreme fear in their hearts. Looking at this divine sword, all the thoughts in everyone's mind died down. There was only one word, and that was reverence. Such a divine sword was terrifying beyond compare. How could it not make people feel reverence? Heaven and earth were far, and only I could do it. At this moment, everyone felt that this world was finally fixed. The leader of the Taihang sword faction was really terrifying to the extreme. His methods made people submit to him. Finally, the wind and clouds stopped, and everything began to calm down. Evil sword Cold Jade, is it going to be defeated? Su Yan asked softly. This evil sword Cold Jade was too terrifying, and it was like a huge rock that was pressing down on everyone's hearts. Everyone was looking forward to this huge rock being crushed, and at this moment, their eyes were filled with anticipation. However, Xue Xingchuan shook his head and spat out a word, "It's going to be difficult." His words were like a judgment. The moment he finished speaking, the Taihang holy sword vibrated violently, and countless lightning bolts appeared on the blade. The lightning bolts were like long snakes, and they began to bite the Taihang holy sword. The leader of the Taihang sword faction stood quietly beside the divine sword, and then resisted this terrifying power. The terrifying power of the Cold Jade was finally fully displayed. The evil sword Cold Jade once killed a saint, and now he is finally using it. Xue Xingchuan's entire body began to tremble. Su Yan followed his gaze, and saw a drop of blood on the little girl's forehead. She was formed by the divine sword, and she did not have a real body, so naturally, she could not have fresh blood. Therefore, this drop of blood did not belong to her, but to the saint. The blood of a saint could destroy the heavens and earth. Even the Taihang holy sword began to tremble at this moment, as if it was crying out in grief, and also as if it was roaring in anger. Such a terrifying power. Could it be that even the Taihang holy sword is unable to stop it? Although they were temporarily out of danger, if the evil sword was not defeated, they would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. At this moment, in the sky, the radiance was descending, and everything was trembling non-stop. It was as if the entire world had begun to resonate with that powerful power. Under such power, everyone was in extreme pain, and even despair. At this moment, the leader of the Taihang sword faction spat out two words, "Taihang holy sword." These two simple words seemed to have an unfathomable majesty. These two words floated in the sky, and then the powerful power continued to vibrate. In the end, the terrifying resonance actually stopped. However, the leader of the Taihang sword faction was still in a passive position. The blood of a saint contained extremely terrifying power, and at this moment, only a little of this power was released. At this moment, the girl touched the blood with her hand. A faint blood-red radiance appeared. This blood-red radiance was like a faint plum blossom, and then it began to spread in circles. The blood-red power was so strange, yet so sacred. This strange contrast tormented everyone's heart and soul. Of course, the leader of the Taihang sword faction was deeply affected. This battle had far exceeded everyone's imagination. The power of the blood of the saint was not only drowning the grandmaster of the Sublime Flow Sword sect, it was even spreading out into the surroundings. This was a tremendous amount of power that was bent on taking over the entire world, before sinking all other powers within it. The small world had already devoured a lot of power. If it was completely stained by the saint's blood, then the small world would be completely refined, and the evil sword Cold Jade would truly have the qualifications to become a god. Chapter 631. Female Literature. Obviously, the Taihang divine sword could no longer resist this powerful and terrifying power. If this continued, everyone would most likely die here. This mysterious and unfathomable power made people's souls tremble. At this moment, in the distant horizon, there was a strange sound. It was a howling sound like a gale. The terrifying sound was constantly trembling, and in the end, it became a deafening sound. Everyone looked over and found that an extremely thick whirlwind had appeared. In the whirlwind, there was a bright green light shining. In the light, there was a long sword. The Divine Wind sect's Heavenly Wind Skysplitter sword. Xue Xingchuan immediately recognized the sword. The Heavenly Wind Skysplitter sword was one of the top 10 divine swords in the Jiuzhou continent. It was almost on par with the Taihang divine sword of the Taishang sword sect. No one expected that the Heavenly Wind Skysplitter sword would descend at this moment. The Heavenly Wind Skysplitter sword had great power, and it fiercely rushed into the small world of extreme ice. Sect leader Zhang Zhe, we haven't seen each other for a long time. The person controlling the Heavenly Wind Skysplitter sword was a very elegant man, and his whole body was flashing with a vast aura. Zhang Zhe was naturally the sect leader of the Taihang sword faction. No one expected that these two people were old acquaintances. However, this was considered normal, because people with powerful cultivation would choose to travel the continent. It was rumored that before Zhang Zhe became the sect leader of the Taihang sword faction, he almost never stayed in the sect. This sword is very evil. Senior Qingfeng, you should act quickly. The sect leader of the Taihang sword faction, Zhang Zhe, was surrounded by the blood-red light. The blood-red light was like a long snake, and it was like a dragon that was constantly roaring, as if it was going to tear him apart. However, at this moment, he was not the least bit flustered, and he was still very calm. The sect leader of the Divine Wind sect, Qingfeng, nodded and said, "Brother Zhang Zhe is right." He pointed his finger, and the Heavenly Wind Skysplitter's sword directly suppressed it. At this moment, a violent power burst out. A terrifying whirlwind appeared and headed straight for Xiejian. At this moment, two divine swords had already struck out at the same time. The divine sword's majesty filled the sky, and its powerful force caused everyone around to tremble, even to feel fear. Divine might as vast as the sea, sword Qi pierced through the heavens. At this moment, including the evil sword Icy Jade, the three divine swords had unleashed their powers at the same time. At this moment, the majesty of the divine sword was fully displayed, and the small world began to tremble. After all, this was not a complete small world, but a world that was almost broken. Although it had recovered for so many years, the world was still fragile. At least, it couldn't be compared to the real big world. The three divine swords unleashed a terrifying power at the same time, causing the small world to start shaking. This time, evil sword Hanyu's eyes flashed with anger. She had set up this trap to devour the Venerable One's life and fill up the entire small world so that this broken small world could gain even more power. Only at that point would the small world be worth refining. However, at this moment, the appearance of these two old men was about to destroy the small world. The power of the Taihang Divine Sword and the Heavenly Wind Skysplitter Sword continued to surge, and the extreme violent power had reached its peak. The world of extreme ice was already on the verge of collapse, and was about to be destroyed. If this world was destroyed, it would be a huge blow to her. Therefore, no matter what, she didn't want this world to be destroyed. At this moment, the whole world was filled with endless radiance, and a terrifying gale was howling. As the two divine swords unleashed their powers at the same time, the destruction of the mysterious sky became more and more serious. In just a short while, Xie Jianhanyu had been forced into an extremely embarrassing situation. He could either kill everyone at all costs, or he could choose to stop. Mysterious black caverns began to appear in the sky. The appearance of these caves had caused the small world to become more and more unstable. Countless lights flashed at this moment, and these were the lights that erupted from the instability of the space. No one was willing to touch these lights, because once they were swept by these lights, they would die without a burial place and be directly devoured. Haha, this is really interesting. This old man has lived for so long, but this is the first time I've seen a divine sword that has turned into a human form. Let me see how powerful this divine sword is. At this moment, Taoist Qing Feng, the Lord of the Wind sect, was closing in. The long sword in his hand moved again, and the sword light was waved, and the sword qi of spiritual power directly pressed forward. Under the suppression of this sword light, the cold light of evil sword Hanyu became more intense. At this time, Taoist Qing Feng's intention was very clear, and that was to destroy this small world. Taoist Qing Feng, who was able to become the Lord of the Wind sect, was naturally very powerful. When he displayed his skills, it was simply earth-shattering, and it was hard to imagine. Zhang Zhe, the Lord of the Taihang Sword faction, also smiled gently. The Taihang Divine Sword had broken away from the suppression of the Holy Master's blood and directly pressed towards the Divine Sword. Die! At this moment, the light in his hand flashed again, and a powerful force rushed towards evil sword Hanyu. At this moment, the three divine swords directly began a fierce battle. Ordinary people simply could not stay in the vicinity because such a power was beyond their imagination. Under such a violent power, they were like duckweed and could only shine continuously. Quickly leave. Just when Su Yan was exhausting all of his spiritual power and wanted to see through all of this, Xue Xingchuan's voice directly poured into his ears. Then, without waiting for Su Yan to react, Xue Xingchuan directly pulled Su Yan out of the small world and leaped into the sky. At this time, not only Xue Xingchuan woke up, but also the other venerables. They had already realized that under such a terrifying power, the space of this small world was beginning to be fragmented. How terrifying would the power of the small world be? Even the venerables did not dare to imagine. At that time, when the ruins were broken, the venerables were already frightened. And the destruction of the small world was definitely 100 times more terrifying than the ruins. Once contaminated by such power, they would definitely die. An extremely terrifying light pillar directly rushed into the sky, and directly spread from the small world of extreme ice to the sky. This light pillar seemed to be supporting the entire sky, and it also seemed like this light pillar was going to directly pierce the entire sky. Such power had already caused them to feel extreme fear in their hearts. At this moment, 3 figures directly appeared in the light pillar. Taihang Sword Faction's faction leader Zhang Zhe, Holy Wind Sect's faction leader Taoist Qing Feng, and Evil Sword Hanyu. The 3 of them stood in the sky in a triangular formation, but if one looked carefully, they would be able to see that these 2 powerful faction leaders were forcibly pulled out of the small world by Hanyu's power. After seeing this scene clearly, everyone's heart was even more horrified. They originally thought that these 2 faction leaders were strong enough, and their terrifying power was comparable to that of gods, or even comparable to gods. But at this time, it seemed that they were still in a passive state. The Taixing Divine Sword, Divine Wind Space Splitter Sword, continued to emit thunderous sounds. Behind Zhang Zhe, the Grandmaster of the Taixing Sword sect, a majestic mountain peak appeared. Of course, this was merely an illusion, but even so, it still caused people to feel an endless pressure. It was as if the entire world would be crushed under the pressure of such a terrifying power. This was the Taihang Divine Mountain. According to legend, the Taihang Divine Mountain was a mountain peak where gods lived in ancient times, and this Taihang Divine Sword was forged from a piece of divine stone in the Taihang Divine Mountain. When the power of this divine sword was directly stimulated, that violent power was stimulated to the extreme, and the terrifying power seemed to directly destroy all life. The divine mountain was furious, and the world was dark. At this time, this mysterious faction leader was obviously going to go all out. At this time, the sect leader of the Holy Wind sect was also the same, and the long sword in his hand also began to release endless light. The terrifying brilliance almost engulfed the entire world. The cyan brilliance was an endless whirlwind. The terrifying whirlwind swept everything, and even began to engulf the entire sky. Such power made people feel that it was already at the peak of perfection. At this time, the power of the two divine swords erupted at the same time, and directly began to fight with the power of the evil sword Cold Jade. The evil sword Cold Jade was surrounded by endless indigo light, and then the little girl's body gradually became illusory, and finally directly transformed into the original body. It was a slender long sword, and on the long sword, there were a few drops of blood. The bright red blood drops seemed to be the core of the whole world, and anyone's gaze fell on this blood drop, and would be directly attracted. At this time, the mysterious brilliance had rushed to the end of the world. The roar of the mountain, the roar of the wind, everything was directly suppressed by this sword. The real majesty of the three divine swords was also displayed at this time. Boom, boom, boom. 3 loud sounds were heard, and the terrifying light of thunder directly fell, almost destroying everything. Xue Xingchuan and Su Yan were constantly dodging these thunder lights, and at this time, the surrounding thousands of miles was already covered by the powerful field of the three fighting. Even these powerful venerables were already in a difficult situation, and as for the surrounding land, it had been reduced to a scorched earth. At this time, Su Yan opened his mouth and said, "Senior Xue Xingchuan, the reason why the evil sword Cold Jade brought the 2 faction leaders outside of the small world, is it to protect the small world of ice?" Chapter 632. Female Literature, What are you trying to say? Xue Xingchuan frowned and asked. Since this small world of extreme ice is so important to him, why don't we use this opportunity to destroy it? Su Yan said. Even at this moment, his voice was still very calm. Destroy the small world of extreme ice. Although this sentence was simple, who would dare to have such a thought at this moment? Even Xue Xingchuan did not dare to have such a thought, but Su Yan said it out loud. His entire body began to tremble and the light in his eyes flickered. Clearly, he was considering the feasibility of Su Yan's words. Su Yan was right. This small world was the key to the evil sword god's seal of extreme ice. Although the seal of God was illusory and almost an unreal legend, the evil sword had killed an evil sword. However, it was an evil sword that had killed a sacred venerable. Such an existence was already an incredible legend. If his plan succeeded, it might really be possible for him to become a god. If such an evil sword were to become a god, it would not be a good thing for the world of the 9 states. At the very least, it would be a terrible thing for Xue Xingchuan, because he had already offended the evil sword Cold Jade. If Cold Jade really refined the small world of extreme ice and became a god, no, even if it did not become a god, it would be extremely bad for Xue Xingchuan. Therefore, destroying the small world of extreme ice was absolutely necessary. More importantly, the evil sword Cold Jade was currently in a fierce battle with the 2 sect masters. He believed that no matter how strong the evil sword Cold Jade was, it would be very difficult for it to face the 2 sect masters. After all, if she could still be so calm at this moment, she wouldn't have revealed her true form. Xue Xingchuan finally made up his mind and said, "Okay, let's do it." He was originally a lawless person. At this moment, Su Yan, who was in the dragon realm, had such courage. There was no way he would be afraid. Therefore, as he spoke, he had already moved forward. At this moment, Everyone was far away from the battlefield. However, Xue Xingchuan and Su Yan suddenly turned back. "Kid, this mission is extremely dangerous. It's not too late for you to back out now," he yelled at Su Yan. Su Yan smiled faintly and said, "Senior, why do you look down on me? I, Su Yan, am not someone who is afraid of death. What's more, it's an honor to be able to witness the destruction of a small world with my own eyes." Xue Xingchuan laughed, then said, "Good, good, good, this is your own choice. If we die in there, don't blame me." With that, Xue Xingchuan raised all his strength and charged into the small world of extreme ice. At this moment, the entire world was constantly changing. That mysterious and powerful force was constantly trembling at this moment. Such power began to shake the heavens and earth. This small world had become an extremely dangerous place. The entire world was constantly spinning and danger was everywhere. If one was not careful, they would be completely trapped in this world. Su Yan and Xue Xingchuan were constantly traversing through this small world. "Kid, if you want to destroy this small world, you have to find the core of this small world. I'll take you there now. It's an extremely dangerous place, but you have no way out now," Xue Xingchuan said again. At this moment, Su Yan said, "Senior, you're a genius of the Xue clan. Why are you so long-winded?" Su Yan's mockery had completely enraged him. His expression changed, then he said, "Kid, how dare you mock me? When this old man gets out, I'll definitely beat you to death." Xue Xingchuan took the lead. In front of him, there were constantly Bing Shan falling from the sky. There were also a few terrifying earth spikes shooting up from the ground. This kind of radiance had already begun to shake the entire world. Just as the two of them were traversing through the small world of extreme ice, Zhang Zhe, the leader of the Taihang sword faction, frowned slightly and said, "These two really don't care about their lives. They actually dared to rush into this small world. Forget it, since that's the case, this old man will buy you some time." The Taihang divine sword shook, and the mysterious divine mountain appeared again, directly suppressing the evil sword and cold jade. At this moment, cold jade naturally sensed the changes in the small world. Therefore, at this moment, he wanted to get rid of Su Yan and Xue Xingchuan. After all, for him, this small world was his true foundation. However, at this moment, Zhang Zhe had already launched another attack. The leader of the Divine Wind sect, Taoist Qingfeng, also began to cooperate with Zhang Zhe. Even if she was a divine sword, she could not afford to be distracted when she was attacked from the front and back. The three divine swords constantly clashed, causing endless ripples in this small world. Terrifying radiance was constantly being emitted. However, this was a real big world, and the space was very solid. In the small world of extreme ice, Xue Xingchuan and Su Yan returned to the edge of this small world. This was an extremely terrifying cave. However, this cave was constantly wriggling, as if it had a life of its own. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan said directly, "This place is the demon god's heart aperture. Although the demon god is dead, this place is still filled with great danger." Su Yan nodded. Just looking at this cave was enough to make one's heart tremble. Su Yan stepped into it and immediately felt an extremely gloomy power. "Actually, I wanted to do something like this back then, but I couldn't enter at all. As soon as he entered, he was obstructed and even killed. Back then, he had to go through untold hardships to escape, but in the end, he was sealed by a shadow." Xue Xingchuan still had lingering fears about what had happened back then. "At that time, I thought I was strong enough to escape from the pursuit. But now, it seems that this evil sword Cold Jade is just continuing its power, so it doesn't care about me at all." Xue Xingchuan had already entered. After entering this cave, there was no coldness, but instead a warm feeling. In this place, there was a pure heat rising. However, this heat caused Su Yan to be incomparably fearful. He had already taken out the dragon blood ice fire barrier and directly enveloped his body. Seeing this, Xue Xingchuan smiled and said, "Kid, you really have a lot of treasures, no wonder you're being targeted." Su Yan smiled. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan said, "This small world should have been destroyed, but this evil sword Cold Jade forcefully cut off the demon god's heart aperture, and then supported this small world on its last breath. Looking at the current situation, it tried to devour the lives of the venerables to nourish the heart aperture. If it wants to destroy the small world of extreme ice, this heart aperture must be completely destroyed. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly asked, "Senior, you know so much?" The relationship between the small world and the demon god's heart aperture was a secret, but Xue Xingchuan still knew about it. This was unbelievable. It was as if Xue Xingchuan knew everything about this place. Xue Xingchuan said, "Everyone has their own secrets, but this is nothing. When I was embedded here, the only reason I was still alive was because I obtained some inheritance here. Alright, this heart aperture has a total of 5 gates of life. Only when these 5 gates of life are completely destroyed will the heart aperture be completely destroyed." I understand. Then, the two of them each chose a direction and headed towards the gate of life. Xue Xingchuan's cultivation was extremely high, so the gate of life he chose was filled with danger. And the relatively weaker gate of life was left for Su Yan. Su Yan directly opened the demon dragon wings and rushed forward. The power of the demon god was truly terrifying. Even the heart aperture left behind after death made him feel heavy pressure. Just as he was moving forward, one mysterious creature after another appeared in front of him. These creatures were all little devils. These little devils naturally did not come from the mysterious 9 Serenities hell, but were condensed from the powerful demon chi in the demon god's heart aperture. They were all little devils, but the little devils condensed from the demon god's heart aperture were much stronger than the little devils Su Yan saw last time. But for the current Su Yan, these little devils were existences that could be easily killed. However, Xue Xingchuan said that the closer it was to life, the stronger the little devils condensed inside. Moreover, this gate of life was the key to the heart aperture, so it was inevitable that he would make arrangements for this gate of life. Therefore, it would not be so easy to break through the gate of life. Gradually, the little devils increased in number, and countless little devils rushed over. That powerful and terrifying power made their hearts tremble. At this moment, a powerful aura directly rushed over. This terrifying aura was like a warhammer, powerful and heavy. Su Yan was originally moving forward at an extremely fast speed, but the appearance of this power made him stop abruptly. Finally, a decent guy has appeared, Su Yan said in his heart. At this moment, an extremely ferocious little devil appeared in front of him. This little devil's gaze fell on him, but its shocking gaze made people shudder. Su Yan said again, "However, since you have appeared, then die. Anyway, it's just the condensation of the death aura." The scorching sun sword in his hand flashed, and then he directly slashed at this great devil. The violent power directly shattered a large cloud of demon chi, but this sword actually directly cut off the great devil's palm. However, at this moment, Su Yan frowned again. This was because although he cut off the palm, the great devil's power was actually stronger. At this moment, an extremely strange feeling came over. Chapter 633. Female Literature. He had clearly cut off the great demon's arm, but the great demon's power did not weaken at all. Instead, it became even stronger. Moreover, when the great demon attacked, it had his aura. Yes, this great demon was clearly condensed from a terrifying demonic aura, but at this time, it actually had his aura. Such a strange change made Su Yan's entire person become vigilant. At this time, the great demon directly charged at him. He actually did not dare to take it head-on again, but directly dodged the attack. Feeling the power again, Su Yan was more and more certain that this was his power. In other words, in the previous instant, this guy had already swallowed my power. This is really strange. Su Yan sighed in his heart. He had fought countless times, but such a strange thing was rare in the miscellaneous 40s. If it was just swallowing his power, it would be fine, but the key was that it directly swallowed the power he used and then released it again. This kind of terrifying ability was simply bizarre to the extreme. At this moment, the great devil charged towards him once again. The terrifying great evil demon flapped its wings and descended directly, aiming to tear his head apart. At this time, Su Yan could no longer avoid it. Therefore, at this time, the scorching sun sword attacked again. When Su Yan's scorching sun sword was halfway through the air, the great fiend's palm released an extremely resplendent radiance. This light directly erupted with power and fiercely collided with the scorching sun sword. Su Yan, who had easily cut off the opponent's palm last time, was actually unable to withstand such power at this moment and directly retreated. In Su Yan's eyes, a cold light flickered. Such an attack really made him feel fearful. This guy's strength was really awe-inspiring. However, the great demon did not stop at all. At this moment he directly attacked again. At this time, that violent power directly appeared at this time, and the power of the scorching sun sword became even more violent. Su Yan's eyes directly emitted a cold light. This guy opposite him was really endless. No matter what, this was his power after all. Wanting to use his own power to kill him was simply too naive. Su Yan's palm turned, and then a powerful force directly suppressed. This force flew out like a gust of wind, but also like thunder. This sword was completely different from before. Su Yan's sword light flashed, and in the next moment, it had already passed through the great demon's neck. Then a powerful force directly burst out, and in the end, an extremely strong power flashed. The great demon's head was directly cut off. From the beginning to the end, only 20 breaths. Su Yan put the scorching sun sword away and was about to continue moving, but at this moment he stopped his footsteps. Because at this time, the great demon's head that was clearly cut off. When he was killed by Su Yan, his body had already dissipated. At this moment, only his head was left. But now that the head was flying in the air, it looked very strange. Such a scene was simply enough to scare people to death. Of course, Su Yan had experienced countless life and death situations. The scene before him was just a small scene. He did not take it to heart at all. He directly waved his hand, and sword aura was released directly, slashing above the great demon's head. However, at this moment, an unforeseen event happened. After the sword aura passed through the head, not only did the head not dissipate, but it also became a new Su Yan. The two of them were exactly the same. Su Yan's eyebrows twitched. He did not expect this guy to imitate him. This was really interesting. Su Yan raised his eyebrows and directly charged forward. Then he directly blasted out a punch. The fist force exploded like a whistling hurricane. There was even the faint sound of a dragon's roar. As the battle continued, the great demonic dragon's blood in his body gradually merged with Su Yan's own blood. Although his dragon realm was still 3 dragons, his every move gave birth to the majesty of a divine dragon. Such power was terrifying. This punch could be called the demonic dragon's fist. At this moment, a long sword suddenly appeared in the other Su Yan's hand. The long sword swept and slashed at Su Yan. It was exactly the same as when Su Yan fought with the scorching sun sword before. In other words, this guy had completely grasped Su Yan's previous fighting style and directly copied it. Such a strange ability was really not cute. However, since it had already come to this, Su Yan would not shrink back. "Wanna fight? Then come at me." At this moment, his body was already burning with raging flames. Isn't it just killing one of me? Maybe he would feel strange in his heart, but that's all. Su Yan had already stopped thinking. His fist and the sword of the other him blasted out at almost the same time. When the power of the two converged, there was a silent power that began to burn. This flame that suddenly appeared burned both of them at the same time. Such a scene was truly strange and unfathomable, giving people a very unreal feeling. However, victory and defeat were quickly decided. The other party was just an imposter. Such an existence could not compete with the real him. This extremely powerful force finally suppressed everything in the end. I feel very strange. It was actually so easy to get rid of it. However, this is not the time to think about this. The gate of life, we must quickly destroy the gate of life. At this moment, they were in a very dangerous situation. Although the evil sword Cold Jade was being held back by the 2 sect masters, no one knew how long they could last. Therefore, the only thing they could do in this situation was to end the battle quickly. Su Yan did not know what stage Senior Xue Xingchuan had reached, but he had to destroy his goal. Surprisingly, after this great evil demon was killed, Su Yan did not encounter any other powerful existences. Even if there was some resistance, it was just some small evil demons. In the end, he came to a long and narrow corridor. At the end of this long and narrow corridor, there was a ray of blue light. If Su Yan was not wrong, this was the so-called Gate of Life. 5 gates of life. Every gate of life that was destroyed meant that the demon god's heart aperture would wither a little. Knowing that the 5 heart apertures were completely destroyed, the heart aperture would completely lose its vitality. Without the support of the heart aperture, this small world would also start to walk towards destruction. Seeing this gate of life, Su Yan was a little excited. The gate of life was right in front of him. He did not hesitate and directly walked towards the gate of life. Of course, while he was walking, he was actually full of vigilance. However, from beginning to end, it was very quiet. Nothing happened. Su Yan directly walked in front of the gate of life. This so-called gate of life was a mirror. In the mirror, Su Yan's face was reflected. Su Yan looked at it in a daze. At this moment, he was actually a little absent-minded. He saw another version of himself in the mirror. Of course, it was a little awkward to say this, but in fact, it was really another version of himself. It was not an image but the real him. That person was smiling at him. Although the great demon's head had also transformed into a replica of Shi Feng during his battle with the great demon, the two were entirely different concepts. What the great demon manifested was just a fake person who looked like him and had some of the same combat skills. However, the person standing in front of him had the same thoughts as him. Su Yan could feel his thoughts in front of him. Moreover, the other party was obviously the same. Su Yan believed that everyone had 2 versions of themselves. Under normal circumstances, the other version of himself would hide and might not appear for a lifetime. However, some people were different. These 2 versions of themselves would appear alternately. This state was called schizophrenia. Now, Su Yan was in such a situation. Of course, his situation was different from real schizophrenia because schizophrenia was only the appearance of another spirit that hid his original spirit. However, at this moment, another version of Su Yan appeared directly and stood in front of him. Su Yan shook his head and calmed his heart. Suddenly facing his true heart, Su Yan was a little hesitant. If he was facing a powerful enemy directly and then having a good fight, Su Yan would not feel this way. This strange scene caused him to feel an indescribable unease in his heart. At this moment, the person in front of him suddenly said, Why are you so hesitant when you see me? Along the way, haven't you always been decisive in killing without any burden in your heart? He asked directly. Just this sentence alone made Su Yan not know how to answer. At this moment, Su Yan said directly, How interesting. You can actually reflect my inner thoughts directly. However, no matter what, it's just a heart aperture of the demonic god. No matter if it's real or fake, as long as I shatter it, it won't matter anymore, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yan did not care anymore and directly drew out his long sword. The scorching sun's radiance burned again. However, the other version of himself in front of him was not afraid at all. Instead, he said directly, What are you afraid of? Because you're afraid, you don't even want to let me say a word. Are you going to kill me directly? When he said this, Su Yan's sword did not waver at all. Do you want great power? No, I should put it this way. Do you want to revive Lin Hualu? Chapter 634. Female Literature. Su Yan's sword, which was supposed to descend, stopped at this moment. Resurrecting Lin Hualu. These few words made him lose any reason to attack. Lin Hualu had always been a pain in his heart, and also his biggest regret. Ever since they parted ways in the Shura temple, he had never been able to see this beautiful woman again. For Su Yan, his heart was filled with pain and even sorrow. But at this moment, this guy in front of him told him that he could resurrect Lin Hualu. Senior sister Lin disappeared in the Shura temple, and I don't even know if she's dead or alive, let alone you. Tell me, what's your motive? Su Yan's eyes revealed a dignified radiance. This guy was clearly another him, but he actually knew about resurrecting Lin Hualu. The most important thing was that he could feel that what he said was not false. The other Su Yen laughed and then said directly, Su Yen, I believe you already have a guess as to how I came into being. I entered the Shura world back then, so I naturally know about these things. Su Yen was expressionless and then asked again, then tell me, how should I address you? Ice Extermination Demon God? Or the other Su Yen? The other Su Yen nodded, you're very smart. I was originally a remnant soul that extended from the Ice Extermination Demon God's heart aperture, and I just stole a spiritual fragment from you. After the two merged, I was born. So, I'm neither you nor Ice Extermination, but I still like you to call me Ice Extermination. Back then, the demon god died, and even his heart aperture was used as nourishment. What a joke. Ice Extermination's words were full of disdain for that person back then. Su Yen said, tell me, what are your conditions? Su Yen could not reject Lin Hualu's information. After all, Lin Hualu was the first woman in his life that he was attracted to, and she was trapped in the Shura world because of him. The guy in front of him was extremely mysterious, but Su Yen did not doubt his words. My condition is actually very simple, and that is for you to bring me out of this place. I know that you came in this time to destroy the door of life in order to destroy the heart aperture, and stop the evil sword from devouring the small world of Ice Extermination. Don't worry, I won't stop you. After all of this has nothing to do with me. What I need you to do now is to bring me out to see the outside world. Furthermore, you can rest assured that I am no match for you. You should be able to sense that I am no match for you right now. If you want to kill me, you can just swing your sword and I won't be able to resist. His words shook Extermination to convince Su Extermination to kill. Although Su Yen knew that making a deal with a demon was definitely not a wise thing to do, he was really shaken at this time. It was all because of Lin Hualu. What do I need to do? Su Yen asked again. Seeing Su Yan's expression, he laughed and said, what do you need to do? No, you don't need to do anything, you just need to let me live in your sea of consciousness. You have a divine item like the soul-suppressing seal in your sea of consciousness, you don't have to worry about me causing trouble, right? Furthermore, do you think destroying the door of life is so simple? If I didn't happen to suppress the power of this door of life, you would have been killed by the sword chi of the evil sword Cold Jade. But I will help you destroy the door of life, and then let this small world wander in the void. If you are willing, I can even help you refine this small world directly. This guy was really a demon, because every word he said was so tempting. If he was not a demon, the sect could have done this. After thinking for a while, Su Yen said directly, okay. Since this guy had said so, he had no reason to refuse. The other Su Yen, no, he should be called Bingju. He laughed and said, I like to deal with straightforward people. Don't worry, letting me into your sea of consciousness will only bring you benefits and no harm. After all, I am formed from the essence of the demon god, and I know many heaven-defying techniques. Your strength is indeed very strong, but it is far from enough. You have something that makes people jealous. As long as you use it, you will be able to improve even more. As he spoke, he disappeared and turned into a stream of light that flew towards Su Yen. In just a moment, he had already entered Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Of course, after entering Su Yan's sea of consciousness, he did not do anything and just quietly landed in a corner. This mirror is the gate of life. Behind the gate of life is an extremely powerful sword chi. If you act rashly, I can guarantee that your body will be crushed into pieces. His voice was transmitted, and then he said directly to Su Yen. Regarding this, Su Yen did not doubt in the slightest. So he said, let's not talk about these useless things. Now tell me what I should do. Since this guy said such words, it meant that he had a way to resolve it. Bingju chuckled and said, since I've entered your sea of consciousness, then from now on, we're one. I don't want our little boat of friendship to capsize, so let me give you some benefits. Activate your regal sword soul, then use it to test this sword chi bit by bit. Remember, you must do it slowly, In the end, you must directly refine this sword chi. That's the sword intent of the evil sword Cold Jade. If I can refine it, it will greatly strengthen the regal sword soul. You damned bastard. You're guarding such a treasure and you don't even know how to use it. If I have my own body, I'll definitely kill you. You bastard. Su Yan ignored this guy, because to be honest, this guy's nagging was comparable to Meng Yang's. When he thought of this, Su Yan felt a little regretful. Of course, this was just an unimportant thought, and Su Yan quickly threw it to the back of his mind. Then, Su Yan calmed down and began to release the regal sword soul according to Bingju's words. As soon as the regal sword soul appeared, the sword chi in the mirror was directly stimulated and a strong sword chi was about to be released. However, at this time, Bingju suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Bingju didn't know what mysterious method this guy used, but the originally violent chi became incomparably quiet at this moment. Then, this sword chi was released bit by bit, and Su Yan easily began to devour this sword chi. This sword chi was very powerful, more powerful than the sword chi that Su Yan had devoured before. If this sword chi was released at once, Su Yan dared to bet that he wouldn't be able to suppress it. But fortunately, this sword chi appeared like water droplets penetrating a stone, and it couldn't do anything to Su Yan. Su Yan quickly sank into the realm of refining the sword chi. Just as Bingju said, to him, this sword chi was a peerless treasure, and its value was extraordinary. The regal sword soul was obviously very happy to devour this sword chi. Time passed little by little, and after an hour, Su Yan finally devoured the sword chi. Without the defense of this sword chi, the gate of life was as fragile as a piece of paper, and Su Yan easily broke it. The moment the gate of life was broken, his entire heart aperture shook. At this time, Xue Xingchuan had difficulty avoiding a huge sword chi. Of course, he was still injured. The appearance of this sword chi was too sudden, and if he hadn't reacted quickly enough, he would probably be dead by now. But since he had finally avoided the most dangerous sword chi, what happened next was easy. But at this time, he suddenly felt the surrounding turbulence, and then his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. This movement. Has the gate of life been broken? Su Yan, this brat. Although the gate of life that Su Yan went to was much weaker than his, Su Yan being able to break the gate of life in such a short time was still beyond his expectations. I've been left behind by this brat, but this is also good. He ignored the injuries in his body, and then flew up and punched fiercely. The next moment, the entire gate of life began to break. 2 consecutive gates of life had broken, and the entire heart aperture had begun to undergo a huge change. The heart aperture was the key to supporting the small world of extreme ice. Now that the heart aperture had such turbulence, it was impossible for the evil sword Cold Jade not to sense it. At this time, the evil sword was directly shaking, and then an extremely strong sword light appeared again. This sword light flashed, and unexpectedly suppressed the divine mountain formed by the Taihang divine sword and the terrifying hurricane of the heavenly wind spacesplitter sword. Under such power, no matter how hard the 2 sect masters tried, they couldn't reverse the situation. Damn it, this sword is actually so powerful. The sect master of the divine wind sect's expression was constantly changing. This time, he came with the heavenly wind spacesplitter sword, and the most direct thought was to directly subdue this sword of his sect. The Divine Wind sect, the Raging Flame sect, the Taihang sword faction, and the Devil sect were not very far away, and the strength of these 3 sects was also very terrifying. However, the Divine Wind sect was still not the most powerful sect. Not to mention other things, at least compared to the Devil sect, the Divine Wind sect was far inferior. However, if they could obtain this divine sword, with 2 divine swords, the strength of the Divine Wind sect would directly increase. Chapter 635. Female Literature. However, he did not expect that the sword's strength had already reached such a level. Even with the help of the Taihang divine sword, both of them were unable to suppress the sword. At this point, they were still being suppressed. However, the 2 juniors from earlier seemed to have done something interesting. At this time, the evil sword was obviously in a hurry. Otherwise, the sword would not have wasted its origin energy so recklessly. In his eyes, the light was constantly flickering. It was obvious that he was already planning something. For someone of his level, his cultivation was already extremely powerful. He was the real top figure in the 9 states. Those powerful venerables were not even worth mentioning when compared to him. Therefore, his plan was naturally extraordinary. Of course, he was also very clear that at this time, his biggest opponent was the sect master of the Taihang sword faction. He had known Zhang Zhe for a long time. At that time, Zhang Zhe was just a young boy in his eyes. But now Zhang Zhe was on the same level as him. This was not a good feeling. In terms of age, the sect master of the Divine Wind sect was of the same generation as the Shui family ancestor. Zhang Zhe was younger than him, but his cultivation was not inferior. The sect master of the Divine Wind sect even vaguely felt that Zhang Zhe was still hiding his strength at this time. Senior Qingfeng, now that two of our sect's juniors have entered the world of extreme ice, I'm afraid that they might be up to something interesting or personal. Let's buy some time for them. After Zhang Zhe finished speaking, his powerful energy erupted once more. A strong pressure descended as the sacred mountain struck the sword light released by the evil sword. The document trembled. At this time, Qingfeng moved, and a terrifying tearing force erupted. The battle between the three had reached an extremely intense stage. If the battle was still in the world of extreme ice, then the world of extreme ice would have begun to break. Su Yan had already begun to move towards the second gate of life. Boy, the second gate of life is not so simple. I might as well tell you directly. In the second gate of life, there is an invisible giant beast. This giant beast is a void beast. Back then, it was killed by the demon god and then swallowed. Finally, its essence was absorbed into the gate of life. He said proudly, "Void beasts?" Su Yan did not understand this concept. However, ice extinction had already begun to explain. Void beasts are extremely powerful existences. They wander between the worlds. The devil race often traverses the void and invades the world. Naturally, it's very easy for them to encounter these guys. Come to think of it, you should really thank those void beasts. After all, if it weren't for them, there would definitely be twice as many demons invading this world. Su Yan more or less understood what he meant. The void beasts traverse through the air, so their power was naturally very powerful and terrifying. When the evil demons were traveling through the void, they were determined to be their prey and began hunting them down. However, it was precisely because of this that the number of evil demons had drastically decreased. In this way, these void beasts were equivalent to a barrier in this world. A void beast that could be hunted down by a demon god was definitely very powerful and terrifying. Even if it was only formed by a wisp of essence, it was still very powerful. The moment Su Yan stepped into the second gate of life, he had already sensed the power here. The power of the five elements was constantly rotating. This extremely powerful force was constantly tearing at Su Yan's nerves. Su Yan's expression was already very solemn. Just the air here already made him feel very stuffy. The heat of the raging fire, the coldness of the ice, the sharpness of the metal, the prudence of the wood, and the depth of the earth. Even with the existence of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Dome, Su Yan could still feel the weight of the power. He walked forward step by step, crossing layers of barriers. There were no imps here because there was no trace of devil chi at all. It was all extremely terrifying invisible aura. Su Yan soon saw the gate of life, and in front of it, there was an existence that looked like a rhinoceros. When Su Yan saw this rhinoceros-like five-element beast, the beast opened its eyes at the same time. Its eyes were so cold, looking at Su Yan without the slightest emotion. At this time, Su Yan was a little stunned. Then he said, "Are you sure this five-element beast is very dangerous? Why do I feel like it has nothing left to live for?" Bing Ju. He didn't expect this five-element beast to be so decadent. Wasn't this guy the guardian of the Gate of Life? It should at least stand up and roar angrily. Maybe this rhinoceros is in disguise. You should be careful. This guy is very strong. Su Yan directly walked forward. Soon he was in front of the five-element beast. The five-element beast still looked like it had nothing left to live for. Its eyes were cold and lifeless. Su Yan raised his hand and covered the skin of the five elements giant beast. Bing Ju, kid, what are you doing? Su Yan didn't care. Instead, he slowly activated the four-corner seal and began to release its aura. What Su Yan wanted to do first was naturally to subdue it. This was a giant beast condensed from essence. In essence, it was the same as the several beasts in Su Yan's four-corner seal. Therefore, he tried to use the four-corner seal's aura to attract it. Bingju, you won't succeed. Void beasts are extremely fierce existences. Killing is their instinct. Although the four-corner seal is magical, it can't subdue him. Bingju's voice finally stopped. Because he saw an extremely unbelievable scene. This powerful void beast actually stood up directly and then walked towards Su Yan's four-corner seal with a confused expression. Bingju felt that he was about to collapse. Was this five-element beast stupid from sleeping, or was Su Yan's luck too heaven-defying? Why did the world become like this? Was it crazy? Su Yan was still so calm. In the end, the rhinoceros beast's eyes directly reflected a ray of light. After this light appeared, it directly drilled into Su Yan's body. I've subdued it, Su Yan said softly. Not to mention Bingju, even he himself found it unbelievable. He was originally prepared to fight, but he didn't expect that at this time, Aya's voice would appear and directly tell him to try to subdue this giant beast with the four-corner seal. Su Yan naturally didn't have the slightest doubt about Aya, so he really did so. Moreover, he really succeeded. This already made him very surprised. Of course, at this time, he also learned one thing. Although Bingju entered his knowledge sea, he had already become an independent entity. At the very least, he couldn't hear the conversation between Aya and himself. Bingju had entered his knowledge sea and acted like an obedient child, but Su Yan still didn't feel at ease with this guy. Su Yan was very wary of him. If this guy was really omniscient and omnipotent and could understand everything, then he would definitely be a huge problem in the future. However, now that Su Yan already knew this guy's weakness, there was no need to worry. Su Yan's eyes looked forward quietly. Without the five elements giant beasts, the only thing left in the Gate of Life was the sword intent. Su Yan prepared to start refining the sword intent again and then break the Gate of Life. However, at this time, Xue Xingchuan's voice was directly heard. Su Yan boy, where are you, Su Yan boy? Xue Xingchuan's voice was very anxious. Senior Xue, what happened? Su Yan asked directly. At this time, Xue Xingchuan said, quick, we have to leave this place. Damn it, this evil sword is back. These two old guys are really useless. They can't suppress it for much longer. Once it enters this small world, then we will be turtles in a jar. So, we have to leave. When Xue Xingchuan entered this place, he left a hand outside to observe the situation outside. Although he couldn't see clearly, it was enough for him to know that the two old guys outside couldn't hold on any longer. The Taixing Holy Sword and the Heavenly Wind Spacecracker Sword were still unable to suppress the evil sword Cold Jade. Of course, this was something that he should have expected. He just didn't expect the evil sword Cold Jade to be so strong that it could break through the seals of the two old guys so quickly. Therefore, at this time, he had to put aside the matter of breaking the Gate of Life. The most important thing was to escape. After Xue Xingchuan sensed Su Yan's presence, he came over and pulled him out. Kid, we have already broken 2 gates of life. This heart aperture is much weaker than before. For the evil sword, this is already a big problem. Now let's go. Xue Xingchuan's speed was already at full force. Su Yan also opened up the devil dragon wings. This change was too sudden. Until now, Su Yan was still a little stunned. Su Yan's speed kept increasing. In the end, he turned into a ray of light and left the cave. At this time, in the depths of the heart aperture, countless sword chi exploded at the same time. The evil sword Cold Jade had already returned. It began to control the heart aperture and then started to strangle. Damn it, this damned thing, his power can actually affect this place. His entire body was trembling, and he was cursing loudly in his heart. The two of them ran all the way and finally left the heart aperture before they were blocked by the sword chi. Senior, what should we do now? Su Yan asked. Of course we should leave. Leave this damn small world. I don't want to be sealed again. No, maybe this time I won't even have the chance to be sealed again. He was very clear that if they didn't leave now, the angry cold jade would definitely kill them. Chapter 636. Female Literature. At this moment, the black hole in the sky was still there, and the two of them could still feel the powerful energy within. In other words, the evil sword had not been completely freed yet. This was good news for them. This also meant that they still had enough time. At this moment, the two of them were trying their best to fly out of this world. Although this small world had not been destroyed, it had already caused enough damage. The two life gates of the heart aperture had been destroyed, causing the heart aperture's power to be insufficient. The small world of extreme ice had begun to dim. The entire world had been dyed with a layer of dim yellow. Such a color was so oppressive that it made one's heart tremble. A flickering light flickered in Su Yan's eyes. He used the full power of his blood-red dragon eyes in an attempt to see extremely far away. However, he gradually realized that no matter what, the place he could see was covered by a layer of sword intent. This sword intent was like a large net that had stabilized the entire world. He suddenly understood why the evil sword Cold Jade had such a powerful and terrifying power, but it had not been used until the critical moment. Most of the Cold Jade's power had been used to maintain this world. In other words, even if he was currently engaged in a frenzied battle with two powerful experts, this was not all of his power. In fact, it was not even the majority of his power. The evil sword Cold Jade is truly terrifying. Su Yan said directly. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan heard Su Yan's words and said, "Aren't you talking nonsense? If he wasn't strong, how could I have fallen to such a state?" He did not understand Su Yan's true meaning. At this moment, he continued to move forward. He released his power directly and blasted away all the obstacles in front of him. He then led a path for Su Yan. Although Su Yan was not weak and had a divine weapon like the demonic dragon wings, without Xue Xingchuan's guidance, he would not be able to increase his speed. At that time, he would be directly suppressed by the Cold Jade. However, he did not notice that Su Yan had already revealed a bitter smile and said, "Senior, it seems that it's already too late." As soon as Su Yan said this, Xue Xingchuan immediately scolded, "What late? Those two old things are still holding him down. As long as we leave this place before he returns, we'll still be safe." Xue Xingchuan was in control of the situation in the outside world. In his line of sight, Evil Sword Cold Jade was still fighting fiercely with the Taihang Sword Faction's sect Master Zhang Zhe and the Divine Wind sect's sect Master Taoist Qing Feng. The battle between the three of them had already caused the weather to change. It turned out that he couldn't see the changes in the sword chi outside. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the blood dragon pupil was indeed very frightening. Even this senior was unable to grasp the changes happening outside, but he was able to. At this moment, everything in this world was constantly shaking, but the sword chi had already started to exert its power and gradually stabilized this world. Finally, Su Yan stopped flying. Xue Xingchuan immediately noticed Su Yan's actions and shouted, "If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." However, as soon as he finished speaking, he stopped as well. Because at this moment, he saw a sword slowly descending from the sky. How can this be? That evil sword Cold Jade is clearly still fighting fiercely outside. How can it have another clone? He was extremely frightened because at this moment, another evil sword Cold Jade had appeared in front of him. At this moment, Su Yan said helplessly, "Senior, you're not wrong. The cornerstone of this world is the demon god's heart aperture, but in addition, most of the evil sword's power is also maintaining this world. It is because of this that this world is gradually being controlled by him." In other words, the one fighting the two seniors outside is not his real body, but only a clone. When he said this, Su Yan felt very helpless because this meant that their efforts were in vain. Even if they destroyed the entire heart aperture, not to mention the two gates of life, it would only cause the evil sword to expend a little more power. In the end, it would still be able to refine this world. Xue Xingchuan's expression did not look good. Back then, when he received the inheritance from a senior, he also knew the cause and effect. All this time, he felt that he knew this place like the back of his hand. However, it was only now that he realized that everything he thought he knew was wrong. The strength of the evil sword was far beyond his understanding. How strong were the two sect leaders of the Taihang sword faction and Divine Sword sect? They were probably at the level of Tao masters, but even when two of them worked together, they were still suppressed. One must know that these two experts were using the Divine Sword. This was already shocking enough, but at this moment, he realized that this wasn't the end of it. At this time, the evil sword had not used its full strength, and it was very likely that it did not even have half of its strength. Was the evil sword that could kill a Saint Venerable so powerful? Now, because he wanted to become a god, most of his strength was tied to this place. What if one day, he gave up on becoming a god and directly used all of his strength to destroy everything? Then, would there be anyone in the 9 states who could stop him? Now, the evil sword was quietly standing in front of Su Yen and him, and he could not even think of resisting. At this time, the small world of extreme ice began to shrink, and the entire small world began to change. In the eyes of Zhang Zhe, the leader of the Taihang sword faction, and Taoist Qingfeng, the sect leader of the Divine Wind sect, the small world kept changing, and in the end, it turned into a pearl. How can this be? Could it be that he has completely controlled this world? At this time, the two of them were completely shocked. If this was really the case, then how powerful was the evil sword? No, that's not right. The evil sword has not truly controlled the entire small world of extreme ice, but I can imagine that he has already controlled a part of it. That is why he can control it, Zhang Zhe said directly. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he seemed to be able to see through the essence of everything. Such strength was simply shocking to the extreme. Such a gaze shocked Taoist Qingfeng once again. This guy's strength had reached such a level. However, this also means that our opponent is not complete at all. No, it should be said that it is not the real body at all. It is just a clone. This is really despairing, Zhang Zhe said. Then he took a step forward and activated his powerful sword will. Taihang God, Heaven and Earth Spirit, Endless Brilliance, Divine Sword Seal. At this time, Zhang Zhe directly chanted, and then began to activate the Divine Sword again. With his movements, the powerful aura of the Taihang Divine Sword rose again, as if a huge mountain had appeared under Zhang Zhe's body. That was the real Taihang Divine Mountain. Taoist Qingfeng's eyes were filled with shock when he saw Zhang Zhe's actual combat. Zhang Zhe was actually able to exert the power of the Divine Sword to such an extent. Even Taoist Qingfeng might not be able to do so. At this time, Taoist Qingfeng was constantly thinking in his heart. He originally wanted to obtain the evil sword Cold Jade, but at this stage of the battle, he had already seen that with just the two of them, they could not even defeat the evil sword Cold Jade, let alone subdue it. In this case, he was not willing to waste more effort. After all, although the Heavenly Wind Sky Splitter sword could still exert more power, it seemed that there was no need for it. Zhang Zhe ignored him, as if he had already expected the sect leader of the Divine Wind sect to stop directly. His attention was all on the evil sword, and then he suddenly shouted, "Evil sword, release the 2 disciples of the Taihang sword faction." Under the full eruption of the Taihang Divine Sword's majesty, his aura had risen to the point of infinity. At this point, he was actually on par with the evil sword Cold Jade in front of him. However, at this time, a ray of death directly surged out from the evil sword. An extremely terrifying light spread across the whole world. Even the Taihang Divine Sword, which had increased its power, began to tremble. Obviously, it was afraid of the power of the sword. The Divine Sword had a spirit, so naturally, it could feel the power and horror of this power. Zhang Zhe directly used all his strength and then launched a defense. After all, under such a direct threat, he had no choice but to do so. The sword chi of the Taihang Divine Sword spread out, and the entire Divine Mountain began to move horizontally. Then, it violently collided with the mountain. The terrifying sword chi spread out, and immediately turned into a natural disaster tornado. The place that was swept by this aura was almost directly destroyed, and there was nothing that could be spared. The sect leader of the Divine Wind sect relied on his powerful cultivation to directly avoid this terrifying attack. However, at this time, he did not leave. At this time, his heart was already filled with other thoughts. The sect leader of the Taihang sword faction, Zhang Zhe, was without a doubt an extremely terrifying person. Although he had become very quiet in these few years and did not make any big movements, it could also be that he was not cultivating. If his strength had reached a sufficiently powerful level, he might have made a move right away and suppressed everything. After all, there were no good people in this world. Moreover, if the sect leader of the Taihang sword faction fell at this time, then the Taihang divine sword would be in his pocket. Naturally, the evil sword Cold Jade could not be taken, but it was also a very good thing to be able to obtain the Taihang divine sword. Therefore, quietly he had become a fisherman, waiting for the Taihang sword faction's sect leader Zhang Zhe to fight with the evil sword, and then wait for an opportunity to take action. Chapter 637. Female Literature. But this time, he was clearly going to be disappointed. After this terrifying attack, a cold light shot up into the sky. The cold light was terrifyingly arrogant. Taoist Qing Feng knew that this was the radiance of the evil sword Cold Jade. At this moment, the evil sword Cold Jade chose to retreat. Obviously, the sword strike that Zhang Zhe had just displayed had brought him quite a lot of trouble. However, Taoist Qing Feng did not dare to chase after him. After all, he might be in danger of dying. When the blinding radiance finally dissipated, Zhang Zhe, the leader of the Taihang sword faction, did not look too good. This was because Su Yan and Xue Xingchuan had been taken away. He did not even know whether they were dead or alive. Now that Ancestor Xue was dead, the Taihang sword faction had lost a powerful 5 essences supremacy. No matter how fierce the battle between the 3 great clans was, as the leader of the faction, he had to ensure the strength of the faction. His cultivation was indeed very high, but there were many things that he could not do personally. Therefore, it was necessary to have a powerful supremacy to oversee the faction. But now, that venerable one had still fallen. Although the death of the Xue clan ancestor was inevitable, he had already been preparing to nurture someone to replace him. However, the death of the scholar ancestor was so sudden that his plans were disrupted. Fortunately, Xue Xingchuan had appeared. To this person, Xue Xingchuan might be more important than the Xue clan ancestor. Not only could he replace the Xue clan ancestor to suppress the Xue clan and maintain the balance of the faction, he had great potential and might even become a Dao sovereign in the future. Of course, there was also Su Yan. Although Su Yan's strength was not very high, at least to him, the 3 Dragons realm was like a child. However, Su Yan's potential had been fully displayed. He believed that in time, the 2 of them would become even more powerful and terrifying. In his original plan, this place wasn't a place where the younger generation was allowed to enter. However, he didn't know that the Xue ancestor had let Su Yan come here on a whim and got involved. So many venerables had died here, but Su Yan was still safe and sound. This also showed Su Yan's ability. But at the last moment he was taken away by the evil sword Cold Jade. Therefore, Zhang Zhe was very unwilling to accept this. At this moment his gaze fell directly on the sect master of the Divine Wind sect, Taoist Qing Feng. In fact, at the last moment, if this Holy Wind sect's sect master was willing to help, then the 2 of them together would be very hopeful to capture Xie Jianhanyu. Unfortunately, the Divine Wind sect's sect master chose to stand by and watch with folded arms. However, Zhang Zhe naturally wouldn't say anything about this. After all, when the venerable of the Divine Wind sect died, he also had the opportunity to help, but he chose to ignore it. Of course, there was no doubt that he was in a very bad mood right now. I've let Senior Qing Feng watch a good show, but Senior Qing Feng is still here at this time. Could it be that you want my Taihang divine sword? He was able to become the sect master of the Taihang sword faction, so naturally, he had extremely powerful ability. This ability not only referred to his cultivation, but also his wisdom. Taoist Qing Feng's intention was seen through by him. Hearing his words, Taoist Qing Feng chuckled and said, "Brother Zhang is really joking. You are so invincible, how could I dare to have any greedy thoughts about you? Isn't that courting death?" Of course, that was what he said, but no one knew what he was thinking in his heart. At this time, Zhang Zhe directly said, "If Senior is interested, This junior can play with senior for a while. Of course, if senior doesn't dare, then I don't have so much time to waste with senior. After all, I still have to save 2 juniors of my sect. Zhang Zhe said directly. Then, a fierce fighting intent directly pressed towards Taoist Qing Feng. Taoist Qing Feng's expression changed. Of course, he had other thoughts, but when he saw Zhang Zhe's unchanged expression, he gave up. However, he never expected that Zhang Zhe would dare to take the initiative to attack him. At this time, his thoughts kept changing. Facing this killing intent, he was thinking about whether to make a move or not. If Zhang Zhe was just putting on an act, then it would be fine. However, if Zhang Zhe's current state was not weakened much, then it was very unwise to make a move at this time. Whether he could win in the end or not, the relationship between the two of them would reach a freezing point in the end. It was definitely not a wise thing to create a powerful enemy for himself. More importantly, Zhang Zhe was still very young, but he was already old. Although he was not like the Shui family's ancestor who was about to die, it was obvious that he was no longer a match for Zhang Zhe. In just a moment, he immediately made a decision and said, "Brother Zhang, you are really angry now, so I won't disturb you anymore. After all, saving the disciples is more important." In the end, he chose to leave. Seeing Taoist Qing Feng leave, Zhang Zhe's aura gradually stabilized. At this time, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His expression also changed a little. "Old thing," he shouted softly, and his whole body rose into the air and then flew toward the distant horizon. No matter what, he was not willing to give up on Su Yan and Shui Xingchuan. After all, these 2 people were the geniuses of his sect. If they died like this, it would be a huge loss to the entire sect. To put it bluntly, these 2 people were more valuable than the dead venerable of the Wang family. Evil Sword Cold Jade was really fast, but Zhang Zhe's speed was not any slower. In the world of extreme ice, Shui Xingchuan's heart was like dead ashes. Because the divine sense he had set up earlier had been destroyed, he could not see the situation outside at all. However, this had nothing to do with him now. The most important thing was to deal with the situation at hand. How were they going to escape from the hands of the god of death? Cold Jade suddenly reached out and pointed. Then, 2 rays of sword qi appeared in the form of a breeze, and then directly wrapped around their bodies. At this moment, Su Yan and Shui Xingchuan were directly bound. Almost at the same time, an ice wall appeared behind them. Their bodies suddenly retreated, and then they were directly embedded in the ice wall. Whether it was Su Yan or Shui Xingchuan, they were now unable to move. After all, the power and terror of this sword qi had far exceeded their expectations. At this time, Su Yan's whole body was constantly struggling, but that sword qi not only imprisoned his body, but also entered his meridians, directly imprisoning all of his Jin qi. Right now, he couldn't even move. Su Yan was like this, and so was Shui Xingchuan. Moreover, perhaps because of his cultivation, the current Shui Xingchuan was even more miserable than Su Yan. The surface of his body had already seeped little by little blood. His skin had already burst open. This kind of injury was already extremely terrifying. If this injury was even more serious, Shui Xingchuan would have died directly. In his eyes, an extremely deep and dignified light constantly flashed. It was obvious that at this time, he was extremely angry. But at this time, he was unable to break free. In the end, he finally gave up. Shui Xingchuan looked at Su Yan, and then said with a bitter smile, I really did not expect that the 2 of us would still lose. It seems that following me really does not lead to anything good." Su Yan did not pay attention to him. Now, the 2 of them were turtles in a jar, birds in a cage. Whether they lived or died was not up to them. After the evil sword Cold Jade had directly bound the 2 of them, it did not do anything else. It just looked calmly in front of it. Su Yan saw through the blood dragon pupil that there were countless sword qi being released from its body. These sword qi were like nails that directly pierced into the void of this small world. It was stabilizing this small world. In this way, it seemed that Su Yan and Shui Xingchuan's previous efforts were not in vain. At least, because of them, the demon god's heart aperture was unstable, causing it to have to spend energy to stabilize this small world. Otherwise, the two of them would have been directly killed. At this time, in Su Yan's mind, Ice Absolute suddenly spoke, this damned thing, I must directly destroy it. His voice was so cold, it was obvious that he hated the evil sword Cold Jade to the extreme. Now that Su Yan could not break free, he simply sank his consciousness and then faced Ice Absolute face to face. You have a grudge against the evil sword? But soon, Su Yan realized that this was a stupid question. Since it was born from a strand of the essence of the demon god Ice Absolute, it naturally inherited some of the demon god's will. Su Yan did not know how the demon god Ice Absolute had died, but his new bridge had been cut, so there was no need to say more. This hatred was definitely inherited. At this time, the newborn Ice Absolute said, "No, strictly speaking, I do not have a grudge against it. On the contrary, I should be thanking it. If it was not for it, I would not have been born. But I really want to kill it." He chuckled like a madman. Su Yan looked at this crazy himself, and felt that it was very strange. At this time, he opened his mouth and said, "All right, that is not important. Now, can you tell me if there is a way to get out of this predicament?" Right now, Su Yan was already in an extremely dangerous situation. With his strength, it was obviously impossible for him to forcefully break free. But this newborn Ice Absolute knew a lot about this side of the world and might have a way to get out. Chapter 638. Female Literature. Bing Ju glanced at Su Yan and said, "No." Bing Ju laughed coldly and continued, "This guy's true strength is no weaker than a demon god. In other words, he's a sacred sovereign. Do you think that you, a mere dragon realm cultivator, have any chance of turning the tables around? The only thing you can do now is to keep praying. Pray that fate will give you a way out." Bing Ju was very depressed. After all, he had escaped with much difficulty, but now he was in danger again. No one knew better than him how strong the evil sword Cold Jade was. If he did not care about this pocket dimension and unleashed his full strength, he would be able to crush everything. Unless the 7 sacred sovereigns were resurrected, or if the demon god were to descend, who would be his opponent? Therefore, he did not have any hope that Su Yan would be able to break free. Su Yan also became silent. The current him could only wait for death. This was not a good feeling. At this moment, the pocket dimensions suddenly trembled. When the small world shook, the first thing to change color was the evil sword. A cold light was emitted from her eyes. Clearly, they were filled with anger. The reason for that was because he knew exactly what had happened. Zhang Zhe, the leader of the Taihang sword faction, had caught up and attacked. The Taihang holy sword slashed down and hit the evil sword Cold Jade. "We're saved." At this time, Bing Ju roared excitedly. "You have a way?" Now that the despairing Ice Ju was shouting like this, Su Yan knew that he must have found a way. Bing Ju pondered for a moment, then said, "Yes, there might be another way." He paused for a moment, then said, "Based on the current situation, there's an extremely strong expert causing trouble for him. This is our chance. As long as we can seize this opportunity, we might be able to escape." But how do we break free from this ice wall? This was the first problem that the two of them had to face. If they didn't break free at this time, then everything would be empty talk. Bing Ju said, "I know that you have a lot of powerful means, and these means can all burst out with terrifying power. Unfortunately, your strength is not enough, so the power you can burst out is naturally not enough." Su Yan nodded. This was indeed a fact. For example, terrifying ultimate techniques like the heaven-crushing 10 slashes and the deity-vanquishing sword, when he unleashed them, he was able to unleash an explosive power that was 10 times stronger than before. However, Su Yan's own strength was simply too weak. At the very least, it was too weak for the current situation. "But your companion next to you is strong enough, isn't he?" Ice Ju said directly. Su Yan immediately understood what he meant. What he said was right. Although Su Yan's strength was weak, the person next to him at that time was strong enough. Xue Xingxuan's battle prowess could be said to be terrifying. Normal experts were no match for him. If he could unleash a terrifying move like the deity-vanquishing sword, the power he could unleash would be unimaginable. Su Yan thought about it and said, "What you said makes sense. This is the only way now." Su Yan said to Xue Xingchuan, Senior Xue, now that this small world is shaking, it must be the sect's seniors who are continuously attacking the evil sword. Now is the best time for us to escape. Xue Xingchuan said, Nonsense, I also know this. But I am injured now, and even if I burst out with all my strength, I won't be able to break free from the ice wall. What do you want me to do? Xue Xingchuan had already tried countless times, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from the ice wall. Obviously, this guy in front of him had also calculated. The power of the ice wall was enough to firmly imprison Su Yan and Xue Xingchuan. Su Yan said, Senior Xue, I have a set of secret techniques that can directly release a greater amount of power from my body. My strength isn't enough, but I think if you use this technique, you will definitely be able to break through the ice wall and help us escape danger. Su Yan was very determined to pass on his ultimate move. If they weren't at the end of the line, Su Yan didn't want to tell Xue Xingchuan this technique. This was because this technique was the great Heavenly Devil Master's ultimate move. As the faith of the Devil Sect, if the Devil Sect knew that he had mastered the great Heavenly Devil Master's ultimate move, he would definitely be hunted down by the Devil Sect. Between him and the Devil Sect, there was naturally a fight to the death. But he also understood that now was not the time to go against the Devil Sect. It was because he was no match for the Devil Sect now. The Devil Sect's strength was far from what he could go against now. If he exposed himself too early, he would be in a very passive position. Xue Xingchuan grinned and said, You actually have such a good thing. Then why are you still hiding it? Quickly take it out. Su Yan did not hesitate in the slightest and directly told him this move. Xue Xingchuan listened quietly. As expected of Xue Xingchuan, his talent was indeed terrifying. After he finished listening, he said, Kid, this technique is the Devil Sect's ultimate move. I really couldn't tell that you could even grasp such a technique. Su Yan only smiled and didn't say anything. Xue Xingchuan didn't continue to ask. After all, there were some things that could only be understood. Xue Xingchuan said, I'll try to see if I can use this technique. However, you better listen carefully. Although this technique is powerful, unless it's absolutely necessary, don't use it easily. You're a smart person. You should understand what I mean. After he finished speaking, he started to calm his mind and started to use this technique. All of his aura was condensed, and that powerful energy kept circulating. Soon, Su Yan felt an oppressive aura. Xue Xingchuan was indeed powerful. In such a short period of time, he had already mastered this technique. Su Yan tried his best to calm his mind and started to observe Xue Xingchuan's power. Xue Xingchuan's aura kept expanding. In the end, the muscles on his body were like horned dragons. This kind of power kept exploding, causing his entire person to become extremely terrifying. Xue Xingchuan didn't cultivate the Devil Sect, but when he released his spirit chi, he was like a terrifying devil. The great Devil Heaven Lord's ability was indeed incomparably evil. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan opened his eyes. There seemed to be a black light flickering in his eyes. Break for me! Xue Xingchuan roared. As he roared, the surrounding ice walls were directly blasted apart. Under the activation of the terrifying power, everything was directly shattered. At this moment, that powerful and terrifying light finally sank completely. Su Yan's eyes were filled with shock. Although he knew that this technique would be very powerful, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. The ice walls that bound the two of them had been shattered. Xue Xingchuan broke free from the ice walls and took a few deep breaths. Only then did he calm himself down. Strange, really strange. This Devil Sect's ability is simply to take people's lives. He gritted his teeth and said. Then, with a fierce twist of his palm, he broke the power that bound Su Yan. When the ice was broken, Su Yan immediately felt the qi in his meridians start to circulate crazily again. However, at this time, he looked a little surprised. Because at this time, he felt the spirit qi in his body become very violent. At this time, it was about to break through the Four Dragons realm. Su Yan's original realm was at the peak of the Three Dragons realm. When he swallowed the demon core of the Demon King, this power was already in a state of saturation. But for some reason, he couldn't break through to the Four Dragons realm. But this time, after his spirit chi was sealed, he actually managed to break through everything. In such a desperate situation, to be able to increase his strength meant that he could have more life-saving means. To him, this was naturally very happy. Xue Xingchuan's eyes widened. Then, he looked at Su Yan and said, "You broke through to the 4 Dragons realm? Kid, when did you break through to the 3 Dragons realm?" Su Yan's breakthrough surprised Xue Xingchuan. It must be known that even a genius like him didn't have an easy time breaking through. Back then, he didn't know how much effort he had to put in to reach this step. But now, Su Yan had casually broken through the realm and reached the 4 Dragons realm. How could youngsters these days break through so casually? Su Yan said, "I broke through to the 3 Dragons realm about a month ago." Boom. Just as Su Yan finished speaking, there was a loud sound. Then, the ice wall beside him shattered. Xue Xingchuan said angrily, "How can we live like this? Kid, what kind of monster are you?" Su Yan was a little embarrassed. In fact, he still felt that his cultivation was too slow. He said directly, "Senior Xue, now is not the time to worry about this. The most important thing is to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid that both of us will die here." Hearing Su Yan's words, Xue Xingchuan also came to his senses. Then he said, "How do you think we should leave?" At this moment, in Su Yan's sea of consciousness, Ice Extreme said, "Go to the heart aperture. This small world of Ice Extreme is already sealed off from the outside world. That evil sword will definitely not let you out. But this small world of Ice Extreme has a loophole, and that is the heart aperture. As long as you can break through the heart aperture, you can leave this small world." The newly born Ice Extreme said directly. Chapter 639. Female Literature. "Okay, then let's go to the heart aperture." Su Yan told Xue Xingchuan about this. Xue Xingchuan was clearly surprised. After all, even he didn't know about this, so how did Su Yan know? After all, this was the first time Su Yan had stepped into this place. However, everyone had their own secrets. He knew this very well, so he didn't delve into it. He just said, "Okay, since that's the case, let's go to the heart aperture." When they first entered this small world, they wanted to destroy the heart aperture, which was the core of this small world, so that the small world of extreme ice couldn't operate normally. Unfortunately, they only managed to destroy 2 life gates. The power of this place was far beyond their expectations. However, now that they knew that the heart aperture might be the only way out, they had to take a gamble. "We have to hurry." Xue Xingchuan carried Su Yan and moved forward at a terrifying speed. Su Yan was naturally fast, and after unfolding the demon dragon wings, he was even faster. However, compared to a venerable like Xue Xingchuan, he was still too slow. Su Yan only felt that there was a terrifying power constantly whistling around him. The 2 of them came to the heart aperture again. At this time, the heart aperture had changed greatly. The most obvious change was that outside the new bridge, there were countless sword chi. These sword chi densely packed together formed a large net, which was daunting. It was obvious that the evil sword Cold Jade had just started to set it up. "There's no other way. We can only force our way through. Kid, lend me your saint sword." After Xue Xingchuan finished speaking, Su Yan had already taken out the Scorching Sun sword. Xue Xingchuan took the Scorching Sun sword and shook it lightly. A beam of red light shot up into the sky. He nodded and said, "Good, it's a good sword. Although it's only a basic saint sword, it's already started to nourish its own charm. In the future, it might even improve." He continued, "Kid, you taught me a move, so it's impolite not to reciprocate. I'll teach you a move as well. This move is an inheritance of the ancient Buddha sword sect. It's even more powerful than the Taihang sword faction sword." After Xue Xingchuan finished speaking, Su Yan's eyes opened wide. Buddha sword sect. Xue Xingchuan had actually obtained the inheritance of the Buddha sword sect. When Xue Xingchuan saw Su Yan's shocked expression, he thought that Su Yan was shocked by the name of the Buddha sword sect. He said straightforwardly, "I was only able to obtain the legacy of a senior who lived here by chance. It's a pity that this senior is already dead. Otherwise, we wouldn't be like this." The Scorching Sun sword began to hum again. That was because the Buddha sword chi had been activated. Scorching sword chi began to soar into the sky. This powerful and terrifying power was simply shocking. Although the demonic technique Su Yan gave to Xue Xue was very powerful, the power displayed by Xue Xingchuan was actually not inferior to that demonic technique. Of course, this was because he was holding a holy sword in his hand. The Scorching Sun sword was clearly his own sword, but at this time, Su Yan felt that the Scorching Sun sword had already begun to fuse with this person. That blazing light was where his power lay. Buddha's 3 lives / old dreams. Xue Xingchuan shouted softly. Then, the long sword in his hand finally came crashing down. As the sword came crashing down, an intense light condensed. When it reached the Uzi, it actually transformed into the shadow of a Buddha. An illusory image appeared and then violently collided with the light screen. This powerful force was constantly vibrating at this moment. The light screen condensed by the sword chi finally began to be unable to withstand the force. Then, Sister Monkey let out a buzzing sound. With this sword, the barrier blocking the heart aperture finally dissipated. Senior, this time, we don't need to destroy the gate of life. Instead, we need to go to the gate of death, Su Yan said. Of course, he didn't know this information. It was all told to him by extreme ice in his sea of consciousness. The so-called gate of life was the gate of life of the demon god's heart aperture. Once the gate of life was destroyed, the heart aperture would die. However, other than the gate of life, there was also the gate of death. That was the place where endless death chi gathered after the demon god Extreme Ice died. It was extremely terrifying. If one's own strength wasn't enough and they were contaminated by the terrifying death chi, they would immediately fall into the abyss of death and hell. Even the soul wouldn't be able to transcend. However, as the saying goes, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. In such a place of death, there was a companion who could leave this world. That was the exit of the demon god's heart aperture. If they could smoothly pass through this exit, then the two of them might be able to escape death and leave this place. Xue Xingchuan nodded and said, "Okay, since that's the case, then what are we hesitating for? Let's go quickly." Xue Xingchuan didn't want to stay here for a moment. When he heard this news, he directly went to the place that Su Yan mentioned. As they moved forward, an extremely dense aura of death spread towards them. This death chi was filled with gloom and terror. It was as if a ghost claw had appeared in front of you. When this power appeared, Su Yan felt his entire body begin to tremble. Although the Uzi in his sea of consciousness had already told him that the death chi here was extremely dense, he didn't expect it to be this terrifying. Not only him, even Xue Xingchuan was trembling slightly. This kind of power seemed to have already surpassed a certain critical point of the limit. Seeking life in the midst of death, these 4 words were indeed not empty words. The two of them walked extremely quickly. If they couldn't quickly pass through this place, they were afraid that the death chi would kill them. This was definitely not something to be laughed about. Su Yan's eyes were filled with an extremely solemn expression. At this moment, a series of footsteps suddenly came from ahead. Both Su Yan and Xue Xingchuan were alarmed. For someone to appear at a time like this was truly inexplicably strange. Then, just who was this person who had appeared here? Could it be a special creature condensed from the death chi here? After all, when Su Yan was at the gate of life, the demon god's essence chi had condensed countless small fiends and even gave birth to a new extreme ice. It wouldn't be strange if a new creature condensed from demonic chi appeared here. "It's you? You're not dead?" Xue Xingchuan suddenly asked gravely. The person who had appeared before them was actually Geng Gui. Back then, Geng Gui's mind had been controlled by the evil sword and turned into a sword slave. Then, he had been casually cut down by the Taihang sword faction's sect master. At the time, everyone had thought that he was dead without a doubt. Who would have thought that he would appear here? In other words, the Taishang sword faction's sect master hadn't killed him. It was truly surprising to see him here. However, at this moment, his eyes weren't as dull and lifeless as they were before. Although he was still a little confused, he had recovered his initial coldness. "Geng Gui, or should I call you a sword slave?" Xue Xingchuan asked. A powerful aura emanated from Gung Gui's body. Gung Gui's cultivation had increased significantly in such a short period of time. Even Xue Xingchuan wasn't confident that he could easily defeat him. More importantly, if they were to fight here, Dark would be courting death. The death chi here was very dense, but fortunately, it was very calm, allowing them to pass through. However, if a battle were to break out, regardless of the outcome, once the death chi here was stirred up, it would be like a tornado, and a terrifying power would sweep through everything. At that time, all of them would die. Just call me Gung Gui. Gung Gui suddenly spoke. It seemed that he had broken free from the control and was no longer a sword slave. Don't worry, I won't attack here. After all, the reason I was able to recover was because of your Taihang sword faction sect master, so I owe you a favor, he said directly. However, Xue Xingchuan chuckled and said, don't make it sound so nice. Hee, I don't think you'd dare to attack here. He saw through everything very clearly. Then he directly pointed it out. Gung Gui's expression didn't change. He only calmly said, whatever you say, but I know that you want to leave this place. Coincidentally, so do I, he said. To be honest, I didn't expect you to know how to leave this place. If it wasn't for the fact that I was implanted with a sword soul and knew some things that I wouldn't have known, I definitely wouldn't have known about such a mysterious place. Xue Xingchuan smiled but didn't say anything. At the end of the path of death is the path to leave this place, but there is an extremely powerful existence guarding it. According to my estimates, he is at least a Dao master. After Gung Gui said this, both Su Yan and Xue Xingchuan frowned. Su Yan asked Gung Gui, who was in his sea of consciousness, did you already know about this? Ice Ju rolled his eyes and said, Ayaya, I did forget to tell you, but it doesn't really make a difference, does it? Because no matter what, you'll have to face this sooner or later. In that case, what's the difference between telling you earlier and sleeping later? Su Yan sneered. Of course, he didn't believe this plan. Ice Ju must have a purpose for telling them this. Although he didn't know, Su Yan was alarmed. He trusted Ice Ju too much. Xue Xingchuan said, Dao Master? How terrifying, but what can we do? Even if I have to face a Dao Master, I don't want to face that guy. Compared to the evil sword that killed a saint, a Dao Master was insignificant. Chapter 640. Female Literature. Alright, in that case, let's go. However, at this point we should let go of everything. His gaze swept over Su Yan and Xue Xingchuan. He was right. At this point, if they still had misgivings about each other, there was no need for them to continue working together, because that would only lead to death. Xue Xingchuan said, don't worry about that. I, Xue Xingchuan, always keep my word. On the other hand, you people from the demonic sect have always had a bad reputation. Gung Gui did not say anything. Since the three of them had reached a consensus, they went straight ahead. The boundless darkness was like thick ink. The deeper they went, the deeper the darkness became. In the end, this terrifying power even began to oppress their bodies. Gung Gui and Xue Xingchuan's expressions did not change, but two auras began to rise around them. These two auras turned into a curtain of light, blocking the pressure of the darkness. At this moment, Su Yan summoned the Dragonblood Icefire Dome. The indistinct dragon soul projection swayed gently, blocking all of the attacks. Of course, he was walking behind the two of them, so the pressure was not that great. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly appeared. This violent wind came so suddenly that the three of them were caught off guard. By the time they noticed the wind, it had already appeared in front of them. Not good, Su Yan, be careful and defend yourself. Don't let the darkness aura enter, Xue Xingchuan warned, and then raised his strength to the limit. He suddenly struck out with his palm, blocking most of the power. At this moment, Gung Gui also struck out with his palm, and a dark power swept out and swallowed the darkness aura. The two experts had already blocked most of the power, and Su Yan only had a little bit of it left. However, Su Yan was still trembling from the terrifying aura. Su Yan was shocked. He finally understood the meaning of the phrase, bloody birth. This dark power had almost been blocked, but the remaining power was still directly invading his body. However, Su Yan turned the power in his body and forcibly suppressed this power. Just as Su Yen was about to suppress this power, he suddenly became alert in his heart. In his sea of consciousness, Aya's voice sounded, "Be careful." Su Yen was suddenly alarmed. In fact, there was no need for Aya to remind him. Su Yen had already reacted. At this moment he suddenly retreated, wanting to avoid this mysterious danger that suddenly appeared. However, it was already too late. A black palm appeared directly in front of his neck. Then, Su Yen felt his whole body turn sluggish, and even his breathing became difficult. Furthermore, the circulation in his body had been directly suppressed. "Who is it? Get out of my way." At this moment, Xue Xingchuan finally realized that something was wrong. He suddenly turned around and slashed down with his sword. However, the figure just flashed and disappeared. Su Yen. He immediately realized that Su Yen had been taken away by this guy who had suddenly appeared. Xue Xingchuan attacked again, wanting to bring Su Yen back. But at that moment, Geng Gui stretched out his hand and stopped him. "Are you crazy? You're just courting death if you attack now." The previous confrontation had already caused fluctuations in the dark Yuan Qi. "That guy is the darkness holy man. Do you think you can save that brat with just you? Moreover, since Darkness Tao Master has taken Su Yen away, this is the best opportunity for the two of us." Now that Darkness Tao Master had taken Su Yen away, this was the best time to leave. Xue Xingchuan fell silent. At this moment, Geng Gui spoke again. "Xue Xingchuan, if you want to die, I will definitely not stop you. However, you better understand that if you die now, it will be meaningless. This opponent is not something you can imagine. It is wishful thinking for you to defeat him. Besides, that kid is just a burden to you." Geng Gui's words had made Xue Xingchuan extremely silent. Logically speaking, Geng Gui's words were not wrong. Su Yen was only in the dragon realm. Although he could be said to be extremely talented, so what? Even an ordinary venerable could take his life, let alone a Tao master who was making a move at this time. "Xue Xingchuan, if you want to die, then go ahead. I don't care so much." Geng Gui finished speaking and directly walked forward. "If Darkness Tao Master comes back, I'd like to see how you leave this place alone." At this moment, Xue Xingchuan finally gritted his teeth and said, "Su Yen kid, I'm really sorry." In the end, he gave up on Su Yen and directly left. This was because he knew that if he did not do so, only death would await him. At the end of the darkness, there was a mysterious space that was connected to the outside world. However, this place was also very dangerous. If one was not careful, they would be swallowed by the turbulence of space. However, with Geng Gui and Xue Xingchuan's strength, it was not difficult to leave this place. The dark space was constantly turbulent, but the two of them were already very strong. At this moment, without Darkness Tao Master's protection, this place was no different from an ordinary path for them. The two of them easily left this place. The Heart Aperture's Gate of Death was the loophole of this world. As soon as they left, they immediately felt a gust of wind and powerful sword qi constantly sweeping through. At this moment, the two of them were simultaneously moved. At this moment, a wave of killing intent suddenly rushed towards them. The appearance of this killing intent made even experts like them feel shocked. "Not good, it's cold Jade Xiejian. She's going to kill us." Xue Xingchuan and Geng Gui immediately understood that they had already left the small world of ice extinction and returned to the big world. However, at this moment, ice extinction directly sensed them and was about to kill them. At this moment, a voice sounded. "Xie Jian, this is my disciple. How can I allow you to kill as you please?" Following this voice, an extremely powerful sword qi directly suppressed them. This sword qi could be said to be earth-shattering. It actually directly cut off the power of ice extinction. "Sect Master." Xue Xingchuan immediately knew that the person who made this move was the sect master of the Taihang sword faction, Xue Xingchuan. The Taihang divine sword was like an immortal divine mountain. It directly rushed over and fiercely clashed with cold Jade Xiejian. "Xiejian, you should be intelligent. Your appearance has attracted the attention of everyone in this world. If you want to fight to the death with this old man is happy to accompany you, but you should think about the price." The sect master of the Taihang sword faction, Zhang Zhe's voice was like thunder. At the same time, he did not show any mercy when he attacked, showing his unparalleled strength. After such an attack, Cold Jade Xie Jian actually did not gain any advantage. At this moment, his eyes were extremely cold as he stared straight at Zhang Zhe. He had already sensed that there was some strange movement in an extremely distant place. To be able to make him feel it, this kind of power was obviously very strong, even terrifying. And to be able to reach this level, it was obviously another divine sword. He understood that Zhang Zhe was right. It was definitely not a good thing to fight to the death with Zhang Zhe now. Firstly, this person held the Taihang divine sword in his hand and was very strong. If both sides fought, he could naturally win if he did not care about the price. However, it was completely meaningless. When other experts arrived, it would be a huge problem for him. His gaze fell on Xue Xingquan and Geng Gui, and finally turned to leave. These two people already had a special meaning to Cold Jade Xie Jian. Naturally, Xie Jian wanted to suppress them. However, they actually managed to escape. However, the most important thing now was to restabilize the small world. After being tormented by Su Yan and Xue Xingquan, the small world's power had weakened a lot. This time, Cold Jade Xie Jian had killed about 5 venerables and then devoured them. The power obtained was just to make up for these losses. However, there were two sides to this matter. Although the small world's power was weakened, it was also easier for her to completely refine it. As for Xue Xingquan and Geng Gui, it would not be too late to deal with them after she finished condensing the small world. If she continued to fight with this old man, she was afraid that she would be delayed here. When the other divine swords arrived, she might even be held here. Although she did not think that these guys could do anything to her, it was definitely not a wise choice to be held here. What's more, there was still a fellow left in his small world of ice extinction. Although this little fellow's cultivation was weaker than the other two who had escaped, his importance to him was self-evident. In fact, he was even more important than the other two combined. Therefore, she simply left. Zhang Zhe looked at Cold Jade Xie Jian's departing figure and finally sighed. To be honest, if Cold Jade Xie Jian chose to fight to the death with him, it would be very difficult for him. This sword's power was truly terrifying. Zhang Zhe's expression was solemn. No one knew what he was thinking. Finally, his gaze fell on Geng Gui. Geng Gui immediately felt an incomparably heavy pressure. He was indeed arrogant, and this time he had profited from a disaster in the small world of extreme ice and obtained great power. However, he was not arrogant enough to dare to challenge this person in front of him. This person was truly terrifying. The first elder of the Ghost-Killing Hall had once said that within the Taihang sword faction, this person was the most terrifying person. The first elder had even compared Zhang Zhe to the Devil Sect's sect leader. If he wanted to kill him now, there would be no way for him to escape. Chapter 641. Female Literature. Senior, Geng Gui thanks Senior for saving my life. Geng Gui said respectfully. His words came from the bottom of his heart. Originally, he had been reduced to a puppet under the power of the evil sword Cold Jade, unable to break free. But the attack of the Taihang sword faction's sect leader, Zhang Zhe, had shaken the sword intent that had enslaved him, giving him a chance to break free. There's no need to thank me. I'm only doing this for the sake of that old ghost from your ghost-killing hall, and for you to be able to escape, this is also your own ability. However, you'd better leave quickly, otherwise, whether you live or die is not something I can care about. Zhang Zhe said as he made a grabbing motion. The powerful Xue Xingquan was pulled over by him. Senior Xue has already fallen. The Xue clan will rely on you in the future. We'll talk about other things later. Let's return to the sect. Zhang Zhe grabbed Xue Xingquan and left. He did not see Su Yan appear, but he already had some guesses. But at this time, the evil sword had already left, and Xue Xingquan had been rescued. It was not wise to fight the evil sword for Su Yan. Moreover, other experts had intervened at this time. Although Su Yan's potential was huge, he was still a genius who had yet to grow up. A genius who had grown up was actually meaningless. Xue Xingquan was different. He was already a venerable and a very powerful one at that. Shui family's old ancestor Shui had already fallen inside. If there wasn't a powerful figure to keep watch, if there was no one without the support of the Wang family and the two venerables from the Feng family, they would definitely attack and nibble away at the Shui clan. For this person, at this juncture, maintaining the stability of the sect was the most important thing. If the sect was not stable, he would have to worry about the sect's affairs. Things were different now, and the world was about to become chaotic. The birth of the evil sword Cold Jade was one of the signs. Chaos was about to arrive. There was a legend in the 9 provinces that every origin era, the world would fall into chaos. Although this was only a legend, true experts wouldn't think so. Although the Great War 10,000 years ago had already been forgotten by many people, it still made many people worried. Back then, the demon race had not been completely destroyed. They would make a comeback. Although the Taihang Sword faction was one of the top 10 factions in the Jiuzhou continent, it was incomparably glorious. However, would the Taihang Sword faction survive the onslaught of the demon race? No one knew. Moreover, in this chaotic world, the most important thing was strength. The sect master was well aware of this. Therefore, he had to raise his cultivation level as soon as possible. Being a Dao master could not give him any sense of security. His goal was to become a venerable sovereign, or even the illusory venerable sovereign. Not long after the 3 of them left, a powerful aura rushed over. This dark and deep aura was just like the night. Did he just leave? Divine sword, this old man must have you. Then, his gaze began to explore the surroundings. In the end, his gaze landed on a place extremely far away. Since this old man has already grasped your aura, don't think you can leave so easily. After a cold laugh, he chased after the 3 of them. The powerful aura that evil sword Hanyu and the Taihang Sword faction's sect master Zhang Zhe had sensed came from this person. At this moment, Su Yan was in great pain. He felt like he was about to die. After a short moment of consideration, he was certain that this person was the Dark Venerable. However, he did not understand why the Dark Venerable would attack him. If he wanted to protect the exit, he should have defeated Xue Xingchuan and Geng Gui. But why would he attack him? Dong! A sharp pain came, and Su Yan fell to the ground. As soon as he landed, Su Yan began to pant madly. His spirit energy began to circulate. Previously, everything about Su Yan had been sealed. Even breathing was extremely difficult for him. This feeling was really not good. His life and death were controlled by someone else. He could not control his own life. He was like a weak chicken. Come out. At this moment, a muffled voice sounded out. Su Yan was stunned. He did not understand what the other party meant by this sentence that came out of nowhere. Are you still going to hide? If you don't come out, I'll kill your host. The cold and dull voice sounded again. At this moment, Ice Absolute in Su Yan's sea of consciousness suddenly laughed dryly. You're still the same. You're really unfriendly. But let me remind you, you can't kill Su Yan. At this moment, Ice Absolute appeared in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. These two fellows actually know each other. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. When he saw this scene, he immediately knew that it was Bing Ju who had tricked him this time. No wonder he felt that things were a little strange from the beginning. After all, this guy had agreed too quickly from the beginning. However, he did not speak at this time. He just looked at the two guys and secretly began to condense his vitality. You called yourself the new Ice Absolute. I didn't expect you to have reached this stage. You actually relied on the strength of a mortal to give birth to a new self. Darkness Dao Master said disdainfully. Ice Absolute did not care. You inherited the dark energy of the demon god Ice Absolute. That's why you're so strong. But so what? You're now imprisoned by an evil sword and can only be a watchdog. You don't seem to be any better than me. Su Yan listened to their conversation and figured out the origin of Darkness Dao Master. Darkness Dao Master had also escaped from the body of the demon god. However, Ice Absolute, who had reached an agreement with him, was transformed from a wisp of essence. Darkness Dao Master, on the other hand, was transformed from a wisp of dark energy. The existence of a sacred master was indeed terrifying. The fiend celestial had clearly fallen. but his dark aura had turned him into a Tao sovereign. Alright, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. When the time comes, tell me, why can't I kill this kid? Darkness Tao Master looked at Ice Absolute and asked directly. Ice Absolute smiled and said, Darkness, I know that you've always wanted to escape from the control of the evil sword. You're like me, you want to become a new self. It's just that you can't do it now. But believe me, you'll never be able to do it on your own. But Su Yan can help us. Before Darkness Holy Man could speak, Bing Ju continued. Do you know that his body contains the inheritance of the great demonic dragon, the inheritance of the great heavenly demon lord, and the inheritance of the Stupa sect? Do you think these 3 inheritances are enough? Upon hearing this, the Darkness Holy Man froze. Although Su Yan could not see clearly due to the darkness, he knew that Darkness Tao Master's expression must have changed. At this time, he still did not speak. He just looked on coldly. Darkness Tao Master's gaze fell on him. At this time, the light in Darkness Tao Master's eyes flickered. It was obvious that he was using a special power. After a while, the gloomy light gradually dissipated. Impressive, really impressive. I didn't realize that this kid had such a terrifying aura before this. It's really puzzling. It's really unbelievable. The Darkness Holy Man trembled as he spoke. The great heavenly demon lord, the great demon dragon, and the pagoda saint are all my greatest enemies. Even if I were to face any one of them, I wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning. However, this kid actually has 3 great inheritances hidden in his body. God is really helping me. God is really helping me. Darkness Tao Master's voice became more and more hurried. It was obvious that he was greedy. At this time, he only wanted to strip Su Yan of his power and take it for himself. If he could obtain these 3 great inheritances, he would definitely make a qualitative leap. At this time, he had already made his move and charged towards Su Yan. In the face of this terrifying power, he was unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as Darkness Tao Master suppressed him. At this time, Bing Ju sneered. The power of darkness was like a tentacle that fell directly around Su Yan. Brat, give me your power, give me your inheritance. I want to devour your flesh and blood. I need your power. Bing Ju, he's mine. Darkness Tao Master had obviously fallen into a state of madness. He was completely incoherent. His greed was so blatant that he did not hide it at all. He wanted to devour Su Yan directly. He wanted to strip Su Yan of his power. However, just as his power was about to touch Su Yan, an extremely terrifying power burst out. A blazing streamer flashed directly at this time. A mighty and majestic aura suddenly burst out, and a terrifying power rolled out. Darkness Tao Master's powerful dark power was directly torn apart at this time. In the face of such a powerful power, he was like a weak child. The golden light became even more dazzling. Darkness Tao Master cried out in pain, "Spare me, spare me!" However, the golden light did not weaken. Instead, it became even more dazzling. In the end, it turned into a mysterious swastika symbol. This mysterious ancient symbol rotated gently like a millstone and rushed towards Darkness Tao Master's body. Darkness Tao Master howled crazily. In the end, he could not even make a sound. His whole body was trembling. In the end, the golden mark finally dissipated. However, when the mark dissipated, a little golden light had already penetrated his body. The entry of this light made the Darkness Tao Venerates sink into despair. Chapter 642. Female Literature. After a long time, the light finally dissipated. The wailing of Darkness Holy Man gradually subsided. At this time, Bing Ju sneered and said, "Hee, you old thing, I remember telling you not to act rashly. Why didn't you listen?" Bing Ju was very proud. Obviously, he had guessed that this would be the result. At this time, Su Yan's expression became more serious. He was even more afraid of Bing Ju. Even he himself did not know that this would be the result, but Bing Ju knew it. This was a terrible enemy. Although they were temporary allies, he was an extremely dangerous existence, just like Duanmu Longhu. If something went wrong, he might bite Yi Shiwen to death. At this time, Darkness Holy Man finally came to his senses and looked at Bing Ju angrily. You damn guy, you must have known that this would be the result from the beginning, right? He questioned sternly. His voice was so angry and mournful. It seemed that he could not wait to tear Bingju apart. Bingju said, I have warned you not to act rashly against Su Yen, but you didn't listen. You are now a Tao master, and I am as weak as a child in front of you. What do you think I should do? Bingju's words were very innocent, as if there was nothing wrong with what he said. However, it was obvious that this guy did it on purpose. He already knew that this would be the result from the beginning, but he did not warn Yi Shiwen. That is the power of the Buddha, right? It is really great and sacred. Darkness, you can try again. I don't know if it will be the power of the great heavenly demon lord or the great demonic dragon that will suddenly erupt this time. Bingju did not care about the cold eyes of Darkness holy man and said sarcastically. Hearing this, the Darkness Tao ancestor did not fly into a rage again. Instead, his gaze landed on Su Yen. Su Yen, you are Su Yen? Su Yen said, yes. Darkness holy man let out an unpleasant laugh and said, very well, I think we need to have a good talk now. Su Yen stood up and replied, all right, I'll listen. As for whether I agree or not, I'll decide after you're done. There was an extremely powerful Tao master standing in front of him, but at this time, he was not weak at all. He did not expect that the Buddha's heart would suddenly release a ray of light to protect him at this moment. However, it was clear that this radiance had intimidated this guy. After the Buddha's heart had been condensed, his cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds. At the same time, he was able to suppress the great demon dragon's heart. However, he had never thought that the Buddha's heart would be so powerful. However, now that he thought about it, since the Buddha's heart was the inheritance of the Buddha's gate, it naturally had countless uses. At the very least, he wouldn't watch his successor get killed for no reason. Let's work together, Tao Master Darkness said directly. He looked at Su Yen and continued, you don't have to worry that I'll attack you. Although I really want to devour you, you can rest assured that I won't attack you now. I think you should be able to sense it. Darkness Holy Man continued, just as Bingju said, I am now imprisoned by the evil sword Cold Jade. I can't break free at all, so I hope to borrow your strength. Su Yen said, you are a Tao master. If even you can't break free, how can I do it? This was the most direct question. Even a powerful Tao master couldn't break free, so Su Yen was only in the dragon realm. Moreover, he was in the four dragons realm. Compared to a Tao master, his strength was like an ant. Darkness Holy Man said, no, you can. Although you are not strong, you have three great inheritances. Whether it is the Buddha's inheritance, the great demonic dragon's inheritance, or the great heavenly demon lord's inheritance, they can all do it. You may not have enough concept, but you should know that these three existences are the most terrifying experts in human history. Even the demon gods of the infernal devil clan are wary of them. If you can summon their strength, you can definitely subdue this sword chi that is restraining me. Although Su Yen had always known that the strength of these people must be very powerful, he did not expect that this kind of terror had actually reached such a level. To be able to make the one in front of him say such words. After all, this was the extreme ice demon god, an existence equivalent to a holy master. Even so, why should I help you? Or in other words, if I help you, what benefits can I get? Su Yen said directly. Darkness Holy Man was immediately angered. Don't you want to leave this damned place? Do you want the evil sword Cold Jade to refine you into a slave? Both Bingju and I can see through you, but I can't. The evil sword society can't do that. In order to become a god, she will do anything. If you think she will let you go, then just wait and see. Su Yen remained silent. Of course, he understood this point and he was worried about it. Although it could be said that each of these three great inheritances was very powerful, and just now, the power of Fudu had already proved this. However, this was not inevitable. Furthermore, Xie Jian's power was stronger than Darkness Holy Man's. Furthermore, Lin Fan's body only contained the inheritance and not the real three great masters. But now, both sides were negotiating. I'm not afraid of death. Su Yen said these four words. Darkness Holy Man was flowing all over his body. It could be imagined that if he could make a move at this moment, He would definitely crush Su Yan to death. But in the end he held himself back. Because he had already suffered a loss, he could not attack so easily. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, "Boy, this is the dark pearl of despair. This is the crystallization of the dark energy that I have gathered for so many years. As long as you refine it, you will no longer be afraid of darkness, unless you meet someone who is in a higher realm than me. Otherwise, no amount of darkness can bury your eyes or devour your heart, and you can use it to break through to a higher realm." Su Yan smiled and accepted the item, then said, "In addition, you have to help me do 3 things. The Buddha's seal has entered your body. Once you agree, you can't go back on your words." Darkness Holy Man trembled. His original body was the demon god Extreme Ice, lawless. Back then, his original body roamed the world and destroyed countless lives. Although he was born from the dark essence of his original body, he was still a Tao master. Even Zhang Zhe, the leader of the Taihang sword faction, was only a Tao master at this time. He should be a supreme existence, but at this time he was being threatened by a boy. But there was nothing he could do. In the end, he sighed and said directly, "Okay, I promise you this. Tell me, what are the 3 things?" Su Yan said, "The first thing is very simple for you, and that is to tell me this guy's Achilles heel, which is his fatal weakness. Don't say that you don't know. Since both of you evolved from the body of the demon god, you must know each other well." Extreme Ice was really a gloomy guy. If he did not know his background, Su Yan would not be able to sleep and eat in peace. Although Duanmu Longhu also cooperated with him, Extreme Ice existed in his sea of consciousness. If he did not know his background, it would be extremely dangerous for him. Extreme Ice's expression changed. At this time, Darkness Holy Man said, "Actually, this guy's thoughts are very simple. I think you should have guessed it. He just wants to seize your body. Don't be fooled by this guy's honest cooperation. In fact, he wants nothing more than to seize everything you have." At this moment, Bing Ju was filled with rage. His gaze landed on Darkness Holy Man. The Darkness Holy Man was right. From the moment he met Su Yan and stole his other spirit from him, he wanted to turn the tables. No, it should be said that he wanted to set things right and become the real Su Yan. After all, Su Yan's body was too tempting. He had the inheritance of the great demon dragon, and his body was already flowing with the blood of the great demon dragon. He had the inheritance of the Buddha, and the heart of the Buddha in his body was beating, allowing him to stay away from corruption forever. He also had the finger bone of the great heavenly demon lord. Once it exploded, its power was terrifying. Su Yan was still in the dragon realm. Once he stepped into the honorable realm, Extreme Ice felt that Su Yan could even compete with Darkness Holy Man. What if Su Yan could live longer and go further? At that time, just how powerful would his strength be? It would not be difficult for him to become a sacred sage. If he could directly seize Su Yan's body, it would be equivalent to having everything. Although Darkness Holy Man was strong now, so what? As long as he had enough time, he would be able to surpass him in an instant. If he had no ambition, he would not have helped Su Yan for free. What about finding a new body? What about becoming the real Extreme Ice? That was all fake. What he wanted the most was to become Su Yan. Su Yan's mouth twitched, and then he sneered. It was just as he had guessed. His gaze landed on Bing Ju. He was now considering whether or not he should kill this so-called other self. After all, the existence of this qualified person made him unable to eat or sleep in peace. At this time, Darkness Holy Man said, "Kill this guy. With me around, this guy is unnecessary. Killing him can reduce the danger." Chapter 643. Female Literature. I can help you kill this guy. Don't worry, such a simple thing will not be included in the 3 requirements. Venerable Heian added insult to injury and waited for Su Yan to speak. Su Yan narrowed his eyes, not knowing what to think. Bing Ju said directly, "No, you can't kill me. You should know how important I am to you. He only inherited the dark essence, but I have the wisdom of a demon god. I am another you. Also, with my current strength, I can't pose any threat to you, so don't listen to him." Bing Ju was indeed a little flustered now. He could see that if Su Yan agreed, the darkness demon god would really attack. After all, this guy had wanted to kill him for a long time. The reason why he didn't attack before was because he hoped that Bing Ju could help him escape the control of the evil sword Cold Jade. But now that Su Yan was here, Bing Ju had lost his value to the darkness holy man. Therefore, the darkness holy man really wanted to kill Bing Ju. It was just that Bing Ju and Su Yan were connected in a sense. The darkness holy man was previously implanted with the Buddha's mark. Therefore, without Su Yan's consent, the darkness holy man could not attack Bing Ju. In short, Bing Ju's life was now in Su Yan's hands. The darkness holy man's words were very reasonable. Bing Ju was now a burden to Su Yan, or a dormant virus. The safest way to deal with such a virus was to eliminate it before it broke out. If Su Yan insisted on attacking at this time, the darkness holy man did not think that he would have any hope. But at this time, Su Yan said, "Forget it, let him continue to live. If he wants to devour me and replace me in the future, it will depend on his own ability." Bing Ju and Venerable Heian did not expect Su Yan to say such a thing at this time. The darkness holy man said directly, "Are you crazy? For the current you, this guy is an extreme danger. Only by eliminating him will it be the best thing for you." However, Su Yan looked at him and said, "Darkness holy man, if I'm not wrong, you're not complete either. In other words, both of you are formed from the essence of the demon god. If you kill him, you can devour this essence and increase your strength in a short time. Am I right?" The dark holy man was immediately at a loss for words. He did not expect that Su Yan would be able to see through this. Su Yan continued, "For the current me, you are an even more dangerous existence. So let's not talk about this nonsense. We are actually grasshoppers on the same rope now. Why don't we form a temporary alliance?" "Alright, I agree," Aisju said. However, after he finished speaking, his voice weakened a bit because at this moment, he was actually the one with the least foundation, which meant that he was the absolute weakest. The darkness holy man thought for a while and said, "Alright." Thus, a temporary alliance was formed. Su Yan said, "Now that we have formed an alliance, we should think about how to escape the control of the evil sword Cold Jade." The darkness holy man said, "This place was secretly formed by the essence of my original body after I died. Even Cold Jade will not be able to find me easily. However, she has now gotten rid of that strong person and will soon focus all her attention on this place. Thus, we have to be quick." Aisju said, "Darkness's essence is imprisoned by Aisju's supreme sword chi. If we can get rid of this sword chi, then darkness will be able to take us away. Of course, we have to be quick. Your friend and that guy from the Devil's Sect abandoned you and left the small world of Aisju without any sense of brotherhood. This has already attracted her attention. Alright, there's no time to lose. Let's go immediately," Su Yan said directly. At this moment, time was of the essence. Under the lead of the darkness holy man, they soon arrived at the so-called land of origin. "Darkness holy man, your ice field is actually a drop of essence blood. The essence blood of a demon god. A demon god was in existence on the same level as a holy sage. The power of his essence blood was extremely terrifying. At this moment, he directly released a powerful force and a terrifying light was released from it. This kind of mysterious and powerful power was simply frightening. And above the blood essence, there was a small sword intent standing upright. Although the sword intent was very small, it had the aura of a monarch. The two of us can't get close to this sword intent, so we'll have to rely on you next." Su Yan did not waste any time and directly walked towards the blood of the demon god. Although it did not seem very far and was only a dozen meters away, when Su Yan stepped in, he found that he seemed to have entered a world of infinite darkness. However, at this moment, the power of the dark bead of despair was released. The boundless darkness could no longer cause Su Yan any trouble. Su Yan thought that the darkness holy man was indeed an old schemer. It seemed that he had already calculated this step. This dark bead of despair should have been given to him. With the existence of the dark bead of despair, this path was not a problem. Su Yan quickly arrived at the front. Since this sword intent could suppress the terrifying blood of the demon god, Its power was naturally indescribably strong. At this moment, Su Yan's entire being was filled with solemnity. The Buddha's infinite technique immediately appeared, and a golden radiance surrounded the surroundings. Under the golden light, the darkness holy man and Bingju could not see clearly what was happening. Bingju knew many things about him, such as the inheritance of the Buddha's sect, the blood of the great demon dragon, and the finger bone of the great heavenly demon lord. However, he did not seem to know about the regal sword soul. This was what Su Yan was relying on. Therefore, when he used his power, he directly used the Buddha's infinite technique to isolate the surroundings. Then, the regal sword soul slowly appeared. After the regal sword soul appeared, it began to refine the sword intent. This sword will was simply too powerful. Even the revered sword soul could only melt this power bit by bit like dripping water penetrating a rock. However, at this moment, the sword intent suddenly began to ripple. At this moment, Su Yan already felt that something was wrong. It seemed that a power was appearing. It was at this moment that a light figure appeared within the ripples. The appearance of this light shadow made Su Yan take a step back. This was because her face appeared in this light shadow. That's right, it was not someone else, but evil sword Hanyu. The darkness holy man had planned for so many years and then set up this place. He thought that even Hanyu would not be able to enter this place easily. Obviously, the darkness holy man had underestimated Hanyu's power. Hanyu's power was far beyond his expectations. Such power was simply terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes flashed with panic. He knew that danger had arrived. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Evil sword Hanyu's voice entered Su Yan's mind. This made Su Yan extremely fearful. He, the darkness holy man, and the others had planned so hard to avoid her. However, at this moment, she told him that she had been waiting for him for a long time. What was this? All their efforts and plans had gone down the drain at this moment. What an interesting sword soul. It can devour my sword intent. I have never felt such power before. Evil sword Hanyu's voice sounded again. Her voice was actually very pleasant to the ears. However, when it fell into Su Yan's ears, it made Su Yan aghast. It was as if a demon was dancing in his heart. Every note pierced his soul. At this moment, her voice sounded again. "From now on you, the sword slave, and the sword soul are mine." Hanyu's voice sounded again. Then, a ripple appeared from the sword intent. She wanted to steal Su Yan's regal sword soul. How could Su Yan allow her to do as she wished? The regal sword soul was Su Yan's foundation. In Su Yan's heart, even the Buddha's inheritance, the great demonic dragon's inheritance, and the great demonic heaven master's inheritance were not as important as him. How could he let the regal sword soul be taken away? At this moment, he wanted to take back the regal sword soul. However, at this moment, he was shocked to find that there was a force blocking him. He could no longer control the regal sword soul. Cold sweat dripped from Su Yan's forehead. He was really confused at this moment. After all, the regal sword codex was his foundation. He was able to travel to this world because of the regal sword soul. To put it bluntly, the regal sword codex was his true foundation. If the regal sword soul was taken away, it would be the most painful punishment for him. What was worse was that what he was worried about had finally happened. Whether it was the demonic dragon's heart, the Buddha's heart, or the great heavenly demon master's finger bone, there was no movement at all. They did not appear to help Su Yan at all. Damn it. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was filled with anger. He was now in a hopeless situation. The regal sword soul began to wail. The regal sword soul's essence was very strong, but he was still too weak. He was no match for the evil sword cold jade. "No, I can't lose the regal sword soul." Su Yan gritted his teeth and finally made a difficult decision. His gaze fell on the evil sword cold jade. Then he roared in anger and madness. "So what if you have killed a saint? I will never surrender, and the regal sword soul will not be taken away by you. Do you want it? Humph, I will never give it to you. In that case, let's die together." Chapter 644. Female Literature. At this moment, Su Yan was really forced into a desperate situation. His own strength was so insignificant in such a confrontation, and at this time, the power of the three great inheritances was indifferent to it. However, he still had one last trick up his sleeve. It was an absolute taboo that he had never dared to use. The evil sword was indeed very powerful. However, it was not that he did not have the means to resist it. It was just that this means was too terrifying, and he had never dared to use it lightly. Divine sword. He had a divine sword. In the red parting sword case, there was a peerless divine sword sealed within. He did not know which powerful existence had forged the red parting sword case, but it was able to suppress the peerless divine sword. Originally, Su Yen did not dare to touch the divine sword before he became a venerable one. No, before he became a holy venerable one, he did not dare to touch the divine sword because it was too dangerous. However, he was now forced into a dead end. If the revered sword soul was taken away, it was equivalent to taking away his life, or even something more important than his life. At this juncture, he was desperate. Haven't you always wanted to come out? Then, come out and kill this thing in front of me. Su Yen roared. In the next moment, the red parting sword case appeared. The moment the red parting sword case appeared, the red parting sword case filled the entire dark space. Then, Su Yen did not hesitate and opened the red parting sword case. When the red parting sword case opened, it was as if a boundless demon had been released. An extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted, and that terrifying aura seemed to be able to suppress everything in this world. Under such a terrifying radiance, everything began to tremble. The terrifying power continued to surge, and a thick aura appeared. In an instant, Su Yen felt as if he was standing in a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses. The corpses were the corpses of gods, and the sea of blood was the blood of demons. At this moment, the boundless darkness that Darkness Holy Lord had spent countless years to gather was swept away in an instant. In the face of such power, what was a mere darkness? In the violent power, a long sword slowly appeared. Evil Sword Cold Jade let out a sharp cry, "God punish her!" She kept retreating, not even bothering with the revered sword soul. Su Yen took advantage of this opportunity to retrieve the revered sword soul. Just as he was about to do all this, he was sent flying. At this time, Darkness Holy Man, who was waiting outside, suddenly turned ashen. The aura of his entire body became sluggish. How could this be? How could this be? What exactly happened? Why is this happening? He had already become incomparably weak. At the same time, he had also become incomparably shocked. Evil Sword Cold Jade, she actually found this place. His entire person had become extremely lifeless. At this time, Bingju exclaimed, "Impossible! How is this possible? Didn't you put in a lot of effort to set up this place?" Now that the Evil Sword Cold Jade has appeared, Su Yen is dead. We're finished, we're finished. Extreme Ice was also in great pain. No matter what his motives were, Su Yen was extremely important to them. However, at this time, Su Yen was dead. If Su Yen died at this time, everything would be for naught. Even Bingju himself would be greatly affected. This was because a part of the essence qi in his body belonged to Su Yen. No, this kid is not dead yet. I can feel an extremely terrifying power erupting from inside. Let's go, quickly leave this place. The further the better. At this time, he was almost in a state of madness. The power inside was so terrifying that he didn't even dare to extend his divine sense into it to investigate. This was because if he was not careful, his divine thought would be directly destroyed. Now, he only knew one thing, and that was to run for his life. The Godslayer sword appeared. The long sword stood proudly, facing the Evil Sword Cold Jade. These two divine swords were like unparalleled enemies, directly facing each other. At this time, the Cold Jade's aura also rose. As the two auras rose, a terrifying power directly tore through everything. The dark space that Darkness Holy Man had condensed was a joke and was directly shattered. The terrifying sword chi directly exploded, and even began to shake the small world of Ice Extreme. The Cold Jade's eyes flashed with a look of unwillingness. Fighting with Godslayer in this small world was definitely an extremely stupid thing to do. As one of the top divine swords, the evil sword Cold Jade naturally knew Godslayer very well. She killed the sage and then cultivated into a human form. With her own ambition, she vainly wanted to become a true god. However, the sword in front of her was even more terrifying. Godslayer, Godslayer, Godslayer. This kind of sword was the most terrifying existence. What were the so-called 10 great divine swords in front of this long sword? She had never expected that there would be such a terrifying thing on Su Yan's body. Now that Godslayer had been released, there was probably nothing in this world that could stop it. Even she could not stop it now. At this time, the small world of Ice Extreme was directly opened, and the small world was directly connected to the real world. She had no choice but to do so because once a battle started here, the small world of Ice Extreme would definitely not be able to withstand such terrifying power. The violent power constantly trembled, causing the entire small world of Ice Extreme to shake. After being destroyed by Su Yan and Xue Xingchuan, the small world of Ice Extreme had become somewhat weak. At this point, it was definitely not able to withstand such terrifying power. If a battle really started here, then everything would be completely destroyed. The evil sword Cold Jade directly rose into the sky, and the Godslayer sword slowly appeared. The two divine swords directly appeared in the real world. At this moment, all the cultivators in the 9 states, as long as their cultivation had reached the level of Tao Master, could feel the terrifying power fluctuations of these few people. At this moment, they all felt extremely oppressed. They even felt as if there was a peerless divine sword hanging over their necks. Such an aura shocked them and even made them feel hopeless. In the distant sky, the old man who was thinking about this place stopped at this moment. In fact, he was not far from where the two divine swords were, but at this time, he did not dare to take another step forward. Too scary, too scary. What happened? Is this the end of the era? Is the end of the era coming? Originally, he came to snatch the divine swords, but now that he saw the divine swords in front of him, he did not dare to take even half a step forward. His whole body was trembling, and in the end, he left without looking back. In the Taihang sword faction, Zhang Zhe had just returned with Xue Xingchuan, but in the next moment, his whole body trembled, and a trace of shock and even fear appeared in his eyes. Xue Xingchuan took in this scene. Although Xue Xingchuan thought highly of himself, he sincerely admired this sect master. But at this moment he actually saw the sect master in fear. What exactly had happened to make this person reveal such an expression? Sect master, what happened? Although he was powerful, he was not a Tao master, so he could not sense it at all. The so-called Tao masters were able to sense the Tao rhythm and understand the principles. The appearance of the Godslayer sword directly affected the Tao rhythm. Normal people would not be able to sense the change in the Tao rhythm, and only those who had stepped into the Tao master realm could sense it. The so-called Tao rhythm was the principle of this world, or more directly, the law of this world. But at this moment, the law had directly changed. The end of the era, the world has changed greatly, and a disaster is coming. Is it really unavoidable? The Taihang sword faction sect master, Zhang Zhe, really lost his composure this time. He did not even hear Xue Xingchuan's question. Su Yan looked at the two divine swords in the sky, and his whole body was in a daze. The Godslayer sword was really terrifying. If he had not been attracted by the evil sword Cold Jade, he would have been shocked to death by the sword Qi. He could no longer see the specific scene in the sky clearly. The entire sky was filled with endless sword Qi, and the violent power was constantly rampaging, as if it wanted to destroy everything. This terrifying power seemed to be able to pierce through the real world. At this moment, the power of the two divine swords was many times more terrifying than the power displayed by the Taihang sword faction sect master and the Divine Wind sect's sect master at the same time. Boom! The two most powerful swords in the world directly clashed in the absence of a master. The evil sword Cold Jade had already developed intelligence, and even turned into a human form, wanting to become a god. But her opponent's name was Godslayer. The clash of the two swords directly caused the weather to change. Fierce winds, thunder, and fire appeared in the sky at almost the same time. The entire sky had become a land of disaster. All the living beings under the sky were annihilated in this terrifying confrontation. Whether it was powerful monsters, cultivators with high cultivation, or plants that had lived for countless years, they were all destroyed by this terrifying natural disaster. At this moment, the two divine swords directly clashed, and it was the best time for him to leave. Although at this time, he was already severely injured, he did not want to continue to stay here, not even for a moment. He directly displayed the demonic dragon wings, and then summoned the sword dragon. Although his body was extremely heavy, and he felt extremely weak. But at this time, he still gritted his teeth and persevered. The door of the small world had not yet closed, and he directly flew up. After a lot of effort, he finally left the small world of extreme ice. If possible, Su Yen did not want to come back here for the rest of his life. When he left the small world of extreme ice, he could no longer hold on, and directly fell from the sky. Below him was an endless sea. Splash! Su Yan's whole body fell into the bottom of the sea. The sea was constantly roaring, and huge waves of thousands of meters high were set off. The huge waves rolled directly into the distance. Su Yan's consciousness was fading bit by bit. He was in too much pain. The moment the Godslayer's sword broke free from the red parting sword case, his body was affected by the sword chi, and almost all of his meridians were destroyed. Right at this moment, two silhouettes flew over from afar. If one looked carefully, they were Darkness Holy Man and Extreme Ice. Bingju was fine, as he was not much different from before. However, Darkness Holy Man was in an extremely miserable state. His strong aura had long disappeared, and his whole body seemed to be on the verge of death. When the two divine swords clashed, his origin, which was the drop of demon god's blood, was directly destroyed. The destruction of his origin was almost a devastating blow to Darkness Holy Man. At this time, it was already good that he was still alive. This was because Su Yen had previously injected the Buddha seal into his body, which caused him to have a certain connection with Su Yen. As long as Su Yen did not die, he could also struggle at death's door. However, his strength was greatly reduced by his flesh and blood, and his cultivation was also greatly reduced. He could not even exist independently for a long time, and could only rely on Su Yan's sea of consciousness like extreme ice. These two guys escaped from the small world of extreme ice and found Su Yen with great difficulty. Quick, we can't let Su Yen die. If he dies, the two of us will be finished too. Extreme Ice roared. He and Darkness Holy Man directly entered Su Yan's sea of consciousness. In Su Yan's sea of consciousness, there were countless terrifying sword chi roaming. This kind of power made them feel awe, but fortunately, the two of them could still exist after finding a corner. The two of them directly released their power and then enveloped Su Yan's body. Su Yen floated further and further in the sea like this. Chapter 645. Female literature. Bingju and Darkness Holy Man were both filled with worry. Both of them were born from the body of the powerful demon god of absolute ice. Their knowledge was naturally incomparable to that of ordinary people. Yearning for great power was the instinctive pursuit of all living creatures. This was especially true for hell demons. Their pursuit of power was even crazier. If they were those sea beasts at this moment, they would definitely try to devour Su Yan's flesh and blood at all costs. This was an excellent way to increase their strength in a short period of time. If it were not for their special relationship with Su Yen, both of them would even want to devour Su Yen. The reason why it was still calm now was because the level of these sea beasts was too low. Although they sensed Su Yan's powerful strength, the aura emanating from Su Yan's body made them not dare to approach him at all. However, the calm was only temporary. The sea was far more dangerous than the land. As time passed, those more powerful existences would definitely sense everything. Just as the two of them were worrying, a small whirlpool suddenly appeared on the calm sea surface. This kind of whirlpool was very normal in the sea. However, at this moment, these two powerful existences became anxious at the same time. Oh no, the worst situation still happened. Sea beasts, powerful sea beasts had finally arrived. Sure enough, in just a moment, the number of whirlpools began to increase. The appearance of one whirlpool after another announced the arrival of powerful sea beasts. The waves began to roll, and huge waves began to sweep violently. A wave directly rolled up and then swept in the direction of Su Yan. Strangely, this wave directly turned into the shape of a sharp claw and wanted to grab Su Yan directly. Bing Ju snorted coldly, "Oof, a mere sea beast, how dare you?" Now they were bound together with Su Yan for good or ill. If Su Yan was injured, the two of them would not have a good ending. Since this sea beast had already made its move, there was no need for him to be polite. With a thought in his mind, a powerful force surged out, and a solid blue ice suddenly appeared in the sea. As soon as the solid ice appeared, it directly broke through the waves. A moment later, a bright red color appeared in the waves. The sea beast that had attacked had already died. However, although they managed to kill the sea monster in a single blow, there was no trace of joy on their faces. Instead, their expressions became even more solemn. This was because they knew that this was only the beginning. This fellow who couldn't help but make a move was merely a minor character. That was why they were able to kill him so easily. Woo woo woo. At this moment, huge waves suddenly rolled up on the surface of the sea, and the sky darkened. The dark clouds that suddenly condensed were like a cage. Oh no, it must be the appearance of powerful sea beasts. Only the appearance of powerful sea beasts can trigger such a change in the weather. Darkness, Holy Lord, had become unprecedentedly solemn. It should be known that even the appearance of the powerful nine-winged winged serpent could not cause a change in the weather. The strength of this sea beast was simply unimaginable. Such a sea beast was definitely above the venerable realm. If it was during the normal period when Darkness Holy Lord was powerful, he would not even care about a venerable realm sea beast. However, it was different now. He had taken a blow from the divine sword. It was already a blessing that he did not die immediately. However, his own strength had dropped to a frightening level. At this moment, his fate was even tied together with Su Yan's. Moreover, they were above the sea at this time, which was a paradise for sea beasts. Damn it! If my strength was not damaged, no matter how many sea beasts come, they would be courting death. But now it's just... Darkness Holy Lord was a powerful existence, but now he was so aggrieved. Naturally, he felt very uncomfortable. However, now was not the time to complain. The most important thing now was how to avoid this disaster. The power of the sea beasts was too strong. They could not deal with it at all. Bing Ju, now you control Su Yan's direction. I will activate the power. Now we can only leave as soon as possible. After Darkness Holy Lord finished speaking, he began to activate his power. At this time, he used Su Yan's body as a small boat and his own strength as the power. Bing Ju did not waste any words. The two immediately cooperated. Su Yan's body moved quickly in an instant. At this moment, a huge wave appeared directly. This wave suddenly rushed into the sky, as if doomsday had arrived. Splash! The sound of splashing water filled the sky. In an instant, it was pouring. Bing Ju, this is not the way to go. Think of a way to wake Su Yan up. Darkness Holy Lord's power was enough to hold on for a while, but he knew very well that this was not the way to go. The arrival of the powerful sea beasts was beyond his expectations. What was really frightening was that he did not know how many of these sea beasts there were, and when they would appear. I understand. I've already tried to wake him up, but this guy's injuries are too heavy. It's not that easy to wake him up. Bing Ju was also very anxious. In fact, he had already started to try to wake Su Yan up. However, Su Yan had fallen into a deep sleep. No matter how hard he tried, he could not wake Su Yan up. There is no other way. Now we can only take one step at a time. Anyway, this kid can't die now. Once he dies, we will be finished, Bing Ju said directly. At this time, the sea beast had already pounced directly. It was a gigantic sea serpent. Its terrifying body was at least 40 meters long. Compared to it, Su Yan was simply a small insect. At this time, the huge sea snake directly fell. A behemoth directly fell, as if the night had directly descended. Darkness Holy Lord saw that things were not good and immediately used his power. Then his powerful power directly burst out. A faint black light enveloped Su Yan's body, and then flew up. Poof! A huge wave directly splashed up, and the terrifying waves directly erupted. Endless waves rolled. Such a terrifying power was really terrifying. It was no wonder that all the experts were afraid of the sea. In the sea, such a terrifying sea beast wreaked havoc. It was simply unimaginable. After all, Darkness Holy Lord's power was incomparably terrifying. He narrowly avoided this attack. However, Su Yan's body was constantly being hit by the violent waves. His whole body was constantly swaying. Damn beast, I will kill you sooner or later. Darkness Holy Lord's eyes were filled with incomparably dense murderous intent. If it was possible, he would definitely kill this beast. If he could kill this huge sea beast, it would be endless benefits for him. If he could devour such a powerful creature, he would be able to recover a lot of his power. Unfortunately, he did not have the ability to do so now. The only thing he could do now was to escape. However, at this moment, a very silent sound came from the sky. The sound vibrated, and it actually forcibly blew the waves away. The wind suddenly blew, and the world changed again. Bingju and Darkness Holy Lord's faces became even uglier. This was because at this moment, another giant beast had appeared. This was a huge bird beast. Its size was not any smaller than the sea snake. It had a sharp beak and a ferocious third eye on its forehead. Three-eyed Oriole. This was definitely an extremely terrifying existence, and it had unimaginable power. Compared to the sea snake, this big guy was undoubtedly more terrifying. Just the sea snake was already terrifying enough, and now there was another monster like this. This was simply terrible. Perhaps this is a chance for us. Bingju said in surprise. Darkness Holy Lord came from the same origin as him, so he naturally understood what he meant. Quick, cover up Su Yan's aura. We can't delay any longer. Three-eyed Oriole was a very terrifying creature. It lived by the sea and hunted the giant beasts in the sea for food. It and the sea snake could be said to be natural enemies. This was the opportunity that they were talking about. As long as they could cover up Su Yan's aura, the three-eyed Oriole's attention would definitely fall on the sea snake. If the two fought, it would be their chance to escape. Darkness Holy Lord was able to hide in the small world of ice for so long, so his concealment skills could be imagined. Of course, with his current strength, it was impossible for him to hide in the vast sea forever. However, it was possible for him to hide for a short period of time. The black light became darker, and in the next moment, Su Yan's body disappeared into the sea. Neither the sea snake nor the three-eyed Oriole could sense it. Without Su Yan's aura, the two giant beasts immediately became angry. Then, the three-eyed Oriole's gaze immediately fell on the sea snake. It appeared because of Su Yan, but it did not expect to lose Su Yan's aura at this time. With such a powerful bloodline, it could naturally feel the benefits of Su Yan. As long as it could devour Su Yan, it would definitely be able to evolve. However, now that Su Yan's aura had disappeared into thin air, even it could not detect it at all. Then, its gaze immediately locked onto the sea serpent. Only the sea serpent and the sea serpent had appeared here. Su Yan was still above the sea, so when Su Yan's aura disappeared, its attention immediately fell on the sea snake. Then, it swooped down from the sky and directly grabbed the sea snake. The sea snake and the three-eyed Oriole had similar thoughts. At this moment, when faced with its natural enemy, it immediately became ruthless and directly exploded. The two natural enemies met and immediately launched the most intense battle. Darkness Holy Lord and Bingju took advantage of this opportunity and finally left the range of the two giant beasts with Su Yan. Chapter 646. Female Literature. After a while, Su Yan's figure reappeared. Darkness Holy Man's concealment power had finally reached its limit. At this time, the battle between Three-Eyed Oriole and the sea snake had reached an earth-shattering stage. The boundless sea waves continued to roll, causing people's hearts to be filled with extreme fear. If such waves really fell, and they did not have enough Dharma power to block it, they would all die here. Fortunately, although these two huge monsters had spiritual intelligence, They were not surviving species of the untainted land, so their intelligence was not high. Darkness Holy Man's face was extremely ugly at this time. Extreme Ice, this guy hasn't woken up yet? I can't hide my aura anymore. Although he had put some distance between them, he was very sensitive. However, he knew very well how sharp the ferocious beast's sense of smell was. Once they were released from their hiding state, they would immediately be in danger again. What was more dangerous was that other monsters might keep coming. This was the biggest crisis. To get out of danger, the most important thing was Su Yen. Only when Su Yen woke up was the way to go. However, Su Yen now seemed to be asleep and did not respond at all. If it were not for the fact that their lives were connected, they would have thought that Su Yen was already dead. There's nothing I can do. Darkness, this fellow has suffered such heavy injuries. It's already a miracle that he's still alive. I have no way of knowing what his current situation is. His sea of consciousness has already been sealed. How can I wake him up? Extreme Ice had become very anxious. The feeling of being weak was really not good. If it was the real Extreme Ice, how could he care about the situation in front of him? He was afraid that he would shatter everything in an instant. This huge sea snake and three-eyed oriole would immediately become his food. But what was the use of saying this now? Now they had no power and did not know where to go. Other than a limited struggle, the only thing they could do was to pray that Su Yen would wake up soon. Unfortunately, Su Yen could not hear their prayers at all. Time passed little by little. The waves became more and more turbulent, and the battle between the two monsters became more and more terrifying. However, at this time, the aura that enveloped Su Yan's body began to dissipate little by little. Dao Master Heian's expression turned extremely ugly. Finally, Su Yan's aura completely disappeared. Just as the layer of black gas dissipated, the two giant beasts sensed it at the same time. Their gazes turned towards this direction at the same time. While they were fighting, Darkness Holy Man had tried his best to bring Su Yen far away. But unfortunately, whether it was the terrifying sea serpent or the three-eyed oriole, it was only a short distance. At that moment, the wind in the sky suddenly grew in intensity and the violent power transformed into a tornado, attacking Su Yan's body. Let's fight. Dao Master Heian immediately knew that the situation had reached a critical juncture. Bingju, I'll stop these two beasts. You take him and leave. Darkness Holy Man was furious. When did he, Darkness Holy Man, become such a selfless person? But now, he had no other choice but to do this. Bingju did not dare to say any nonsense at this time. He directly summoned his most powerful power and left with all his might. At this time, Darkness Holy Man flew into the sky and released an extremely powerful dark aura. When this aura appeared, both the three-eyed oriole and the giant sea serpent stopped in their tracks. Obviously, they were very afraid of Darkness Holy Man. Although Darkness Holy Man's strength had been greatly reduced, not long ago, he was still a powerful and terrifying holy man. Now, his aura directly rose. He immediately intimidated the two beasts. He looked at the two beasts expressionlessly but did not directly attack. Because he knew very well that he was just putting on an act now. If the two beasts really rushed towards him recklessly, he would not be able to hold on for long. But now, the two beasts were intimidated by his aura and did not dare to act rashly. This was exactly what he wanted to see. This bought time for Bingju. Two beasts, how dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? If you retreat now, I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, I'll kill you immediately. He shouted in a deep voice. There was an incomparable majesty in his voice. Such powerful sea beasts had their own intelligence. He knew that if this continued, the two sea beasts would definitely find out something was wrong. So, he directly used his power to burst out with the majesty of his peak. He did not believe that the two beasts would dare to be presumptuous in front of his majesty. Sure enough, under his aura, both the giant sea serpent and the three-eyed oriole had the intention to retreat. For such terrifying demonic beasts, seeking luck and avoiding calamity was already an instinct. Darkness Holy Man heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these two beasts knew to be afraid. If they were more crazy, He was afraid that he would have no way to deal with them. During this time, Bingju took Su Yen and floated far away. Darkness Holy Man finally heaved a sigh of relief. Roar! However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. A terrifying roar rang out. That terrifying roar caused Tao Master Darkness's spirit to tremble unceasingly. Damn it, we're really done for this time. Even Tao Master Darkness was terrified at this moment. Another demonic beast had arrived, and this demonic beast was much more terrifying than the two in front of them. Before the demonic beast's figure appeared, a blood-red light shadow had already descended upon them. The scarlet radiance made Darkness Holy Man's heart tremble. The violent demonic aura almost crushed the aura he had painstakingly created. Damn it, it's the Blood-Winged Dragon. The Blood-Winged Dragon was not a real dragon. However, its ferocity was definitely above that of most dragons. In the memory he had inherited, there were clear memories of the Blood-Winged Dragon. Back then, the Blood-Winged Dragon had slaughtered countless hell demons. Even demon gods had died under the claws of the Blood-Winged Dragon. The aura he had created previously could suppress the two sea beasts. However, it was a complete joke to the Blood-Winged Dragon. Without any hesitation, he retracted his aura and headed in Su Yan's direction. At this moment, the blood-red shadow had already rushed down. The originally dark night had now turned into a blood-red sky. The Blood-Winged Dragon had already locked onto Su Yan. It's over, it's really over this time. Both Bingju and Darkness Holy Man felt their hearts collapse. When they saw the Blood-Winged Dragon, even their souls began to tremble. After all, to them, this was simply their natural enemy. The Blood-Winged Dragon had already descended from the sky. His body was smaller than the three-eyed oriole and the mysterious sea snake. However, the majestic aura he exuded was not something these two could compare to. That violent and majestic aura had already caused this part of the sea to sink a little. Outside of Su Yan's body, the light that was formed by the two of them was instantly destroyed. In front of the Blood-Winged Dragon, they were truly just ants at this moment. Everything was constantly sinking, and the terrifying vortex was about to swallow the entire world. The Blood-Winged Dragon was already extremely excited. At this moment, it could feel the extremely powerful call of blood from Su Yan's body. The blood of the great demonic dragon. As long as it could devour this human, its power would increase by a level. It might even be able to reach the power of its ancestor in ancient times. No, it might even surpass that ancestor in ancient times. At this moment, its gaze fell on Su Yan, and its huge body slowly descended. As powerful as it was, it naturally felt the existence of Bingju and Darkness Holy Man. However, how could it care about them at this time? Its entire mind was attracted by the aura of the great demonic dragon. Then, it suddenly opened its huge mouth and a red light fell. Su Yan's body slowly floated up, following the red light against the sky. At this moment, Darkness Holy Man once again gathered his power. However, it was a pity that his power was directly scattered as soon as it was gathered. The Blood-Winged Dragon had already become the ruler. Darkness Holy Man and Ice Jew could feel the thoughts in the Blood-Winged Dragon's heart. It was greed and passion. However, the worst thing was that Su Yan did not move at all. At this moment, Su Yan's consciousness had already fallen into a world that he had not seen for a long time. He clearly knew that he was in an illusion. It was just an environment. However, he was unwilling to wake up at this moment. It was as if he had locked his own soul and put an end to everything. It was because of this that Ice Jew could not enter his sea of consciousness to wake Su Yan up. Even the voice of the Four Directions Seal's weapon spirit, Aya, could not be transmitted. At this moment, the world Su Yan was in was covered in snow and ice. It was surrounded by endless snowy mountains. This world was the place where Su Yan's dream began. If he had not come here, Su Yan might have just been an ordinary person. Perhaps he would have been slightly stronger than others. However, he would never have become a sword sage, nor would he have come to this world after his death. He was currently standing in front of the mysterious cave. His emotions were constantly surging, and he felt very absent-minded. He did not even understand why he was standing here again. There was a light in the cave, and it was this light that guided him. This feeling of déjà vu. Chapter 647. Female literature. No, how could déjà vu describe the feeling at this moment? Now, he had the urge to cry. There was no mistake, this was the place where his dream first began. In the cave under Kunlun Mountain on Earth. In the past, Su Yen was also a fan of swordsmanship. However, his swordsmanship was only better than ordinary people, but could not reach the level of perfection. His real transformation began here. Su Yen followed his memory and walked into the cave. The golden light became more and more intense until it completely drowned him. Back then, he walked in front of the Taishang sword move in a daze. At this time, he was completely different from back then. He did not become demented, but abnormally clear-headed. There was even an extremely strange feeling in his heart, because he actually saw a figure in the golden light. Back then, he only saw the Taishang sword move floating quietly, but now there was a figure. This figure exuded a mysterious and unfathomable aura from head to toe. Su Yen should feel vigilant against such an existence, but instinctively, he did not feel uneasy at all. Instead, he felt an unprecedented peace. It was as if this figure was the closest person to him. Su Yen walked in front of him and found that this figure was looking at him. His face was calm, and his eyes were like a galaxy. Looking into his eyes, one would feel as if they were looking at the entire universe. Su Yen walked in front of him. At this time, Su Yen did not know what to say. He clearly had many questions, such as, "Who are you? Why am I here?" But now, he could not say anything. The only thing he could do was to wait. For a moment, the cave seemed to be a little quiet. An eerie silence. In this silence, Su Yan's heart became more and more empty. Unknowingly, he began to forget everything. All that was left in his eyes was a sword. Su Yen had seen countless swords. In that mystical world, not to mention famed swords or divine swords, even ordinary long swords were much more powerful than the swords on earth. As for the divine sword Frigid Jade and the Godslayer divine sword, they were at the pinnacle of existence and possessed boundless divine might. Su Yen had seen the battle between these two swords with his own eyes. It was truly a battle that could change the color of heaven and earth. However, even these two divine swords could not be compared to the sword in front of him. Both the god-killing sword and the cold jade were incredibly powerful. They had even developed their own sentience, and the cold jade wanted to become a god. However, compared to the sword in front of him, it definitely lacked something that Su Yen could not identify. As for what it was, Su Yen could not say. While Su Yen was in a daze, the man suddenly stretched out his hand and placed it on Su Yan's head. This was an extremely dangerous action. If the other party really had any malicious intentions, Su Yen would be in great danger. As long as one was a martial artist, they would never allow others to get so close to them. However, at this time, Su Yen was unusually calm and didn't have any other thoughts. The palm finally landed on his head, and then countless images began to appear in his mind. These were scenes of extremely terrifying battles. Within the scenes, space was sinking. Everything caused Su Yan's heart to tremble. That sword intent was so arrogant and boundless. This sword was the Taishang. Su Yen understood that the Taishang was teaching at this moment. He had clearly comprehended the Taishang sword codex and knew the first 4 swords. However, he now realized that the Taishang sword codex that he displayed was like a child's. At this moment, he was deeply immersed in it. After an unknown amount of time, the countless images shattered and all the light dissipated. Su Yan's entire body shook. At this moment, he only felt that the world was collapsing, and everything began to shatter. The cave was gone, and so was the mysterious person. Everything dissipated. Su Yan's heart was indescribably hesitant. His heart was filled with a deep sense of loss because at this moment, he felt that if this world had not been shattered, he might have been able to learn about a whole new world. For him, this was also a great opportunity. However, at this moment, the entire world shattered, and then countless memories poured into his mind. All the images kept pouring in, and he immediately remembered his situation. He had been severely injured in the battle between the 2 divine swords. Previously, he was attracted by the mysterious dream and forgot everything. However, now that he woke up from the mysterious dream, he immediately knew that he was in danger. Su Yen, you idiot, wake up quickly. Hurry up, you bastard, you may want to die, but I don't want to die. Ice Ju's anxious voice was directly heard. In just an instant, Su Yen understood the situation at this moment. He was now in a very dangerous situation, and he would lose his life if he was not careful. The red light that fell on his head made him feel as if there was a knife on his back. At this moment, he did not have time to respond to Ice Ju, and directly let his consciousness return. At the same time, he, who had originally closed his eyes, suddenly woke up. Without thinking too much, the spirit qi in his body began to circulate. With the circulation of the spirit qi, Su Yan's body directly flew up. For Darkness Holy Man and Ice Ju, this was really a hope in despair. Great, this damn brat, he finally woke up. People like Darkness Holy Man and Ice Ju were actually born with a heartfelt joy at this moment. In fact, it was not surprising. After all, their lives were not easy to come by. In the small world of Ice Ju, they had already experienced countless ups and downs. It wasn't easy for them to escape. If they were to die like this, how could they be willing to accept it? Su Yen unfolded the demonic dragon wings, and then his whole body directly flew into the sky. His speed was not slow, and he broke free from the blood-red light by a hair's breadth. He shook his head, and then his attention was immediately attracted by the monster in front of him. Why you still in a daze? This is the blood-winged dragon, you are no match for it. Quickly retreat, or you will only become its food. Ice Ju's anxious voice directly sounded in Su Yan's mind. At this time, Su Yen had already started to fly away. Ice Ju, Darkness Holy Man, what happened? At this time, Su Yen directly asked at this time. Ice Ju gritted his teeth and said, what happened? That divine sword that can fight against Frost Jade was released by you, and you don't know what happened? Ice Ju's whole body trembled at this thought. At first, he used the other spirit of Su Yen to merge with Su Yan's other spirit, and thought that he knew everything about Su Yen. However, later on, he found that what he knew was only a small part of Bingshan. Su Yen actually had such a terrifying divine sword in his hand. That terrifying amount, even now, he could not calm himself down. Such an existence was not something he could provoke. If it was not for the evil sword Frost Jade, Su Yen would have been hiding this sword, then what should he do when he wanted to do something in the future? Don't talk nonsense, I'm asking you what happened after I fainted. What's up with these giant beasts, and why are you two connected to my sea of consciousness? If it was just Ice Ju, it would be fine, but now even Darkness Holy Man had a mysterious connection with him, which made Su Yen very confused. It's all because of you. Darkness Holy Man was injured by the divine sword and lost half of his power, so he had to connect to your sea of consciousness like me. This guy will be your fighter in the future, and he will be under your control. Ice Ju said this, and there was no hiding his gloating. The Darkness Holy Man said angrily, Su Yen, although my soul is connected to yours and is even restricted by you, don't go overboard. After all, it's all thanks to me that you're able to survive until now. It was obvious that Darkness Holy Man was very afraid of Su Yen, and it was also obvious that he was overbearing in his control. Su Yen sneered, and then said, Humph, if it wasn't because your life is connected to mine, would you work so hard to save me? But don't worry, as long as you don't have any other thoughts, I, Su Yen, am a reasonable person. I won't do anything to you. If Ice Ju said such words, Darkness Holy Man would never believe it. After all, he knew Ice Ju as well as he knew himself. But Su Yan's words made him feel a lot more at ease. Su Yen, this is a blood-winged wyvern. Although it isn't a true dragon, there's no need to doubt its fearsomeness. During the ancient war, this blood-winged wyvern massacred our demon clan. Darkness Holy Man continued, Of course, don't think that this evil beast is coming for us. To tell you the truth, according to my memory, the ancestor of the blood-winged dragon was killed by the great demonic dragon. Hearing this, Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. He did not doubt this sentence. Because at this moment, He was full of repulsion towards the blood-winged dragon. After he unfolded the demonic dragon wings, the blood-winged dragon seemed to have gone crazy and directly rushed towards him. Although his speed was not slow, it was not comparable to the blood-winged dragon. At this moment, he could even smell the disgusting aura coming from the blood-winged dragon's mouth. At the same time, he also felt an extremely strong and terrifying will. This time, he was really in danger. He had just escaped from 2 peerless swords, and now he had to face such a crisis. Oh no, Su Yan, pay attention to the front. At this moment, Ice Ju's exclamation sounded again. Su Yan looked directly and found that there was actually another terrifying monster in the distance that was heading towards him. The blood-winged dragon, the 3-eyed Oriole, and the sea snake behind it were already extremely terrifying existences that Su Yan could not deal with. And now, another terrifying monster had appeared. This was no longer just a case of misfortune coming one after another. Chapter 648. Girls' Literature. Su Yan had been severely injured, and the blood of the great demonic dragon was flowing out of his body. The aura of the blood was fatally attractive to these beasts. Such a powerful lineup was enough to destroy a sect. Even if these 4 beasts were to descend upon the Taihang sword faction, they would still be able to bring disaster to them. And at this time, what did he have to face these terrifying monsters? The arrival of these 4 terrifying beasts made him lose the courage to fight. Could it be that I've reached the end of the road? At this moment, Su Yan was already trapped in the center. He couldn't even move now. Damn it, do I have to die with you? I don't want to die like this. Bing Ju kept cursing, as if he wanted to say all the nonsense before he died. Shut up, you idiot! Darkness Dao Master shouted angrily. Su Yan could not care less about the 2 of them. He was thinking of a way to escape. Although he had lost all hope, he did not want to give up hope. The 4 beasts were extremely powerful, but he still did not want to give up. In just a short while, the 4 beasts had already surrounded him. A huge and terrifying aura was pressing down on Su Yan. These 4 demonic beasts were the 4 supremacies, and each of them was stronger than an ordinary honorable. Especially the blood-winged dragon, its strength was close to that of a holy master. No matter how confident Su Yan was, he did not think that he had a chance to fight against this terrifying monster. No, maybe I still have a chance. At this moment, the blood-winged dragon had already launched its attack, and its speed suddenly increased to the maximum. A blood-red light flashed in the sky, and it appeared in front of Su Yan. Feeling the terrifying aura, Su Yan's demonic dragon wings flapped, and he turned around and flew forward. In front of him was the terrifying giant beast that had just arrived. This was a ferocious tiger with a pair of wings. Its entire body was emitting an extremely ferocious aura. Even when compared to this blood-winged wyvern, it was not the slightest bit inferior. That was the double-winged heavenly tiger, a terrifying giant beast with an extremely powerful bloodline. Su Yan's action was simply walking right into a trap. At this moment, he was like a madman. Bing Ju roared. Su Yan, what are you doing? I don't want to die, I don't want to die. He thought that Su Yan had gone mad. However, at such a time, it seemed that no matter which direction he chose, it was not a good choice. At this moment, the blood-winged dragon felt that Su Yan actually dared to escape in front of it. It immediately became incomparably furious. With a roar, he flashed again and caught up with Su Yan in no time. Roar! Just as he was about to grab Su Yan with his claws, the tiger in front of him immediately let out an angry roar. At this moment, Su Yan was very close to him, and the distance between them was constantly shrinking. As far as he was concerned, Su Yan had already become his prey. At this moment, the blood-winged dragon was tantamount to snatching food from the tiger's mouth. How could the double-winged heavenly tiger accept such an outcome? At this moment, it immediately pounced forward. Then, its huge body directly collided with the blood-winged dragon's body. When the 2 giant beasts collided, there was an ear-piercing roar. Su Yan's entire body was blown away. The blood-winged dragon and the double-winged heavenly tiger began to fight, immediately causing an incomparably terrifying aura. At this moment, Bing Ju immediately became alert and said directly, "This is a good opportunity. Su Yan, hurry up and leave." However, Su Yan did not move at all. At this moment, it was clearly the best time to leave, but he did not move at all. This made Bingju very anxious. "Bingju, shut up. Don't disturb Su Yan's thinking." At this moment, Darkness Talent directly interrupted Bingju's nonsense. Of course, he also knew that the current situation was critical, but he saw further than Bingju. In other words, he trusted Su Yan more. Moreover, he could also see that Su Yan's actions were indeed beneficial to him. And the benefits were obvious. At the very least, the blood-winged dragon and the double-winged heavenly tiger had already begun to fight. And he also believed that if Su Yan directly left at this moment, he would definitely not be out of danger. Instead, he would fall into even more danger. Right now, he was everyone's target. The reason why these two beasts were so unscrupulous and directly started fighting was because their strength far exceeded Su Yan's. However, if Su Yan dared to escape at this moment, they would definitely act immediately and subdue this prey. Moreover, it was not only these two beasts, but also the three-eyed oriole and the huge sea snake. As long as Su Yan left, he would immediately die. At this moment, he certainly felt that something was very wrong, but there was nothing he could do about it. However, at this moment, the battle between these two powerful beasts temporarily protected Su Yan. These two beasts were the most powerful existences here. The sea snake and the three-eyed oriole would definitely not dare to approach them. Otherwise, it would be a provocation to the strong and they would be killed endlessly. Of course, the three-eyed oriole would definitely not be willing to leave just like that. He was waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the two beasts to mutually injure each other. Not only him, but the sea snake was also the same. Beasts at this level already possessed the intellect from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, the situation had already become very bad. In an extremely distant place, there seemed to be more beasts gathering here. At this moment, Bingju suddenly spoke. "Darkness, you bastard, you're already at this point, are you still going to hide?" Darkness Tao Master's expression changed directly. Previously, when Su Yan was in a coma, we had no way to use that move, but now that Su Yan has woken up, we can use that move. Although the cost of this move is extremely high for you, you should also know that if you don't do this, we will all die. And as long as we continue, there will always be hope, right? Darkness Tao Master directly said, "I don't know what you are talking about." At this time, he hated Bingju to the extreme. Because the two of them were born from the same source, he knew too many of his secrets. This was also the reason why he wanted to kill Bingju in the small world of Bingju. Bingju chuckled and continued, "Don't you understand? Then let me explain. Su Yan, you should also know the situation now. With your strength alone, you can't leave this place, but as long as you devour Darkness Tao Master's power in a short time, your strength will increase in an instant. This kind of power naturally won't allow you to compete with such a terrifying beast, but I think it's enough to support us. This is something I just thought of. Really, when a person is nervous, their brain works better. Now that Darkness Tao Master is restrained by you, if you force it, it will be useless no matter how he resists. So, don't hesitate anymore." Bingju's words were very harsh. At this time, they were in a life and death situation, and more importantly, the only way to survive was in front of them, and that was to directly devour Darkness Tao Master's power. For Su Yan, Darkness Tao Master had nothing to do with him, and they were very likely to be enemies. Devouring an enemy's power and then letting himself escape, he didn't believe that Su Yan didn't know what to do. Therefore, at this moment, he was gloating instead. In fact, saying that he just thought of it was nonsense. Bingju had known about this for a long time, but he didn't mention it at all. Now, he only mentioned the only way out. This was done deliberately. He wanted to use Su Yan to directly stun Darkness Tao Master. Although this kind of devouring would not directly take Darkness Tao Master's life, it was enough to make him disappear for a long time. During the time when Darkness Tao Master disappeared, many things would happen. Moreover, although Su Yan had absolute suppression over Darkness Tao Master, if he forcibly devoured Darkness Tao Master would definitely fight back crazily. At that time, Su Yan's body would also be injured. To him, this was the most wonderful thing. Su Yan, you said that you wouldn't make things difficult for me. Darkness Dao Master hurriedly said. Previously, he had a premonition that Bing Ju would do this, so he asked Su Yan not to make things difficult for him from the beginning. Ah, Darkness Dao Master, how could you be so stupid? Su Yan really won't make things difficult for you. He is saving you. Bing Ju said with a laugh. To a certain extent, if Su Yan forced him to do this, he could indeed let him live. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was saving him. Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan said calmly, "Shut up." These 3 words were enough to infuriate Dao Master Darkness. He had even started to think of other ways. At this time, Bing Ju was even more proud. Who would have thought that Su Yan's next sentence would directly interrupt his laughter? Bing Ju, I asked you to shut up. Didn't you hear me? Su Yan shouted in a low voice, and at the same time, a thought rushed directly into his mind. If he could suppress Darkness Dao Master, then the weaker Bing Ju would not be a problem. Ah, Su Yan, what's wrong with you? I'm giving you advice. Ice Ju immediately became very angry. Ah! As his words fell, what greeted him was an even more intense pain. Darkness Dao Master, since I, Su Yan, said that I would not make things difficult for you, I will definitely do it. After he finished speaking, he ignored Darkness Dao Master and Bing Ju and said directly, "Let me try this move. I hope it is fast enough, otherwise I will really have to stay here." Chapter 649. Female Literature. Su Yan's eyes flashed. He was not waiting for death here, but thinking of a way to leave this place immediately. Although the speed of the demonic dragon wings was fast, it was not enough in front of these fierce beasts. If he wanted to leave this place alive, he must be faster. What Bing Ju said was naturally a way, but Su Yan did not consider it at all. First of all, how could Su Yan dare to believe what Bing Ju said? This guy was obviously setting a trap for him, and this seemed to be an overt scheme. Second, he was not at the end of the line now. That was the regal sword flight. In the mysterious dream, Su Yan obtained the power inheritance of that mysterious person, although the inheritance was not complete because of the time. But one of the moves was the regal sword flight. The regal sword flight was a move that transformed all the sword chi and then displayed the fastest speed. Although Su Yan did not know how fast the speed could be increased, he knew from the inheritance that if the speed of the regal sword flight was increased to the limit, it would not be a problem to even cross the Milky Way. Of course, with Su Yan's current strength, it was naturally impossible for him to cross the Milky Way, but he was confident that when he displayed the regal sword flight, he could get rid of these beasts. The reason why he was motionless before was because he was thinking about this set of regal sword flight. Absorbing the power of Darkness Holy Man was indeed very beneficial for him in the short term. No, not only in the short term, but also in the long term. That was why Bing Ju was sure that Su Yan would do as he said. But he still miscalculated Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan directly sealed him, not allowing him to make a sound again. At this time, Su Yan said to Darkness Holy Man, "Darkness Holy Man, don't worry, I, Su Yan, will naturally keep my word. I will not steal your power." Darkness Holy Man's expression changed slightly, and then he said, "Su Yan, since I have attached myself to your divine sense, I think you should understand how much benefits you will gain if you devour me now. Right now, you are at the peak of level 4 of the Dragon Realm, but once you absorb my energy, you can directly break through to level 6. Su Yan said directly, "Well, don't talk nonsense. I, Su Yan, naturally know this. But you don't need to talk nonsense. The most important thing now is to get out of here immediately." "But if you don't devour my power, how are we going to do it immediately?" he said directly. However, Su Yan did not answer him. He just said, "You don't have to worry about these things. You just have to look after the surroundings for me." Regal escape technique, haste. As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, he immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the spot. His speed was too fast, far beyond Darkness Holy Man's imagination. Darkness Holy Man had never thought that Su Yan's speed could be increased to such a level. Perhaps with this kind of speed, he could really leave this place unscathed. At this moment, the Blood-Winged Dragon and Double-Winged Sky Tiger indeed discovered Su Yan's movement. At the first moment, they immediately launched their attacks. All of a sudden, they stopped the battle and charged towards Su Yan. Su Yan's speed shocked them, but their strength was already extremely terrifying. Moreover, their bloodline was special. After using all their strength, their speed immediately reached an unparalleled level. At this moment, Su Yan immediately felt an extremely terrifying pressure. Being directly targeted by these fierce beasts, the terrifying pressure was simply unimaginable. Under the influence of this pressure, Su Yan's speed immediately decreased by a lot. "Darkness, holy man!" Su Yan directly shouted. Without needing Su Yan to say more, Darkness, holy man had already displayed his strength. The aura of darkness directly spread out, and a dark light curtain immediately appeared on the surface of Su Yan's body. The dark light curtain immediately appeared, and the pressure on Su Yan immediately decreased by a lot. "Su Yan, hurry, we have to hurry. I can't hold on for too long," Darkness, holy man said directly. After all, he had already lost too much of his strength. At this moment, his strength was much weaker than when he was at his peak. Regal divine light, unparalleled escape technique, extremity of heaven and earth. Su Yan's mind flashed with the image of the mysterious figure activating the regal escape technique, and then he directly imitated it. As time passed, his speed became faster and faster. At this moment, although the distance between Su Yan and the two giant beasts did not increase, it was no longer shrinking. This was definitely a good sign. At this moment, Su Yan gradually understood some of the main points. His speed was still increasing. As long as this continued, he would definitely be able to increase the distance between them and escape. At this moment, Darkness Holy Man was also happy. After all, at this time, the faster Su Yan was, the safer he would be. Good, you're really powerful. Su Yan, I knew you were extraordinary. That idiot Bingju actually wanted to destroy your spiritual soul. This is simply wishful thinking. Darkness Holy Man said directly. He and Bingju were already like fire and water. Naturally, he would not miss the opportunity to attack Bingju. However, Su Yan ignored him. At this moment, his entire mind was immersed in the sword escape technique. The wonders of the sword escape technique were simply unimaginable. At this moment, he had only grasped a little bit of it, but his speed had already increased to such a level. If he could deepen his control of it, his speed would have a greater breakthrough. Moreover, as his control of the sword escape technique deepened, his battle strength would directly increase. The regal escape technique was only one of the regal sword techniques. It seems that I can finally escape this disaster? At this moment, the distance between him and the blood-winged flying dragon and the double-winged sky tiger was actually increasing. This was really hard to imagine. Before today, he had never thought that his speed could increase to such a level. However, just as Su Yan's heart was changing, the wind and clouds suddenly stirred up again. An extremely terrifying ray of light appeared directly. This ray of light descended and directly separated into 4 rooms in the sea. Following the appearance of the radiance, everything was immediately restricted. Everything, including Su Yan and the 4 extremely powerful demonic beasts behind him. Just a moment ago, Su Yan was still immersed in joy. However, at this moment, his expression immediately became incomparably solemn. At the same time, Darkness Holy Man also became incomparably solemn. Not only that, but the 3 demonic beasts were also the same. At this moment, the sea snake wanted to directly escape into the sea. Unfortunately, just as it was about to escape into the sea, its huge body was directly fixed in place. Such a huge force, in the face of this ray of light, did not even have the power to resist. Not only this sea snake, but the other 3 demonic beasts were also the same. At this moment, an extremely terrifying majesty descended. Under this majesty, the entire sea seemed to be suppressed. What's going on? Why is it like this? Seeing that he was about to escape, Su Yan was actually directly fixed in place at this moment. This mysterious and unfathomable power was actually so terrifying. Oh no, this is a sacred beast, a real sacred beast. At this moment, Darkness Holy Man began to tremble. A sacred beast was an extremely terrifying term. The strength of a demonic beast was often much stronger than that of a human. Generally speaking, if a sacred beast and a holy master were to fight, the holy master would definitely not have much hope. Not to mention the current him, even if he was at his peak, there was absolutely no hope for him to face this sacred beast. At most, he could only ensure that he would be safe and sound. This was already a continuation. At this moment, the appearance of a sacred beast was a shocking nightmare for them. Although the blood-winged dragon was said to be very close to a sacred beast, it was only close. Compared to a real sacred beast, it was still very far away. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky were directly blown away, and then a huge palm directly descended. It was as if a god had directly descended, and an extremely terrifying power at this moment directly went berserk. The 4 demonic beasts immediately began to roar. Obviously, at this time, they had all felt a huge threat. This sacred beast that suddenly appeared was simply too greedy. Not only did it want to take Su Yan away, but it also wanted to kill all of them. A direct battle between demonic beasts had always been extremely terrifying. When a real battle broke out, there would definitely be no mercy at all. At this time, the demonic beasts that appeared here were all very outstanding existences. If this sacred beast could devour them, it would have endless benefits even for this sacred beast. At this moment, the blood-winged dragon directly raised its head, and then directly burst out with a terrifying roar directly. Obviously, in the face of the pressure of death, this blood-winged dragon finally chose to resist in the end. Like the blood-winged dragon, the 2-winged sky tiger also did the same. It did the same, and directly released a terrifying shock wave, which directly rushed towards the sky. The 3-eyed oriole also directly flapped its wings, and then a whirlwind swept up. This whirlwind directly turned into a green light, and then suddenly rushed together with the 2 lights in front of it, which then rushed towards the slowly descending giant claw. At this moment, the 3 lights directly gathered and directly burst out with an extremely terrifying power. For a moment, it was as if they were able to compete with the shadow of the giant claw. Boom! The 2 such powerful forces directly collided, and the final result was a terrifying movement that was almost as if the sky and earth were to be split open. At this moment, the entire sky was filled with this extremely terrifying aura, and it was also at this moment that Su Yan's heart was beating wildly. If he were to be hit by such a powerful force directly, even he would not be able to leave behind a corpse. At this moment, he suddenly found that the sea serpent at this moment actually rushed towards the sea at this moment. Chapter 650. Female Literature. So that's how it is. Su Yan originally thought that he had fallen into a situation where he was bound to die, but things often turned around. Just when he thought that he was bound to die, he found a chance to survive. The sea. At this time, the 3 giant beasts attacked the holy beast, causing the power of the restriction to become weak. The sea serpent can take advantage of this opportunity to escape, and this is also my chance. Su Yan instantly became ecstatic. Then, he fully activated the regal sword escape. Sure enough, although compared to the previous speed, it could only be described as the speed of a turtle, the power restrictions still became loose. At this time, for such a monster to be able to evolve to such a level, it was indeed not simple. The sacred beast's light beam was a domain, and the sea serpent took advantage of the 3 powerful monsters shaking its domain to escape. Su Yan followed the path of the sea serpent and directly escaped into the sea. The sea was indeed very dangerous for him, but it was much better than facing a sacred beast. The waves were sweeping and he had already rushed into it. The moment he entered the sea, the heavy waves came crashing down on him. This terrifying pressure caused his chest to become silent. Su Yan immediately operated his spirit chi and stabilized his breath. At this time, according to his realm, even if he stopped breathing for half a day, it would not be a big problem. However, in the sea, other than the air, the biggest threat was the pressure. The deeper he went into the sea, the more terrifying the pressure was. Moreover, the sea in this world was indeed more dangerous. This danger was not only because of the sea monsters in the sea, but also because of the seawater here. The density of the seawater here was far higher than in the sea. In other words, The pressure of the sea was indeed much more terrifying than in the sea. At this time, this terrifying pressure was constantly attacking Su Yen. It seemed to want to tear Su Yen apart. However, when Su Yen operated his spirit chi, this terrifying pressure was unable to do anything to Su Yen. Su Yen finally stabilized. He had begun to gradually adapt to the water pressure. Moreover, he was still diving deeper and deeper. The power of the sea was limitless. Although it was so powerful on the surface of the sea, it had become much weaker at this time. That suffocating feeling that was so intense that it made one despair had also faded by quite a bit. Smart. Su Yen, you are really amazing. At such a critical moment, even I am confused, but you can still find the opportunity to escape. I really admire you. Darkness Holy Man continued. Su Yen still ignored him. Whether it was the Darkness Holy Man or Bingju, Su Yen was still wary of them. It was not because of anything else. Just the fact that their birth was related to demon god Extreme Ice was enough to make him extremely wary. These two people were truly venomous snakes. Don't look at how obedient these two fellows are right now. This is because they are currently under my control. Once they have the chance, they will immediately bite me back. If Su Yen had a good enough opportunity, the first thing he would do was to get rid of them. But now was not the time, because at this moment, the crisis was not over yet. At this time, although the holy beast was temporarily blocked, Su Yen knew that this guy came because it felt the blood of the great demonic dragon on his body. Although he had concealed his aura after he woke up, Su Yen was not naive enough to think that his strength could hide from the holy beast. Secondly, since he was already embedded in the deep sea, he had to face another extremely powerful enemy, or an extremely powerful predator, the sea serpent. Su Yen could not say the name of the sea serpent, but he could guess that this guy must have an extremely extraordinary origin. Otherwise, under such a powerful domain, he would not have been able to find a way to leave so quickly. Since this guy had such outstanding intelligence, he would definitely not let him go. At this moment, a deep shadow approached Su Yen directly. Damn it, it still sensed it? After seeing this shadow, Su Yen knew that the strange sea serpent must have sensed his aura. This despicable thing, his nose is much more sensitive than I thought. Su Yen was not so stupid to fight with a sea serpent in the sea, let alone have such courage. Therefore, at this time, he directly made the most correct choice, which was to escape. The Regal Sword Teleportation Technique was used again. The Regal Sword Teleportation Technique was indeed magical. Even in the sea, his speed was still very terrifying. Although the mysterious sea serpent was already trying its best to catch up, its speed was still unable to catch up with Su Yen. However, the sea serpent was furious. Its body swayed, and suddenly, the sea water began to flow backward. Su Yen immediately felt an extremely powerful force begin to drive him, and it actually dragged him directly behind. The giant beast in the sea was indeed very terrifying. Yu Shui knew that it could only be described as superb. At this time, Dao Lord Darkness also understood that this was an extremely dangerous time. He directly shouted, "Su Yen, I will lend you my power." As soon as his voice fell, an extremely powerful force immediately ran through Su Yan's body. This was a very cold and gloomy force. Even Su Yan's body trembled. That strange darkness made people feel as if they were about to be swallowed directly. However, Su Yen was very powerful after all. After the beginning, he had already adapted. Then, he directly activated this dark force, and his speed was raised to the extreme in an instant. After receiving the power of Dao Lord Darkness, Su Yen finally overcame the powerful dragging force of these powerful beings. At this time, he desperately moved forward. At this time, in the sea, suddenly, a blue light began to shine directly. The moment he saw this light, Su Yan's heart was filled with a strong sense of uneasiness. This sea serpent was going to kill him directly. Su Yen controlled his sword, and his whole body directly twisted in a strange way. In a thousandth of a second, he escaped such a terrifying attack. However, this was only the beginning of the disaster. Just then, he suddenly felt an extremely terrifying force directly blasting into the sea. That force was really terrifying. One had to know that at this time, they were already hundreds of meters below the surface of the sea. However, this force was still able to erupt with such a terrifying majesty. Compared to that force, the force released by the sea serpent was not eye-catching at all. This force was not coming for Su Yen, but Su Yen was still filled with endless uneasiness. At this time, he already knew that the situation was very bad. Gurgle gurgle. The sea water continued to riot. Then, his whole body was directly lifted by the sea water. In just a short while, he was directly blown out of the sea surface. What a terrifying force! In front of this force, Su Yen was terrifyingly weak. He could not control his body at all. When he saw the sea again, Su Yen immediately felt that something was wrong. At this time, there was an eyeball hanging high in the sea. The eyeball was surrounded by a terrifying purple light. This kind of light seemed to have endless destructive power. Evil Eye Tyrant. This time, Su Yen immediately recognized this legendary creature that had once appeared in ancient records. This kind of creature rarely appeared, but every time they appeared, it meant the arrival of a disaster. They were incomparably cruel and murderous. In their eyes, everything was just prey. In the records of the 9 provinces, if there was anything that could be compared to the invasion of the demon race, then it would be the appearance of the Evil Eye Tyrant. F***CK, it's actually such a troublesome creature. The darkness holy man directly cursed. Obviously, he was very familiar with this kind of creature. Furthermore, even he called it a troublesome creature. One could imagine how dangerous it was. Although this creature only had one eyeball, it could transform into all kinds of powerful forces. It was as if the huge claw that appeared at the beginning was transformed from it. At this time, within its purple light, the 3-eyed oriole, the winged sky tiger, and the blood-winged flying dragon were all powerlessly lying down. How powerful were these 3 demonic beasts? However, they were all defeated. They could not even escape. Su Yen immediately felt that the Evil Eye Tyrant's attention had already landed on him. This feeling of being targeted was definitely not good. At this time, he only felt that his entire body was stiff. Even the circulation of his spiritual energy had started to stagnate. Facing the Evil Eye Tyrant's light was really a dangerous thing. At this time, the mysterious sea snake was even more pitiful. Its huge body was already completely enveloped by the purple light. At this time, Su Yen also discovered an extremely strange thing, and that was that the purple light seemed to be extracting his life force. It was not only this sea snake. Upon closer inspection, the other 3 demonic beasts were also like this. Su Yen immediately felt a chill in his heart. The Evil Eye Tyrant's attention was mainly attracted by these 4 demonic beasts. It temporarily did not care about him. However, it would definitely make a move to deal with him. None of the 4 demonic beasts were simple. Therefore, there was still a chance to fight back. However, if this continued, only death would await him. Su Yen also discovered that the purple power was gathering towards him. Damn it, this Evil Eye Tyrant is going to attack me. Su Yen was very sure that in front of such power, he did not even have the strength to struggle. This was absolute power. In front of absolute power, all of his methods were superfluous. At this time, there was suddenly a sound that pierced through the sky. The roar was so loud that it directly descended from the sky. In the end, it suddenly landed. A terrifying sound directly exploded. Godly sword slaying gods. Chapter 651. Female literature. Su Yen did not expect the Godslayer sword to descend. When the sword appeared, darkness holy man's heart was broken. He had personally experienced the power of the sword and knew how terrifying it was. He himself had been affected by the sword, which was why he had suffered such a heavy injury. When he saw the sword, fear immediately appeared in his heart. Even death could not compare to this feeling. Wasn't he fighting the evil sword Cold Jade? Why did it appear here? At this moment, he was not the only one who felt this way. Su Yen felt the same. Back in the Well of Swords, he knew how terrifying the Godslayer sword was. All this time, the Godslayer sword had been quietly stored in his red sword case. It was only when he was forced to retreat by the evil sword Cold Jade that he released it. When this sword appeared, he knew that he had personally released an extremely terrifying monster. However, he did not expect the Godslayer sword to descend at this moment. At this moment, he was already in an extremely dangerous situation. He might become the sacred beast's food. However, the Godslayer sword appeared at this moment. As soon as the Godslayer sword appeared, it immediately appeared beside him. Then, a sword light erupted and immediately engulfed him. The Godslayer sword wanted to take him away directly. The appearance of the Godslayer sword angered the sacred beast. After all, the sacred beast saw Su Yen as its prey. At this moment, this guy who suddenly appeared dared to come in and wipe his hands. He immediately became furious. A terrifying light appeared directly. He actually took the initiative to attack Su Yen. To be more precise, he attacked the Godslayer sword. That evil light directly descended, and the terrifying power caused countless waves to surge. The sea roared, and a wave of thousands of feet high rose and then pressed down on Su Yen and the Godslayer sword. This kind of power was something that Su Yen could not resist no matter what. If Su Yen was alone, he would not be able to resist such power. However, at this moment, a thought flashed through Su Yan's mind. Pick up the sword. This voice was very unfamiliar and contained an indescribable power. Pick up your swords and kill him. The voice sounded again. Su Yen was finally certain that this voice belonged to the god-killing, god-slaying sword. Without any hesitation, he placed his palm on the divine sword. Then an extremely powerful force enveloped him. The sword chi instantly filled his entire body. At this moment, he only felt that he was filled with endless power. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes shone brightly. At this moment, the extremely terrifying power had already arrived in front of his body. If it was in the past, Su Yan would not be able to muster up any will to resist in the face of such power. However, at this moment, he did not even think and directly swung his sword down. There was nothing fancy about this attack at all. It was just a simple attack. When this strike landed, a crescent sword light immediately appeared. In that instant, the crescent moon became the only thing in the entire world. All the seawater was emptied in an instant. The violent power filled the entire world. The purple energy was instantly swept away. How powerful! The power that Su Yen was trembling in fear dissipated at this moment. It could not stop it at all. After this sword was swung, Su Yan's heart suddenly became extremely violent. A murderous intent filled his heart. Murderous intent, such a blatant murderous intent. Facing such a terrifying beast, Su Yen should have felt fear and fled. However, at this moment, Su Yen actually wanted to kill the other party. The evil eye tyrant was a holy beast. His senses were extremely sensitive. He immediately sensed the change in Su Yen. The arrogant him was actually being looked down upon by a human. At this moment, although he realized that something was wrong with Su Yen, he no longer cared about anything else. An intense ray of light was released once again. This light was filled with an evil aura, and it was even more terrifying than before. That incomparably violent power was simply enough to destroy the heavens and earth. Under such power, everything was destroyed in an instant. His powerful strength was simply enough to destroy the world. The entire sea surface was directly split into two. Su Yen, hurry up and leave. We'll die. The evil eye tyrant attacked with all his might. Even if he was at his peak, he would definitely not be able to resist it. Even though Su Yen had slashed out such a sword, he was still terrified. This was a natural fear. Because he was too familiar with creatures like the evil eye tyrant, he was familiar with all their fears. However, at this moment, Su Yen had already stepped forward. He held the Godslayer sword and went in the opposite direction of this destructive light. Su Yen actually dared to do this. In just an instant, that ray of light had already hit Su Yan's body. However, such a terrifying ray of destructive light could directly split the sea. However, it was actually unable to cause any harm to Su Yen at all. Upon closer inspection, the surface of his body was actually covered with a layer of dense sword aura. These sword auras were constantly roaring, directly tearing apart the terrifying ray of destructive light. Su Yan's speed was simply too fast. Under the state where his entire body was filled with the power of the Godslayer sword, the regal sword teleportation that he unleashed was simply unimaginable. Even he himself was deeply shocked. However, at this moment, his mind was already completely immersed in it. He was enjoying it. He was enjoying the thrill of unleashing such power. In just an instant, he had already appeared in front of the evil eye tyrant. That kind of oppressive force was so terrifying. However, at this moment, he simply did not care about anything else. Slash. He leaped up until he reached the peak. Then, he slashed down heavily with his sword. Such a powerful and terrifying ray of light seemed to want to end the entire world. The huge dark red crescent appeared once again. This time, Su Yan's hand seemed to have directly taken down a new moon. That violent power directly destroyed everything. The terrifying ray of light drowned everything. This sword was really too terrifying. Under this sword, the strong wind, the huge waves, and everything else stopped. Only when the dark red ray of light had completely dissipated did everything suddenly start to go berserk. A terrifying tornado directly soared into the sky. The strong wind brought about countless waves. After an unknown period of time, the wind and rain stopped. Everything had completely dissipated. Su Yan held his sword, his body still hanging in the air. The God-slaying sword pierced right in the middle of the evil eye tyrant. At this moment, the evil eye tyrant was trembling non-stop. A holy beast could only twitch non-stop at this moment. The God-slaying sword was releasing this ray of light at this moment. It was devouring the life of the evil eye tyrant. Su Yan's heart was so shaken. At this moment, an extremely powerful killing intent was continuously expanding. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, he only wanted to slaughter the entire world. He wanted to kill all life. Brother Su Yan, Brother Su Yan. At this moment, a voice directly sounded in Su Yan's mind. This was Aya's voice. At this moment, Su Yan was almost out of control. However, at this moment, Aya's voice directly transmitted over. Of course, this wasn't a normal call. Aya had used the mysterious power of the four-corner seal. Su Yan's mind was affected by the God-slaying sword. However, it had already been tainted by the killing intent. If this continued, Su Yan's heart would definitely be devoured. At that time, Su Yan would no longer be Su Yan. He would become the puppet of the God-slayer sword. At this moment, the power of the four corners seal vibrated, immediately causing Su Yan's mind to become turbulent. At this moment, a dazzling sword blade directly appeared in Su Yan's mind. This sword was the God-slayer sword. At this moment, the God-slayer sword sensed the changes in Su Yan's mind and directly rushed into Su Yan's mind. Su Yan's mind had already been awakened. At this moment, he immediately sensed that the situation was not good. Under such circumstances, his entire mind began to riot wildly. Regardless of whether it was the evil sword Cold Jade or the God-slaying sword, they were extremely terrifying existences. Moreover, they seemed to have a special interest in him. Su Yan knew that this was most likely because of the regal sword soul. In this world, the God-slayer sword and Cold Jade were already the top divine swords. However, Su Yan felt that the regal sword soul's existence was above the two of them. Although there was no concrete evidence to prove this point, Su Yan believed that his judgment was definitely not wrong. Wasn't the evil sword Cold Jade's futile attempt to become a god so that it could advance to an even more powerful realm? If this was the case, it meant that they had yet to reach their strongest state. It was very likely that the regal sword soul was the key to them becoming even stronger. At this moment, the God-slayer sword